Chapter 936. The boundless, rampaging sea of flames that had originally suffused the cosmos completely vanished at this moment. There was only that great crimson halberd that swept along infinite sharpness, transforming into a bright light as it hacked towards the brocade emperor. That light was dazzling and dazzling as where it passed. The dim space around the brocade emperor's body was completely broken apart. Formless and intangible, grand commencement, soundlessly transformed into grand beginning that was tangible and intangible. Grand beginning that was tangible and intangible transformed into the original grand plainness that was tangible and intangible. Following this, grand plainness automatically divided, transforming into the Taiji of yin and yang. The next moment, Taiji circulated, yin and yang changing as the four phenomena and 8 trigrams were born. A new heavens and earth was about to be established. It was just that with this, the supreme martial arts of the brocade emperor's grand cosmos, 5 manifestations actually vaguely showed signs of being broken by someone. Gazing over, Yen Zhaoge saw that the surface of that crimson twin crescent halberd was currently dim and hazy. Graceful streams of qi intermingled, vaguely condensing into an illusory figure. Enveloped by that illusory figure, the Mars halberd seemed to have transformed into an object that resembled a banner, whilst also an axe. Heaven-splitting banner. Yen Zhaoge muttered to himself. The third scripture of the primordial heavenly scripture, one of the earlier heaven 3 scriptures, the heaven-opening scripture. Seeing this scene from the yellow earthen world, the earth exalt Wang Zhengqing had a rather subtle expression on his face. The 10 primordial heavenly scriptures of the jade, clear, direct lineage. Besides the peerless heavenly scripture, the other 9 scriptures were known as the earlier heaven 3 scriptures and the later heaven 6 scriptures. The later heaven 6 scriptures elaborated on the various creation techniques after the heavens had been opened, as there was no order between them. Meanwhile, the earlier heaven 3 scriptures that followed closely after the peerless heavenly scripture had a fixed order. The second scripture of the primordial heavenly scripture, the primordial heavenly scripture, symbolized the creation of all things from nothingness, the very first one. The third scripture of the primordial heavenly scripture, the heaven-opening scripture, represented the birth of the great Tao, the opening of creation from one to many. The fourth scripture of the primordial heavenly scripture, the cyclic heavenly scripture, stood between earlier heaven and later heaven, establishing the changes of the 2 extremities as the foundation of the various principles of the world after the heavens and the earth had been opened. Amongst the founders of the 3 clear lineages, the Lord of primordial heavenly signified creation from nothingness. The primordial world division, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth, stabilizing the earth, water, fire, and wind, and creating the great might of the primordial world's creation, was vividly displayed by the heaven-opening book. Among the martial practitioners who cultivated the primordial heavenly scriptures, Xiantian 3 scriptures, those who cultivated the heaven-opening scripture possessed the strongest frontal combat ability. Even though the origin heavenly scripture was ranked before the heaven-splitting scripture and possessed boundless mysteries, it was still unable to withstand the might of the heaven-splitting scripture that could cleave apart everything in its path. At this moment, Mars halberd's attack had integrated part of the concept of the heaven-opening book. The jade clear lineage's earlier heaven 3 scriptures shared some similarities with the grand clear lineage's earlier heaven supreme martial arts. To a certain extent, the heaven-opening scripture countered the grand cosmos 5 manifestations of the grand clear lineage. The situation was somewhat similar to how Yen Zhaoge had previously countered the Aeon Light heavenly scripture with the immortal trapping sword. Even the head of the 5 ties, the Tai Fist, would be at a disadvantage against the heaven-opening book alone. The other 4 ultimate arts would be restrained by the heaven-opening book and lose their power. Only when the grand celestial 5 grand essences were gathered and circulated together would they be able to withstand the might of splitting open the heavens. Therefore, now that Mars Halberd was going all out, of all the Brocade Emperor's martial arts, only the profound and hard to parry grand commencement divine finger was still barely able to be maintained. The grand beginning bright emptiness body and the grand plainness immeasurable body that had been immovable and unshakable before were about to crumble. Seeing the scene before him, the earth exalt Wang Zhengqing could not help but sigh. Following the great calamity that year, the universe had shattered and Taoism had withered. The Kunlun 9 luminaries had congregated, viewing the heaven-opening scripture together and combining it with their original martial arts. Each of them had gained something. For example, the exalted gold luminary had researched the sword Tao and created the jade illusory heaven-opening sword. The exalted solar luminary had combined the yin-yang heavenly scripture and perfected the extreme yang scripture, comprehending the extreme yang world creation scripture, and so on. Wang Jingqing's master, the exalted earth luminary, the current earthly sovereign, had also possessed the yin-yang earth heaven opening art. The Kunlun 9 luminaries had joined hands to establish the world beyond worlds, finally witnessing the rebirth of Taoism. Mars Halberd's martial arts had been combined with the martial will of the exalted fire luminary. Beneath his halberd at this moment, it was like he wanted to break through the scenes of earlier heaven, separating the primordial chaos and resetting the earth, water, fire, and wind, opening the heavens and earth once more. The blurry darkness was completely parted by the bright radiance before boundless, blazing fire reappeared once more. These flames had been created by Mars Halberd after he had hacked through the scenes of earlier heaven manifested of the Brocade Emperor's true essence before transforming them into blazing fire, which had then attacked the Brocade Emperor himself. With the creation of the heavens and the earth, this was the initial fire that existed between earlier heaven and later heaven as it nurtured infinite life force. Yet, as Mars Halberd hacked down, boundless brutal killing intense surged, as infinite life force was instantly transformed into infinite destructive power. The violent sea of flames swept the surrounding area at this moment. The spectators all retreated. If they hesitated in the slightest, they would all perish amidst this blazing fire. Gazing at Mars Halberd, the Brocade Emperor did not appear flustered, as he instead let out a long sigh. He executed another grand commencement divine finger, causing the approaching flames to pause slightly. He simply retracted the grand plainness immeasurable body, only executing the grand beginning bright emptiness form. Before the grand beginning bright emptiness form was broken through by Mars Halberd, the Brocade Emperor's figure swiftly retreated. Beneath the effects of the grand beginning bright emptiness form, the distance between them seemed to be completely grasped by the Brocade Emperor as the distance between them rapidly increased. Yet Mars Halberd flickered amidst space, having already dispelled the grand commencement divine finger as he immediately chased after him, arriving before the Brocade Emperor once more as he was unable to exert the profundities of the grand beginning bright emptiness form. Old Ginger is still spicier. Beside Yen Zhaoge, Mu Jun sighed. Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips. The Lord of Tao and virtue exists between existence and non-existence, being the enaction of the great Tao as well as the manifestation of creation. Of the supreme martial arts recorded in the Daedejing, there are earlier heaven's supreme martial arts as well as later heaven's supreme martial arts. If the Brocade Emperor is not proficient in the Tai Fist of the Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations, if he possesses the later heaven's supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear Direct Lineage, earlier heaven and later heaven merging as one, he would not be countered by the heaven-opening scripture. Mu Jun nodded. His Golden Court Mountains lineage originated from the legacy of the Purple Tenuity Emperor as it originated from the later heaven's supreme martial arts recorded in the Daedejing. Unlike the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures of the Jade, Clear, Direct lineage, the earlier Heaven 3 scriptures were superior to the later Heaven 6 scriptures. The Deideging of the grand, clear, direct lineage was the embodiment of nothingness as well as the manifestation of all phenomena, as it was not inferior to earlier heaven, supreme martial arts. It was just that while Golden Court Mountain was on friendly terms with ingenious Flying Peak and the Brocade Emperor was on good terms with the Southeastern Exalt, they were still two different legacies at the end of the day. Still, even as he nodded in agreement with Yan Zhaoga's point of view, Mu Jun could not help but feel rather puzzled. This really exceeds my predictions once more. Zhaoga, you actually understand the direct lineage of the Grand Clear lineage. So well. Yan Zhaoga's expression did not change. By chance, I obtained an incomplete version of the Taiji Yin Yang Palm. While it is not of the same lineage as the Brocade Emperor's ingenious Flying Peak, it is indeed of the direct lineage of the Grand Clear lineage as well. Mu Jun understood. Oh, junior apprentice Sister Fu and those of ingenious Flying Peak did mention it before. Still, never would I have thought that not only are you proficient in the Taiji Yin Yang Palm, you even have such a deep understanding of the Deideging. He no longer pondered on this as he gazed at the two true immortal experts who were gradually getting further and further away from them amidst the darkness of space. Still, if Mars Halberd does not possess an overwhelming advantage, I would still favor the Brocade Emperor. Mu Jun's expression was rather strange. After all, the Brocade Emperor himself possesses an immortal artifact. Chapter 937. Yan Zhaoga had long since learnt from Golden Court mountain martial practitioners that the Brocade Emperor possessed an immortal artifact. Unlike the dim, radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia, who had died young back then, the Brocade Emperor Fu Yinqi had already ascended to the immortal realm over 1,000 years ago. Yan Zhaoga and Mu Jun exchanged glances, both having rather strange expressions on their faces. Mars Halberd was too special. Although in the eyes of this immortal armament, it was still a weapon. Still, everyone else, Yan Zhaoga and Mu Jun included, were used to seeing him as an emperor. Perhaps only at this moment did everyone realize that Mars Halberd was indeed a weapon. He couldn't refine other immortal weapons, nor could he use other immortal weapons. Putting aside the fact that he didn't have one, even if someone were to give him an immortal artifact, he would only be able to stare at it. The problem, however, was that his opponent, the Brocade Emperor, was not unarmed. There was also no rule stating that the Brocade Emperor had to fight Mars Halberd empty-handed. Mars Halberd himself was not that naive either. As expected, as the two of them gradually disappeared into the distance, a powerful aura burst out in the next instant. Even with the eyesight of Yan Zhaoga and the others, they were already unable to clearly see the scene of the two experts clashing. However, an unprecedentedly intense collision erupted in the distance. The violent shock waves surged far away and scattered in all directions like a tide. The red lotus heavenly vessel that Yan Zhaoga and the others were on shook intensely as they were directly jolted into retreat. On the other side, the earthen yellow world formed from the earth Exalt Wang Jingqing's true essence was still stable and unmoving. However, the size of the egg-like world had shrunk significantly, and its power had become more condensed. Only then was it able to withstand the shock waves from the battle between the two great emperors. Near the Red Lotus heavenly ship, the scarlet light that had turned into a giant red lotus also retracted at this moment. Yan Zhaoga and the others who had originally been on the flower petals now scattered in all directions, their figures flying backwards together. It's a pity that I can't watch any longer. Yan Zhaoga stroked his lower chin somewhat regretfully, an expression of deep agreement appearing on the face of Mu Jun by the side. The Brocade Emperor wielded his immortal artifact in battle against Mars Halberd. Still, even Yan Zhaoga and the others were unable to ascertain the exact outcome of the battle. Still, Yan Zhaoga had already benefited greatly from this battle up to this point. Right now, he was more concerned about the outcome of the battle because of how the situation would develop in the future. Yan Zhaoga naturally hoped that the Brocade Emperor could emerge victorious. This had nothing to do with Mars Halberd tricking him into going to the immortal court. On the contrary, Yan Zhaoge was happy to learn about the existence of the immortal court, even though the process was a little dangerous. He swiveled his head to look at Mu Jun. After this battle, I wonder if I can pay a visit to your master, the Southeastern Exalt? Mu Jun replied, Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't. My master is out. Ah, Yan Zhaoge was taken aback. This was something that he had not been aware of when conversing with the chief of the Central June Heaven Territories Jade Mountain Sect, Lu Xiangtong. Mu Jun explained, Just recently, not long before the day of the Brocade Emperor's battle with Mars Halberd, the Earth Exalt returned from extra-dimensional space, inviting my master to the Central June Heaven Territory. It seems that something major has happened. Not only my master, it is said that the other supreme beings have also been invited. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. This means that the exalts of the 10 territories have all gathered in the Central June Heaven Territory. When he had heard Lu Xiangtong mention that the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing and the Brocade Emperor had left the world beyond worlds together after deciding on the date of their battle, Yan Zhaoge had actually already been rather concerned about this. Unlike the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who frequently ventured into extra-dimensional space, the 10 exalts had always remained in the world beyond worlds, seldom leaving. The only exception was the upper exalt, whose movements were hard to pinpoint. The Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing was virtually equivalent to the lord of the Central June Heaven Territory as he sat over it all year round. The daily affairs of the Central June Heaven Territory were mostly handled by Wang Zhengqing as well. As a personal disciple of the earthly sovereign and the most active existence amongst the descendants of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Yan Zhaoge felt that this Earth Exalt was like the steward of Kunlun Mountain. In truth, when the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were either in secluded cultivation or away, Wang Zhengqing had managed the Central June Heaven Territory and even the world beyond worlds in an orderly manner. It was definitely not normal for such a person to suddenly leave the world beyond worlds. Now, it was not just Wang Zhengqing. Chao, Jie, Zhuangxin, Lu Jinggu, and the others had also left their respective territories, congregating in the Central June Heaven Territory. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Mr. Mu, may I ask if something like this has ever happened before? It has, Mu Jun answered. Around 100 years ago. A pondering look appeared on his face, as he was clearly concerned about this as well. Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly, thinking, Is it related to the immortal court and Buddhism? According to the words of those of the lofty towering world, the battle between the two has been getting more and more intense recently. From the looks of it, there should be a peak in the battle between the 2 sides every 100 years. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. Their longevity should be slightly longer than that of mortals. Generally speaking, the longest lifespan of mortals is only around 100 years old. He had previously guessed that the peak experts of the world beyond worlds, like the Brocade Emperor and the Primordial Heaven Emperor, had all headed to extra-dimensional space because of the battle between the immortal court and Buddhism. While there was still no concrete evidence now, Yan Zhaoge was even more certain of his earlier guess. It was just that he did not know what the situation would be like after the 10 exalts had congregated in the Central June Heaven Territory. Would they remain in the world beyond worlds, or would they head to extra-dimensional space as well? Kunlun Mountain still had the concealed sovereign and the female emperor at least. Overall, the situation in the world beyond worlds was still stable. Still, when it came to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, and the eastern Vast Heaven Territory, there would definitely be some disturbances without the presence of exalts. Without the great mountain overhead, the various hegemons would naturally have more space to exert their might. The Royal Reed Sea, where Broad Creed Mountain was located, would not have too many disturbances. In the past, ferocious dragons might have crossed the river. The Grand Xian dynasty had entered the territory of the Royal Reed Sea roughly 100 years ago. Still, in the earlier battle at Broad Creed Mountain, the star-plucking practitioner Guanlide, a late immortal bridge martial saint, had left many in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory shocked. While many believed that it was due to the might of an immortal artifact, whatever the case, Guanlide of the 9th level of the martial saint realm had truly fallen here. As a result, most people felt uneasy as they dared not act rashly. While there were definitely others who coveted the immortal artifact, they dared not blindly invade it. As for those outside the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, it would not be so easy for them to cross the border. While the southeastern Exalt was not present, the martial practitioners of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory would still naturally reject outsiders. It was just that Yan Zhaoge felt that it was a pity. He had originally wanted to make use of this chance to visit the southeastern Exalt Chao Jie and inquire about his mother. Anyway, in Chao Jie's eyes, Yan Zhaoge, who had already made a trip to the immortal court, could already give up on himself. A pity, truly a pity. Yan Zhaoge had a regretful look on his face. Chapter 938. While the Brocade Emperor and the Earth Exalt were both in the know, Yan Zhaoge did not feel that it was a good idea to ask them about it. The Earth Exalt did not need to be mentioned. While the Brocade Emperor currently appeared friendly, it was still uncertain what his opinion was regarding Xue Chuqing. From the looks of it now, he could only wait patiently. Still, everything had its pros and cons. The existence of the dim radiant wheel was likely to draw the attention of the immortal court. When he had slain the vast Yang Exalt of the immortal court's lineage, Pei Hua, when he had seen the dim radiant wheel, his emotions had been rather abnormal. Most of it had naturally been hatred and fury. The #1 expert of his vast Yang palace and also their only emperor had been slain by the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia. Pei Hua's hatred was understandable. Still, Yan Zhaoge acutely sensed that Pei Hua seemed to be feeling other than hatred. Yan Zhaoge felt that it might not be a problem with Pei Hua himself. Instead, it was the attitude of the entire immortal court. The news of him possessing the dim radiant wheel was currently only circulating in the world beyond worlds. If this news spread to the immortal court, there might be some changes. Still, that should only happen after the great battle between the immortal court and Buddhism had calmed down and was no longer as intense. Before that, their attention should still be placed on Buddhism, vying for incense and territory with them. Yan Zhaoge pondered as he continued retreating. In the distance, the 2 emperor-level experts were already completely enraged as they no longer cared about their surroundings. Streaks of white cloud qi and streaks of crimson fiery light intertwined, sweeping through this region of space. Both sides moved as they fought, gradually leaving the original battlefield as they traversed an even larger region of extra-dimensional space. The great battle did not cease. Gradually, those terrifying aftershocks weakened. This was not because the 2 were exhausted. Instead, they were getting further and further away from Yan Zhaoge and the other spectators. Yan Zhaoge and the others did not attempt to follow them. At this point, with the 2 true immortals exerting their full strength, they were no longer spectators. Of everyone present, only the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing had the ability to continue spectating. He was also the only one who had left his original position and followed them. As the judge of this battle, this was only natural. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge and the others, including Fu Ting, Tao Yu, and the other ingenious flying peak martial practitioners on the Red Lotus heavenly vessel, had already finished spectating the battle. They only had to wait patiently for the results. The wait didn't take too long. After a short while, a dazzling red light suddenly streaked across the dark void in the distance, as if it had split the void apart. The red light disappeared in the blink of an eye. The heat in the void gradually subsided, and the previous cold and lonely state was restored. Everyone exchanged glances. The battle between the great monarchs seemed to have come to an end. The Brocade Emperor had won. Not mentioning Yan Zhaoge, Mu Jun by the side first let out a sigh of relief. According to what the 2 sides had said in the previous battle, The Brocade Emperor was the representative of the grand, clear, direct lineage, ending the enmity between him and Mars Halberd over the grand, clear martial practitioners, helping the dragon race to seal him that year. Before the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi had been defeated, Mars Halberd would not find trouble with the other direct lineages of the grand, clear lineage. In the current world beyond worlds, besides ingenious Flying Peak, only Golden Court Mountain remained of the orthodox, grand, clear, direct lineage. In truth, the situation this time was unique. In order to prepare for battle, if the Brocade Emperor was willing, the southeastern Exalt Chaojia was likely to provide the heavenly cycle-righteous art and the 3 enclosures Emperor sword for his reference. Still, the Brocade Emperor, who was accompanied by an immortal artifact, clearly had his own confidence and pride, as he had ultimately still been able to take on this battle all by himself. The final outcome of the battle seemed to prove this point as well. From the looks of it, that Mars Halberd seems to be a man of his word. There shouldn't be any problems with this outcome, right? Yan Zhaoga sighed in relief as well. After a long time, purple qi reappeared. Vast purple qi rose from the east, enveloping the space of the universe before them once more. The world beyond worlds martial practitioners present all cheered in unison. While Mars Halberd had some connection with the world beyond worlds, he was already a legend of history, as he had only suddenly reappeared recently. The Brocade Emperor had been one of the peak sovereigns of the world beyond worlds in the past millennia, as he possessed great prestige. Even if the spectators had no stake in this battle, they were still more inclined towards the Brocade Emperor. Yan Zhaoga stroked his lower chin. It looks like Mars Halberd was defeated. The Brocade Emperor was unable to destroy or subdue him. For some reason, Mars Halberd hates the dragon race to the bone. While there is enmity between him and us of the grand, clear, direct lineage, it is not a death enmity. Mu Jun said, "He is not the Brocade Emperor's match. He might not fight to the death. With his strength, it would still be very difficult for him to stay if he wanted to leave." As Mu Jun said this, he smiled at Yan Zhaoga. Moreover, Mars Halberd was the accompanying weapon of the exalted fire luminary at the end of the day. If not for death enmity, the Brocade Emperor would not have fought to the death with him. As for subduing this immortal artifact, this is certainly a tempting thought. Still, first not mentioning that he is different from other immortal artifacts. Just the exalted fire luminary alone is enough to make one feel apprehensive. It is rumored that this bigwig has yet to perish. If he does not speak, everyone would have to take things a little more lightly. Mu Jun extended a finger, tapping Yan Zhaoga lightly. It is fine that your broad Creed Mountain possesses the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown. While they are extremely powerful high-grade sacred artifacts, they're not immortal artifacts at the end of the day. However, the situation with Mars Halberd is different. As the two spoke, that vast purple qi that enveloped space entered the red lotus heavenly vessel, vanishing. The spectators all approached the red lotus heavenly vessel, preparing to offer their congratulations. Still, while they were allowed to board the vessel, the Brocade Emperor did not meet them, as he was instead received by the Grand Planus Origin, Lady Taoyu. The hearts of Zhang Amo, Mu Jun, Lu Xiangtong, and the others all jolted slightly. While the Brocade Emperor had emerged victorious in his battle with Mars Halberd, could it be that he had been heavily injured as well, thus not receiving any guests? Of course, with the Brocade Emperor having been injured, Mars Halberd's injuries would only have been worse. Seeing only Tao Yu and not Fu Ting, Yan Zhaoga had other guesses. He and Fu Ting had inadvertently gone to the lands of the immortal court together. This must have been a taboo in the hearts of the higher echelon experts of the world beyond worlds. After learning of the existence of the immeasurable heavenly lord and the immortal court, while Fu Ting could not explain it clearly, she had always had a strange feeling about it. Yan Zhaoga believed that it was not just her imagination or her misconception. Referring to the similar warnings of the Brocade Emperor, the southeastern Exalt and the northeastern Exalt, Yan Zhaoga guessed that Fu Ting's feeling was not wrong. Having gotten his daughter at such an old age, yet having such a thing happen, the Brocade Emperor would naturally be nervous. Yan Zhaoga even thought that since the Brocade Emperor had not seen Fu Ting previously, having immediately clashed with Mars Halberd after arriving at the battlefield, he had only learned of Fu Ting's experiences after the battle. If he had known of this before the battle, perhaps today's battle might have turned into a battle to the death? Chapter 939. While he knew that Yan Zhaoga and Fu Ting had traveled together to the territory of the Immortal Court, the Brocade Emperor did not summon him this time. After the battle, Yan Zhaoga returned to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory of the world beyond worlds, along with Mu Jun and the others. The Brocade Emperor had previously invited father and son to be his guests, but he had stood them up due to his own reasons. Now, the Brocade Emperor seemed to have no intention of meeting them. Fu Ting had specifically dispatched fellow disciples of Ingenious Flying Peak over to apologize. The Brocade Emperor had not been injured in the final battle. He had indeed had no intention of fighting to the death with Mars Halberd then. Therefore, after Mars Halberd had retreated in defeat, the battle between the two sides had come to an end. The Brocade Emperor did not linger in the world beyond worlds for long, as he quickly left, heading to foreign dimension. While he had not said it explicitly, this indirectly verified Yan Zhaoga's guess. The Brocade Emperor had indeed stayed for a short while after the battle because of Fu Ting. Fu Ting herself was currently in secluded cultivation at Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. Because she had sent someone with the message, Fu Ting had not explained her current situation in detail. Yan Zhaoga could not be sure if the Brocade Emperor had resolved the aftereffects of his daughter heading to the Immortal Court. From the looks of it, it did not seem optimistic. If it could be easily resolved, Chao Jia, Lu Jinggu, and the others would not have had to warn Yan Zhaoga time and time again. While this Ingenious Flying Peak disciple had come on Fu Ting's orders, he actually did not understand the actual situation. He had primarily come here to explain the matter of the Brocade Emperor, having failed to meet him earlier and being unable to make up for it now. It could be seen that this Ingenious Flying Peak disciple was actually rather puzzled. With the Brocade Emperor's status, meeting two martial practitioners who had yet to even ascend the Immortal Bridge seemed to be a very casual thing for him. He could not understand why Fu Ting had specially sent someone to explain. Still, he was still very polite, not showing any arrogance in his words or actions. Yan Zhaoga naturally would not explain the matter of the Immortal Court to him as he sent him off after receiving him. Looking at Yuan Zhengfeng, Fu Enshu, Fang Zhuan, and the other higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoga silently sighed. He could not explain the matter of the Immortal Court to that Ingenious Flying Peak disciple from earlier, nor could he explain it in detail to his own people. As for his whereabouts following the destruction of the minor No Hatred Dao arena earlier, Yan Zhaoga could only explain it by saying that he had found his way back after having fallen into the chaotic flows of space. The Buddhist sects became a good cover, and Yuan Jingfeng and the others already knew about it. Is father still in secluded cultivation? After bidding them farewell, Yan Zhaoga returned to his lodgings and asked Ahu. Because the Northern Ocean clone had remained on the mountain, not only did Yan Zhaoga know that Feng Yunxing had already successfully transcended mortality and entered sainthood, having also been adventuring outside, he had long since known that when the minor No Hatred Dao arena had collapsed, Yendi, who had been separated from him, had already returned to Broad Creed Mountain in the world beyond worlds. Calculating the time, Yendi should not have crashed into the territory of the Immortal Court or Buddhism yet. However, after returning, Yendi quickly entered secluded cultivation. Such a hurried action was rarely seen by Yendi. He had told Yan Zhaoga before entering secluded cultivation. Therefore, it should not be anything bad. Yan Zhaoga was still at ease. Ahu scratched his big head and answered, "Patriarch is still in seclusion." Yan Zhaoga nodded before smiling at Ahu. Yunsheng and senior apprentice brother Su have both transcended mortality and entered sainthood. You have to work hard too. In terms of aptitude and comprehension ability, this big fellow before him wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Xue Fei, Tang Yonghao, and the others. Xue Fei had remained in the vast ocean world for a very long time before this, having cultivated for a rather long time. Still, Ahu had been by Yan Zhaoga's side and had abundant resources of all kinds. Also having cultivated in the favorable environment of the world beyond worlds these past few years, he had not been left far behind by Xue Fei. At around 40 years of age, while he had yet to step into the transcending mortality stage, he was still a late-essence talisman martial grandmaster, having established his heavenly altar. In terms of age, he was also very young in the world beyond worlds. While he could not compare to Fu Ting, Long Hanhua, Zhuang Chaohui, and Zhang Yamo, those people had all cultivated an extremely superior environment since young. Ahu had only been in the world beyond worlds for a few years. Feng Yunsheng was a maiden of extreme Yin, aided by the extreme Yin crown. Her situation was unique and could not be compared. If this was the eight extremities world of the past, there would be no one else besides Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di who possessed such speed. Of course, what left many speechless was the fact that such an essence, talisman, martial grandmaster still followed Yan Zhaoga around, willingly becoming his servant. From the looks of it, Yan Zhaoga's cultivation base was much higher than Ahu's. As a lofty seeing divinity martial saint, it seemed very normal for him to have a martial grandmaster as his servant. Actually, let alone the eight extremities world, this was extremely rare even in the world beyond worlds. Martial practitioners who had attained the essence, talisman, martial grandmaster realm and possessed the potential to transcend mortality and enter sainthood all had their own pride. Martial practitioners who were humble were common, while those who were lowly were rare. Even if there were those who were willing to become servants, there were often those whose hopes of advancing upwards had already been severed as they were like the setting sun over the western mountains. There was virtually no one like Ahu who was as young and had limitless potential yet was willing to become someone else's servant. Those who were familiar with Yan Zhaoga and him, let alone Mu Jun, Zhang Ming, and Qin Zhiliang of Golden Court Mountain, who were shocked. Even those of Broad Creed Mountain themselves were astonished at how Ahu's cultivation base was still the same as before despite having risen. After all, Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di had never had any intention of suppressing or restricting Ahu. Yet this big fella himself still did as he pleased, remaining the same as he had in the past. The affairs of the world were ever-changing, but in the hearts of Ahu and Huang Hutting, there seemed to only remember that the family head had saved him and his grandfather. Therefore, no matter what he became or how high his cultivation base was, this life of his would forever belong to the Yen family. Young master, I feel that I am not far from the transcending mortality stage. Ahu chuckled. Yan Zhaoga rolled his eyes. You should be more careful. Han Long is already about to catch up. Ahu instantly grimaced. That kid, He suddenly thought of something, saying, Right, young master, there's something. Little Shi Jun obtained a fortuitous encounter while traveling outside. Feeling that it would not be easy for him to handle, he reported it to the clan. The family head is in secluded cultivation, and the old chief and elder Fong said that he would hand it over to you when you returned. Yes, Grand Master and second apprentice uncle told me about it briefly. Yan Zhaoga's expression turned solemn. I heard that it might be related to the direct lineage of the Grand Clear lineage. In the eight extremities world, Broad Creed Mountain could be considered a relatively orthodox lineage of the Grand Clear lineage. Its founder, the heaven-opening old man Xiao Yuan, had established the clear Qi profound art, which had been Broad Creed Mountain's foundation for many years. The clan's secret martial arts, the eight extreme arts, had all originated from this. Currently, however, Broad Creed Mountain had already come to a consensus regarding matters related to the direct lineage of the Grand Clear lineage. As long as Yan Zhaoga was free, he would be the one to handle it. Ahu said, It seems to be a clue to a cave manor left behind by an ancestor. There are some coincidences within, and it is not easy to find. After a few years, the cave manor will automatically appear, and only then will outsiders be able to find it. Counting the days, it should be around these 2 years or so. The clan is also unable to confirm it at the moment. As he said this, Ahu handed over an item. Receiving it, Yen Jiaoga saw that it was a damaged horsetail whisk. Chapter 940. Having remained in the vast ocean world for a rather long period of time, Shi Jun, who had always been diligently cultivating without slacking off, his current cultivation base was already not low. Of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, Shi Jun was ranked at the top. What was especially noteworthy was that he was Su Fei's disciple, and was actually the current 4th-generation disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Right now, not only was he at the top of the 4th-generation disciples, but he had even surpassed many seniors. Of Broad Creed Mountain's 3rd-generation disciples, other than Yen Jiaoga, Feng Yunsheng, and Su Fei, who were far ahead, only Si Gongqing was superior to him. Ying Longtu's talent was higher, but he had cultivated for a shorter period of time. His current cultivation level was similar to Shi Jun's. After coming to the world beyond worlds, Shi Jun had not relaxed at all, as he had instead worked even harder, causing Yen Jiaoga, Yan Di, Yuan Zhengfeng, and Su Fei to feel incomparably gratified. At this moment, this damaged horsetail whisk in Yen Jiaoga's hands was something that Shi Jun had inadvertently obtained while traveling outside a few days ago. Yes, Grandmaster, and the others have judged correctly. There is indeed some hint of the grand, clear, direct lineage's aura within. Analyzing that horsetail whisk, Yen Jiaoga discovered that the spiritual qi within was too thin to be of much use. However, the runes on the surface of the horsetail whisk formed a few runes. Even though they were badly damaged, one could still make out some clues. It could be seen that this horsetail whisk was once a saint weapon. However, that was already history. Yen Jiaoga's finger streaked across the broken horsetail whisk. Since the time is not yet ripe, we should just wait patiently, waiting for that cave manor to appear before making our plans. After settling down, Yen Jiaoga also began pondering about the problem of his own cultivation. While Yen Jiaoga had only seen half of the great battle between the Brocade Emperor and Mars halberd this time, it was still an extremely precious experience for him. As compared to most of the spectators, Yen Jiaoga's gains were even greater. The clash between the Jade Clear lineage's Heaven Opening Scripture and the Grand Clear lineage's earlier Heaven Supreme Martial Arts resulted in mutual reinforcement and suppression. Other than the Taiji Yin-Yang Palm, Yen Jiaoga had not grasped any of the other supreme martial arts. However, as a cultivator of the 3 pure ones, he still felt that he had benefited greatly from watching such a high-level battle. As for the study of his own martial arts, he had gained many new insights. At the 6th level of the martial saint realm, the late seeing divinity stage, he began refining many obscure acupoints to see divinity, resonating with the actual stars of the universe. This process was not difficult for Yen Jiaoga, who had accumulated so much. In the mountains, one did not know the length of the sun and moon. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yen Jiaoga's cultivation these past 2 years had been extremely smooth. As long as the first hidden acupoint was successfully refined to become a god, it would be a good start and a good start. The rest would follow naturally. Therefore, to Yen Jiaoga, there was no need for him to expend much energy here. He only had to patiently advance one step at a time. However, he was about to face a difficult problem. The bottleneck between the 6th and 7th levels of the martial saint realm, that was stepping onto the immortal bridge, breaking through from the late seeing divinity stage to the early immortal bridge stage. Only upon ascending the immortal bridge could a martial practitioner be considered to have truly taken a step towards the path of immortality. After much hard work, with great talent, perseverance, and luck, he finally arrived before the immortal gate and tried to push it open. Before the immortal bridge realm, seeing divinity martial saints all strove to refine their acupoints to see divinity, causing their acupoints to be like actual stars, as it was like a primordial universe had been opened within their bodies. However, Just refining one's aperture to achieve divinity and resonating with a real star was still a long way from opening up a universe within one's body. He was just laying the foundation and making preparations. The simplest principle was that in the real universe up in the sky, the sun rising and the moon setting, numerous stars gathering in an endless cycle that circulated without end. There were profound principles within patterns, star orbits, heavenly rivers, life and death. How was it unchanging, rigidly remaining where it was? What did not move were the lamps lit by humans, not the stars up in the sky. Therefore, the hallmark of the early Immortal Bridge stage was that martial practitioners had to be able to circulate the stars within their bodies. It was not the circulation of their true essence. Instead, their acupoints that had already seen divinity would have to circulate as well. Only then would their internal universe begin to possess some of the flair of the actual starry sky of the universe. Only when martial practitioners left the mortal realm and ascended towards the immortal realm could they be considered to have taken their first true step. It was precisely because of this that starting from the 7th level of the martial saint realm was known as the Immortal Bridge, the bridge to ascending to immortality. This would not be easy. In the royal reed sea that year, the radiant light sects Luo Ziyuan, the dim darkness sects Zhou Haoxing, the grand Qian dynasty's king Xuanmu, and the chief of Copper Men Island's Gongsun, Wu, had all been stuck at the peak of the 6th level of the martial saint realm for many years. They were only a half step away from ascending the Immortal Bridge. Yet this half step was so close yet so far away, resembling a heavenly chasm. With an immortal bridge martial saint presiding over them, their status in the entire world beyond worlds would be completely different. This was because the martial arts of many sects were insufficient for people to cultivate to the Immortal Bridge stage. If they wanted to achieve a breakthrough, they would either have the guidance of an expert, a great fortuitous encounter, or an unparalleled genius that was hard to come by even once in 1,000 years would appear in their sect, assisting them in improving their martial arts to the next level. Still, whatever the method, it would clearly not be that easy. Broad Creed Mountain was currently rather renowned in the world beyond worlds, even having overturned massive entities like the Grand Qian dynasty and the star-plucking practitioner Guanlide. Still, many people who had only heard of Broad Creed Mountain and not had direct contact with it would still be unconsciously looking down on it. What they were more concerned about was the immortal artifact left behind by the dim radiant emperor, the extreme Yang seal, and the extreme Yin crown. This was directly related to Broad Creed Mountain not having an immortal bridge. Still, Yen Zhaoge believed that the situation would be completely different in a few days. His father, Yen Di, had directly entered secluded cultivation the last time he had returned to the mountain. While he had not explained it in detail, Yen Zhaoge had a premonition. His father had likely encountered some unique, fortuitous encounter in the outside world previously, giving him a chance to attempt a breakthrough into the Immortal Bridge stage. Like Yen Zhaoge, after cultivating in his first obscure acupoint to the Seeing Divinity stage and stepping into the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, the opening of his other obscure acupoints and dark acupoints would not pose much difficulty to Yendi. Ever since stepping into the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, Yen Di had still been advancing triumphantly like before. What he lacked was a chance to ascend the Immortal Bridge. Yen Zhaoge guessed that Yen Di had hopes of breaking through this bottleneck this time. On the other hand, if he only cultivated in the primordial heavenly scriptures of the Jade, clear lineage, Yen Zhaoge himself was actually confident that he would definitely be able to ascend to the Immortal Bridge in a year or 3 years at the latest. Still, Yen Zhaoge did not want to do that unless he had no other choice. That would be equivalent to giving up on the foundation that he had painstakingly established, while simultaneously cultivating in the 3 purities. Still, if he wanted to merge the 3 purities and ascend the Immortal Bridge, Yen Zhaoge now required a peak martial art of the 3 clear, direct lineages. Of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures of the Jade, clear, direct lineage, Yen Zhaoge possessed a total of 6 of them, as he did not have to worry about this. When he had transcended mortality and entered sainthood. He had possessed the immortal ending sword in the prime clear lineage, as he had also used the legacy of virtue to return to simplicity in place of the grand, clear martial arts. When he had broken through space and seen true divinity, he had possessed the immortal trapping sword in the prime clear lineage and the Taiji Yin Yang palm in the grand clear lineage. Yet, if he were to attempt to ascend the immortal bridge now, the grand clear lineage and the prime clear lineage were both lacking. If there was no way to resolve this, cultivating in the three purities simultaneously would be equivalent to cutting off his path forward. The cave manor shows signs of opening. Yin Zhaoge looked at the broken horsetail whisk in his hand. The horsetail whisk, which had not moved for 2 years, now shockingly flickered slightly. I hope that it really is a legacy manor of the grand, clear, direct lineage. If there are any martial arts left behind within, that would be of great help to me. Chapter 941. If Yin Zhaoge did not search for a direct lineage of the grand clear lineage and a direct lineage of the prime clear lineage, he would only have 2 choices. Or he could change his path, give up on his previous cultivation, and walk a different path. Otherwise, he would remain at the 6th level of the martial saint realm, the late seeing divinity stage, his cultivation base coming to a halt thereafter. The merging of the 3 purities had resulted in Yin Zhaoge's powerful strength, which allowed him to look down on all life forms at the same cultivation level. Still, it was much more difficult to advance unceasingly. Keeping the whisk in his hand once more, Yin Zhaoge stood up and left his lodgings. His father, Yen Di, was still in secluded cultivation. It had already been 2 years since then. Ever since Yen Di had returned to the mountain, he had entered secluded cultivation and had yet to emerge. Yin Zhaoge came to the heaven-rising peak, bidding farewell to Yuan Jingfeng, Fang Zhuan, and the others who were currently presiding over the clan. Then he brought Ahu with him, riding on Panpan and leaving the mountain together. Xiao Ai was also in seclusion. Although he was easily distracted, not focused enough, and liked to think about things that Yin Zhaoge thought were a little nonsensical. However, Xiao Ai did not slack off when it came to studying martial arts and formations. Her talent was extremely high, and with the support of Broad Creed Mountain and Yin Zhaoge's abundant martial and material resources, not only was her cultivation speed not slow, she could even put many descendants of famous sects to shame. In the Tao of formations, she reigned above everyone else, being the person of Broad Creed Mountain below the martial saint realm with the highest attainments in formations. At the same cultivation level in the entire Broad Creed Mountain, other than Yin Zhaoge, there was no one who could surpass him. It was also fortunate that after Xiao Ai had entered Broad Creed Mountain, she had not been out for much, not being known to outsiders. Otherwise, she would have been like Ahu, shocked to the core. Before Yin Zhaoge and Yen Di, this woman was also willing to act as a maidservant. Even though Yin Zhaoge and Yen Di actually viewed her as an in-name disciple of Xue Chuqing, however, Xiao Ai didn't think that way. Therefore, Broad Creed Mountain looked rather speechlessly at this late essence talisman martial grandmaster, who usually followed by Yin Zhaoge's side, calling him young master this, and young master this, and young master that, most of the time drooling as he stared at the handsome guys of the clan. Xiao Ai's seclusion this time was to attempt to break through the bottleneck. If they succeeded, Broad Creed Mountain would have yet another transcending mortality martial grandmaster. Moreover, he was a transcendent martial grandmaster, whose lifespan was so young that it made one's hair stand on end. Those who had ascended from the 8 extremities world and had originally entered Broad Creed Mountain's lineage, having heard of Yin Zhaoge and Yen Di's growth trajectory, was one thing. There were a few people of the world beyond worlds who had entered Broad Creed Mountain out of admiration these past few years, suffering setbacks time and again. If it was just 1 or 2, it would still be fine. But why had Broad Creed Mountain produced so many such monstrous figures? Was this really a sect that rose up from the lower realm? Although they had come out of admiration for him, they were still dazzled by him. After the initial shock, all that was left was admiration and relief. To be able to enter such a sect, one's future would obviously be bright. Yan Zhaoge, Yuan Zhengfeng, and the others were naturally happy to see this. At this moment, Broad Creed Mountain had still not officially opened its doors to accept disciples, still accumulating its strength. On the day that it officially opened its doors, it would definitely have a flourishing atmosphere. When either father or I have stepped into the mortal bridge realm, the time should be about ripe. Sitting on Pan Pan's back, Yan Zhaoge pondered as he hurried along. He had already asked Shi Jun where he had obtained that half-broken whisk earlier. Now that he had an idea of what was going on, he headed east. Pan Pan's current strength was extraordinary, his legs powerful, and his speed swift. Traversing mountains was but the blink of an eye. As Yan Zhaoge traveled, a thought from earlier surfaced in his mind once more. Appraising the broken whisk before him, he thought, "This thing is broken. I have half of it. Then, is the other half completely destroyed, or does it still exist? If it still existed, could it have fallen into the hands of others? There might be some setbacks in his search for the manner of a predecessor this time. Arriving at the place where Shi Jun had obtained the whisk, Yan Zhaoge got Pan Pan to descend. While the blazing sun was currently high up in the sky amidst the numerous valleys, a streak of white light seemed to descend from the sky. Yan Zhaoge raised that broken whisk. After coming into contact with the white light, the radiance on its surface instantly grew denser. A thin white line extended into the distance, pointing into the distance. Still, this white line was ethereal, not being an actual ray of light. Only the person wielding that half-broken whisk would be able to see it. With the whisk currently in Yan Zhaoge's hands, Ahu and Pan Pan were unable to see it. "Let's continue on our way." Yan Zhaoge passed the whisk to Ahu, who smilingly received it, patting Pan Pan's head. Pan Pan swiveled his huge head rather lazily before striding off into the distance once more. This time, the distance was much greater. While Pan Pan was not slow, he still needed some time before he could arrive. The Earth boundary was still within the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Still, Yan Zhaoge estimated that the whisk was probably pointing to an extremely distant place. It was very likely that the easternmost tip of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory was where the Wilderness Sea was. The so-called Wilderness Sea, as its name suggested, was desolate and uninhabited, ancient and primitive. It was vast, being much larger than places like the Royal Reed Sea and the Setting Sun Archipelago. In terms of size, it was virtually a third of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. There were many risks involved that would cause one to shrink back. In the entire southeast, besides the Exalt Chaojie, there was probably no one who could freely enter and leave it. Thinking about it, with the world beyond worlds having existed for so long, if it was a place with many people, any good treasures would have long since been plundered. Situations like the evil sword Taotai and the phoenix bone left behind by Ancestor He in the clear scenic region of the Royal Reed Sea were extremely rare. The only reason that it had been preserved was because the clear scenic region was enveloped by the endless magnetic storms all year round. Speaking of which, of the places that Yun Sheng wanted to go to back then, one of them was the Wilderness Sea. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, "I wonder where she is now." Knowing that their destination was the Wilderness Sea, Ahu seemed to understand why Yan Zhaoge had suddenly been in low spirits. He scratched his big head, thinking for a moment before saying nothing as he imitated Yan Zhaoge and sighed. Yan Zhaoge very quickly calmed his mind, focusing his attention on the whisk before him once more. The Royal Reed Sea was at the westernmost tip of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Meanwhile, the Wilderness Sea was at the easternmost tip of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Yan Zhaoge's group was equivalent to traversing the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Fortunately, according to the movements of the whisk, the cave manor of his ancestor was only about to open soon. There was still some time before it would completely open. Yan Zhaoge still had enough time. Still, as they passed through a region of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory known as the Consecutive Drum Mountain Range, Yanjiaoga felt the half-broken whisk in his hand suddenly shake strangely. Chapter 942. Yanjiaoga looked at the whisk in Ahu's hands. Ahu was also looking quizzically at the horsetail whisk before raising his head to look dazedly at Yanjiaoga. Just now that horsetail whisk shook, right? Yanjiaoga asked. Ahu nodded. Yes, young master. He pointed to the east. It wasn't just the horsetail whisk that shook. The white line that leads the way also shook slightly, but it recovered in an instant. Something affected the horsetail whisk. Yanjiaoga stroked his lower chin. It shouldn't be that cave manner. Otherwise, the white thread would have changed directions. Ahu grinned. Young master, could it be the other half of the horsetail whisk? Yanjiaoga said, That is possible, but might not necessarily be the horsetail whisk itself. It might be some traces of it. If it was the other half of the horsetail whisk, then the other half of the horsetail whisk would have a greater reaction. Calculating slightly within his heart, Yanjiaoga said, Let's stop here at the consecutive Drum Mountain Range for a while and look around. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping firewood. We still have time. The situation of the consecutive Drum Mountain Range was similar to that of the Royal Reed Sea, the Jade Sun Mountain Range, and the Setting Sun Archipelago, as they were all territories under the jurisdiction of the southeastern Yang, Heaven Territory. The size of this place was slightly smaller than that of the Royal Reed Sea. Still, there were still some powerful powers active here, thriving and developing. Yanjiaoga traversed the river like a ferocious dragon, also not intentionally concealing his tracks, very quickly drawing the attention of the local powers. However, Yanjiaoga did not mind this at all. Instead, he openly contacted the other party and inquired about this place. The current him could be considered to have made a name for himself in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. This time he was merely passing through and did not plan to stay for long. Considering Yanjiaoga's illustrious fame and his close relationship with Golden Court Mountain, the local powers of the consecutive Drum Mountain Range were more than happy to establish good relations with him. Perhaps some people would covet Yanjiaoga's entire body of treasures, but they would also have to weigh their own worth. Those of the other places of the world beyond worlds who had never personally come into contact with it would more or less underestimate Yanjiaoga, who was still a seeing divinity martial saint. However, in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, there were comparatively fewer such people. To such people, Broad Creed Mountain's initial reputation had all been established by this young man. This person could not be underestimated just because of his age and cultivation. Also, as many people saw it, an immortal artifact like the dim radiant will should have been kept at Broad Creed Mountain, guarding it rather than being carried around by Yanjiaoga. Under such circumstances, even those who were extremely daring and wanted to take the risk out of desperation would feel that it was not worth it. With a local power spreading the news, it was naturally much more convenient and faster than for Yanjiaoga and Ahu, two outsiders who had just set foot in the consecutive Drum Mountain Range. Soon, news came back one after another. After Yanjiaoga had sorted through his inspection, something caught his attention. Not long before he had arrived at the consecutive Drum Mountain Range, there had been a massacre. The target of the annihilation was a force at the southern foot of the consecutive Drum Mountain Range. It was called the Xia Clan, also known as the Listening Thunder Peaks Xia Clan. The Listening Thunder Peak Xia family was not a local power of the world beyond worlds. Instead, like Broad Creed Mountain and the Heavy Sun sect of the Floating Gate world, they originated from a lower world. The old master of the Xia clan was originally a solitary martial artist in the lower realm. He was obsessed with martial arts and wholeheartedly focused on climbing higher. However, he had not been satisfied after having seen all the mountains in the lower world. Instead, he had continued cultivating, finally successfully breaking through space and seeing true divinity. After having broken through to the seeing divinity martial saint realm, the Xia family's old master had ascended to the new heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds, finally settling down here. Afterwards, he had married a female elder of a major power of the consecutive Drum Mountain Range, settling down here by relying on that major power, finally establishing the current foundation of the listening Thunder Peak Xiao family. Currently, there were already several generations of descendants. Still, a few years ago, amidst the struggle between the major powers of the consecutive Drum Mountain Range, the backer of the listening Thunder Peak Xiao family had declined. The experts of the Xiao family, their first family head included, had suffered heavy casualties as the listening Thunder Peak's Xiao family had declined along with it. These days, the Xiao family had been searching for a new backer. Still, before the dust had settled, yet another great tribulation had suddenly descended. This tribulation had become a calamity of extinction. The power that had destroyed the Xiao family was known as 3-Foot Mountain. It was not a local power of the consecutive Drum Mountain Range, instead being active in the Green Peak High Plains which bordered the consecutive Drum Mountain Range. Like Yen Zhaoge this time, it had been a powerful dragon crossing the border. When the local powers of the consecutive Drum Mountain Range had questioned them, 3-Foot Mountain had said that a descendant of the Xia family had killed one of their disciples. Thus, they had come in retaliation. Still, 3-Foot Mountain had no intention of interfering in the affairs of the consecutive Drum Mountain Range. In truth, they had indeed immediately left after having destroyed the Xia family, not interfering in the affairs of the consecutive Drum Mountain Range at all. The internal strife of the consecutive Drum Mountain Range was so severe that they could not be bothered to investigate this matter at all. Still, Yen Zhaoge was rather mindful of the fact that 3-Foot Mountain had headed east after having destroyed the Xia family. Meanwhile, the Green Peak High Plains were to the north of the consecutive Drum Mountain Range. Heading east was in the direction of the Wilderness Sea. Green Peak High Plains, 3-Foot Mountain? Yen Zhaoge paid attention to this, but did not reveal it on the surface. He had vaguely heard of 3-Foot Mountain before, because this power was rather unique in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. It was somewhat similar to the Grand Xian dynasty, yet not completely the same. There were other experts behind 3-Foot Mountain as well. Still, they were not like the Grand Xian dynasty, a ferocious dragon crossing the river as they had stepped foot into the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Instead, it was a certain expert who had casually guided 3-Foot Mountain as he had traversed the southeastern Yang Heaven territory in the past, allowing 3-Foot Mountain to grow from a relatively ordinary sect to a major power of the Green Peak High Plains, as it could be considered famous in the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Still, on the whole, 3-Foot Mountain, which had been established in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory since ancient times, was still different from the Grand Xian dynasty. Golden Court Mountain was also not as guarded against 3-Foot Mountain as they were against the Grand Xian dynasty. Yen Zhaoge passed by listening Thunder Peak seemingly intentionally, yet unintentionally. Still, he did not stop as he was just casually passing by. In the process of passing by listening Thunder Peak, that half of the horsetail whisk shook slightly before it returned to normal once more. Yen Zhaoge and Ahu exchanged glances, looks of understanding appearing on their faces. Young master, it looks like the other half of the horsetail whisk was originally with this listening Thunder Peak High Plains Xia family. Ahu said, "It is just that news somehow leaked out with 3-Foot Mountain in the distant Green Peak High Plains learning of it. Therefore, they destroyed this Xia family and snatched away the horsetail whisk. They headed east, probably because they were unearthing the legacy manor of a predecessor. Therefore, they rushed to the Wilderness Sea. The reason that traces had been left behind at Listening Thunder Peak might be because the Xia family usually refined that half of the horsetail whisk." Yen Zhaoge said, "Yes, that is most likely the case." The two spoke no further as they sat on Pan, continuing east. While Yen Zhaoge had not asked much about the matters of 3-Foot Mountain and the Xia family. Still, two successive outsiders heading east after passing the consecutive Drum Mountain Range had still drawn the attention of the local powers here. Yen Zhaoge did not really mind this. He was still more concerned about the Wilderness Sea to the east. Chapter 943. After leaving the consecutive Drum Mountain Range, Yenjauga and Ahu sat on Panpan's back and headed east. After a long journey, they arrived at the region of the Wilderness Sea. Before them was the vast sea. Its color was unusual as it resembled undulating plains of white snow. Seeing that snowy white seawater, Yenjauga knew that he had already officially stepped into the domain of the Wilderness Sea. The situation here was similar to that of the Wind Domain's great western desert, the endless ocean beyond the sea, and the marsh of illusory sea of the Lake Domain. Due to the unique geographical environment, even powerful martial practitioners would find it hard to establish a foothold there. The environment was harsh to the extreme as few people traversed it. Therefore, some fugitives who were unable to establish a foothold elsewhere would hide here. They were all people who could drink and get drunk today, and lived every day to their heart's content. For disciples of major sects, a backer would not be of much use against these vicious people, as they could only rely on their own skills. If they offended those fugitives, they would likely kill them first, regardless of their background. If experts of major sects came to hunt them down, they would hide in the Wilderness Sea. If they could avoid it, they would do so. If they could not, their fates would be up to the heavens. In the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, besides disciples of Golden Court Mountain who these fugitives could be wary of, everyone else had to be careful of. Yenjauga did not feel that it was all that dangerous. It was just that this place was filled with crooks and dragons. If news of this manner was leaked, the situation might become even more complicated. Horsetail whisk! Yenjauga shaded his eyes, gazing towards the vast white sea in the distance. Ahu handed over that half-broken horsetail whisk. As Yenjauga received it, a white line instantly appeared before him, extending from the horsetail whisk into the distance and heading straight into the depths of the Wilderness Sea. Yenjauga lightly stroked the horsetail whisk, infusing his true essence within. The horsetail whisk trembled with a wung sound. Then the color of that white line actually gradually began to change. It turned from white to green before gradually turning a faint gold. Yenjauga drew a few strokes in midair, forming a simple, ancient rune. Pan shrunk beneath him before being picked up by Ahu. The rune expanded in midair, transforming into a clump of radiance that enveloped Yenjauga and Ahu. Then, this clump of radiance was drawn along by that faint golden line, swiftly flying towards the depths of the Wilderness Sea, like a fisherman retracting his rod after biting on the hook. The clump of light that enveloped Yenjauga and the others transformed into a speck of light that flew past the Wilderness Sea, vanishing in an instant. However, there were still people in the desolate sea who noticed the light spot. Those who were active here, even if they weren't fugitives, but disciples of large sects who came here to gain experience, were all extremely daring. Seeing this, they were all tempted and tried to follow. However, the speed of Yenjauga and the others was so fast that not long after those who had attempted to track them had mostly fallen behind. There were a few people who were able to keep up, but as they saw the speck of light going deeper and deeper, they couldn't help but slow down and hesitate. The deeper one went into the desolate sea, the more dangerous it was. Within that clump of light, Yenjauga and Ahu could similarly feel the pressure growing greater and greater. From time to time, a jade-green pillar of fire would shoot up into the sky from the vast white sea. With the heaven-earth reversing axe in hand, Yenjauga hacked horizontally and vertically, hacking apart that ferocious green pillar of fire as he unceasingly opened a path. He recognized that this was the desolate underworld flame, an extremely high-quality Een flame. It wasn't scorching hot, but instead extremely cold, surpassing 10,000-year-old ice. Once one was touched by this flame, not only would one's body be injured, even one's soul would be incinerated. Moreover, it was like maggots in one's bones, and it was difficult to remove. Even the slightest contact with it would result in one's death. Only those who had ascended to the immortal realm would be able to completely ignore its threat. Even human exalts would have to circulate their martial arts to resist it and clear a path if they encountered it. For martial practitioners below the immortal bridge stage, they might not be completely safe even if they were accompanied by high-grade sacred artifacts. While Yen Zhaoge did not fear it, the desolate underworld flame was merely one of the many threats of the desolate sea. Besides the desolate underworld flame, there were many other evil tribulations that were not inferior to it in the least. Yen Zhaoge felt as though he was facing the combined attacks of more than one immortal bridge martial saint at any time as he traversed it. The desolate sea was vast as it occupied roughly a third of the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory. With so many tribulations obstructing his path within, Yen Zhaoge would be extremely slow as he traversed it. Fortunately, he was guided by the mechanism that allowed him to maintain a high speed as he advanced. Still, if he walked in a straight line this way, Yen Zhaoge would only be able to forcibly resist the incoming tribulations as he would be unable to evade them. For the sake of speed and efficiency earlier on, this was fine. Anyway, with the peerless heavenly scripture, the cyclic heavenly scripture, the yin-yang heavenly scripture, the Taiji yin-yang palm, and many other supreme martial arts as a foundation, Yen Zhaoge's true essence was extremely abundant as his recovery ability was strong as well. Still, the deeper he ventured into the interior of the desolate sea, the more intense these dangers became. Towards the end, the desolate underworld flame was rare. Instead, another tribulation known as the baleful black devil appeared. It did not originate from the White Sea. Instead, it was a black fog in the form of threads that wreathed the air above the sea surface. That black fog that resembled ink was even more terrifying than the desolate underworld flame. The destructive power it could unleash was virtually comparable to that of a late immortal bridge martial saint. The black fog resembled sticky ink as it was hard to disperse. Even if it was temporarily broken through, it would definitely reassemble very quickly as it continued attacking relentlessly. It was everywhere in all directions. This way, it was as though numerous experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm were attacking him simultaneously. Faced with such an attack, Yen Zhaoge would not foolishly continue clashing head-on. He stopped the mechanism from earlier, controlling his own speed and direction as he advanced amidst the numerous threads of black fog. No wonder people often say that of the martial practitioners of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, only the southeastern exalt can freely enter and leave this place. Ahu looked earnestly at those baleful black devil. This place is much more terrifying than the black nightmare storms of the great western desert of the 8 extremities world. Yen Zhaoge said that is only natural. Any random strand of baleful black devil would probably be enough to destroy the entire 8 extremities world. Young master, Ahu suddenly swiveled his head to look at Yen Zhaoge. Do you think that martial practitioners have the possibility of refining this baleful black devil for their own power? At this moment, Ahu's face no longer had its usual indolence, as it was instead extremely solemn. How could there not be? Yen Zhaoge smiled. There was a supreme martial art of pre-great calamity times, known as the Wind Devil Quicksaber. It involved refining various kinds of dangerous evil winds, assimilating them into one's saber chi. The baleful black devil is also one of the options that can be chosen. Also, it is one of the options with the highest difficulty as well as the greatest power. Still, in order to refine the baleful black devil, one has to be an immortal bridge martial saint at the very least before attempting it. Hearing his words, Ahu did not continue asking. Still, from his expression, Yen Zhaoge knew that this big fella had remembered it. However unscrupulous he was in front of Yen Zhaoge, Ahu had always been very diligent in his cultivation. The two chatted as they ventured deeper into the wilderness sea. After who knew how long, Yen Zhaoge suddenly saw a hint of sunlight vaguely lighting up amidst the black fog before him, resembling floating clouds obscuring the sun. The figure of a massive bird was indistinctly visible amidst that sunlight. Dark feathers, 3 legs. Chapter 944. The three-legged golden crow, also known as the great sun golden crow, was the legendary son of the vast heavens, the essence of earlier heaven fire. It was in existence on the same level as the phoenix, true dragon, Qilin, and Kuimping. The floating life world had fire crows that were related to the golden crow. While they could not be considered true descendants of the golden crow, merely being of mixed blood amongst mixed blood, still they possessed the ability to incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. Still, they were much inferior to the true, three-legged golden crow. A fully matured, pure-blooded, three-legged golden crow that had cultivated to the peak later on could directly transform into the great sun, being comparable to the true sun star as it was an existence that did not belong to the human realm. Yan Zhaoge was very interested in the three-legged golden crow because such divine beasts seemed to have gone extinct following the great calamity. While the dragon race had withered, they had still existed following the great calamity. Meanwhile, there was little news of the golden crow. Still, the silhouetted golden crow before him was clearly not an actual golden crow. Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Green Peak High Plains. 3-foot mountain. The profundities of its supreme martial art, the golden crow incinerating world scripture, originated precisely from the true intent of the great sun golden crow's power. This supreme martial art had belonged to a major power known as Golden Crow Valley in pre-Great Calamity times. Following the Great Calamity, the founder of 3-foot mountain had coincidentally obtained a remnant of the Golden Crow incinerating world scripture, establishing 3-foot mountain with it. Afterwards, the remnant scripture had been completed, and 3-foot mountain had thus become one of the greatest powers of the Green Peak High Plains, renowned throughout the entire southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Ahead of Yan Zhaoge, the silhouetted golden crow unceasingly traversed the dense, baleful, black, devilish qi amidst the sunlight, evading numerous streams of black fog that resembled ink. "Oh, they have some trump cards." Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Surrounded by the baleful, black, devilish qi, it was like numerous ninth-level martial saints were attacking together. While it was not swift and agile enough, the destructive power of that black fog was truly shocking. Even most immortal bridge martial saints would be injured upon contact and killed upon contact. The baleful, black, devilish qi was too dense, as it would definitely not be easy to traverse through them. It was rumored that the chief of 3-foot mountain was a mid-immortal bridge martial saint. Although the golden crow incinerating world scripture was extremely exquisite, and there was also a high-grade sacred artifact guarding the mountain gate, it was still extremely dangerous to pass through the baleful black devil. Still looking at it now, Yan Zhaoge saw that was still advancing unceasingly. There was pressure, but he could still cope with it. This caused Yan Zhaoge to involuntarily feel rather interested. He was even faster than those of 3-foot mountain, gradually catching up to them. However, guided by the horsetail whisk, they finally arrived at their destination. The golden crow silhouette also sensed that someone was behind it, but it didn't stop. Instead, it suddenly descended. The golden crow dodged the black devil baleful qi and descended into the sky above the sea. The snow-white seawater of the desolate sea was the most dangerous existence in itself. If anyone below the cultivation of an exalt martial saint dared to step into it, their flesh and blood would turn into a pool of blood in no time. Hence, those who entered the desolate sea would rather face dangers like the baleful black devil demon and the heavenly desolate dark flame than land on the surface of the sea. However, at this moment, a huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the desolate sea. The center of the whirlpool led to the bottom of the sea. There was an expanse of deep darkness there, and it was blurry and indistinct, causing it to be difficult to see exactly what lay within. Looking over, Yan Zhaoge saw that the white line extended from the half-broken whisk in his hand was currently pointing towards that deep, bottomless darkness at the center of the vortex. Within that silhouette of the golden crow, there was clearly a white line as well that pointed towards the bottom of the vortex. The golden crow spread its wings, transforming into a streak of golden light as it shot swiftly into the center of the vortex, descending into the dim darkness. The all-encompassing golden light instantly vanished. Yen Jiaoge was neither flustered nor flustered as he descended towards the dim darkness at the bottom of the sea. As soon as he entered that dim darkness, Yen Jiaoge felt a change in the surrounding space, as he seemed to have passed through a door and entered another world. This is similar to when I was searching for the profound sky, purple gold furnace back then. Yen Jiaoge pondered as he stabilized himself, bringing Ahu and Pan Pan along as he traversed the dim darkness. When the light of day reappeared before their eyes, it was a rather dilapidated scene. The spiritual qi in this world had yet to dissipate completely. Still, it was chaotic beyond compare, as it was hard to discern. This world was not large. Its situation was rather similar to the dim, radiant mausoleum of the past, as it had existed specifically for a cave manor. Looking at the scene before them, it was indeed extremely long ago, as time had washed over it like water, no longer possessing its former appearance. Seeing this, it could be confirmed that this was indeed a manor left behind by a predecessor, its owner having already perished. Even if he had not perished, he had already left for who knew how long, never having returned. Yen Jiaoge even suspected that this place was like the foreign dimension where Lu's practitioner he had lived that year, having existed before the Great Calamity. While it had not been completely destroyed following the Great Calamity, it had still suffered a tribulation, resulting in such a scene. He, Jiaoge, surveyed his surroundings, not finding any traces of those of 3-Foot Mountain. It seemed like they had landed somewhere else. The distant lofty mountains were concealed amidst the white fog, appearing rather ethereal and otherworldly. Still, their origins were hard to discern. It was just that there seemed to be a Taoist temple amidst the white fog. Yen Jiaoge strode forward, heading towards that Taoist temple. As he walked, he discovered that this place was different. As he traversed that white fog, both space and time appeared strange. As Yen Jiaoge walked within, he could only feel as though he had never gotten close to the Taoist temple at all, as he was just walking in circles on the spot. He shook his head, a red sword glow vaguely flickering within his eyes. Beneath the sharpness of the immortal trapping sword that broke through space, the white fog before him instantly dispersed. As he continued walking, the path instantly became clear. As Yen Jiaoge continued on his way, he arrived before that Taoist temple in a flash. Yen Jiaoge halted his steps, seeing a decaying signboard outside the Taoist temple that was concealed amidst dust. He blew on it, the dust dispersing to reveal the mottled signboard on which 3 words were written, Taoist Temple. I don't have any impression of it. Yen Jiaoge muttered to himself. Was it built after the Great Calamity, or had it been someone who had secluded himself from the world before the Great Calamity? Before the Great Calamity, the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had virtually all records of the various major sects and powers of the universe. The only exception was the direct lineage of the 3 clear lineages. While the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace was aware of most of them, with the long passage of time, there would always be some who had secluded themselves from the world, unknown existences. Yen Jiaoge's heart jolted slightly as he walked to the left of the Taoist temple. After making a detour, he gazed down from the mountain. Halfway up the mountain in this direction, golden light was indeed flickering, concealed amidst the white fog as it resembled the rising sun. It was precisely those of 3-Foot Mountain. They were clearly not as fast as Yen Jiaoge, who wielded the immortal trapping sword, as Yen Jiaoge had arrived first despite having moved later. As those of 3-Foot Mountain raised their heads and gazed at the Taoist temple, they immediately saw Yen Jiaoge and Ahu standing beside it. Their expressions instantly changed. Sadly, while the distance between them seemed not far, beneath the effects of the white fog, it was like the distance between the heavens and the earth. Chapter 945. After glancing at those of 3-Foot Mountain, Yanjiaoge turned and returned to the main gate of the Taoist temple. Later generations benefit from the shade planted by the predecessors. I wonder which senior this manor belongs to? Yanjiaoge, pardon me. Yanjiaoge pushed open the door and entered the temple. He saw an ancient tree. While it was not huge, it was old, and its leaves had long since become sparse. While it still contained some green tint, its trunk had long since been hollowed out. Ancestral mulberry tree. Yanjiaoge nodded slowly. This was a spirit tree whose leaves had a fragrant scent. When martial practitioners cultivated beneath it, they would be able to conserve their spirits and nourish their qi. Yanjiaoge had once heard Mu Jun mention that such trees were still being cultivated in the current world beyond worlds. Still, from Yanjiaoge's rough estimation, this ancestral mulberry tree should already be over 10,000 years old. The time flow of this cave manor was much slower than that of the world beyond worlds. As such, this ancestral mulberry tree was more likely to have been born before the Great Calamity. In that case, this cave manor of the Taoist temple must have already existed before the Great Calamity. It was just that it was unknown whether its owner had died due to the Great Calamity or some other reason. Yanjiaoge, Ahu, and Pan entered the main hall of the Taoist temple. However, they did not see the statues of the founders of the 3 purities, as it was instead completely empty. As they entered, changes immediately occurred within the space of the great hall before them. All-encompassing yellow sand suddenly arose within the hall, obscuring the heavens and the earth. This place shockingly formed a world of its own that could manifest all things. While its original owner had long since been gone and many years had passed, it was still able to manifest various wondrous phenomena that left one sighing in amazement. The yellow sandstorm was ferocious, in no way inferior to the baleful black devil of the wilderness seen earlier. Each grain of gravel was as bright as a crystal. Still, any one of them was sufficient to penetrate through the fleshly body of a martial saint expert that had been tempered countless times. The sandstorm was capable of riddling one full of holes. With Yanjiaoge's strength, if he did not defend against it, forcibly taking it head-on with his body, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Young Master, the original owner of this place, must have had an extremely high cultivation base when he was alive. Who knows where he came from? Ahu grimaced. Yanjiaoge flashed the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring box and patted it. The box opened, an ancient bronze sword that flickered with black light rising from within. As the evil sword Taotai entered his hand, Yanjiaoge guided it with his sword, the brutal black light instantly transforming into a black hole, devouring the yellow sand before him. Yellow sand filled the sky and came from all directions, mixed with powerful astral winds. They cut through the void and resisted the suction of the black hole. While a portion of the sandstorm was devoured by the black hole, much of it still managed to pass through the obstruction of the black sword light, still attacking Yanjiaoge's group. Yanjiaoge's expression did not change as all-encompassing golden light gradually arose above his head. The extreme yang seal appeared, hovering high up in the air. Streaks of golden light descended, blocking off the remaining sandstorm. Yanjiaoge brandished the evil sword Taotai, the vicious black sword light switching from defense to offense. The sword will of the immortal end sword that could destroy all living things was fused into the evil sword Taotai after the transformation, making the evil sword Taoji's sharpness even more ferocious. It cut through the sandstorm and opened up a path. Yanjiaoge strode forward again and said, "If I'm not wrong, the previous owner of this cave manor was at least an expert who had already pushed open the door to immortality. As for his exact cultivation realm, it's hard to say. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the protective restrictions here to still be so powerful after so many years had passed." Ahu's eyes instantly lit up. "Young Master, could this place be like the dim, radiant mausoleum, having an immortal artifact?" Yan Zhaoga casually answered as he opened up a path. The possibility is not high. The original owner did not die here. Instead, he never returned after leaving. Even if he died, he would have died outside. Generally speaking, important treasures are usually carried on one's body. Ancestor He forging the evil sword Tao Tai was truly a coincidence, as it was extremely rare. Ahu scratched his head. Then, young master, wouldn't it be unlikely for you to find supreme martial arts of the grand, clear, direct lineage here as well? Yan Zhaoga said, that's not the case. From the outside of the courtyard, there should not be a single person living here. The original owner should have disciples to teach. If we can find their residence, we might be able to gain something. That's true. Ahu nodded. Looking at the yellow sand that was gradually being cleared away by Yan Zhaoga, he could not help but grin. Young master, now that you have opened up a path, it will be much more convenient for those of 3-Foot Mountain to enter later. Yan Zhaoga said nonchalantly, it's fine. Let them come. The early bird might not be the first to arrive. Those who are capable will be the ones to occupy it. If they want to fight, they will just have to rely on their own abilities. If they are not my match, so what if it is convenient for them because of me? Amidst his words, the sand before him suddenly dissipated. Yet a strange great river now appeared before him, its water roaring as it rushed straight towards Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga did not halt in his footsteps, as he still protected himself with the radiance of the extreme Yang seal before the evil sword Tao Tai switched from defense to offense, its sword light devouring that river water wherever it passed. Still, the river water before him was clearly extraordinary. Yan Zhaoga actually felt the evil sword Tao Tai in his hand grow somewhat heavier. Also, it was getting heavier and heavier. The water of the heavy river? Yan Zhaoga realized. It was said that there had been a river in pre-great calamity times, known as the Heavy River. As its name suggested, the river water was extremely heavy. While it was only a single drop, it was already as heavy as 10,000 caddies. The earth was unable to bear it, as it could only flow and collapse underground. There was an ancient saying of pre-great calamity times, the sky has the Milky Way, the earth has the heavy river. It referred to the water of the heavy river. The original owner of the Taoist temple had clearly obtained a small portion of the water vein of the heavy river with his great divine abilities, moving it here. While it cannot stump me, it will still require some effort. Yan Zhaoga smacked his lips. The sword light of the evil sword Tao Tai retracted, gradually condensing at a single point. That point had become unprecedentedly heavy, even heavier than the water of the heavy river. A hint of white light flickered on the tip of the black sword. The ferocious sword intent fought force with force this time, combining with the sword intent of the immortal ending sword as it forcibly hacked through the river water obstructing Yan Zhaoga, allowing him to continue advancing. Still, with this, Yan Zhaoga's speed had slowed considerably. After he had hacked through the great river before him, the scenes before him changed once more as streams of golden flames appeared. These golden flames appeared exceptionally calm, not giving off a violent, restless feeling at all, as they instead resembled numerous blooming golden lotuses. Miraculous fire golden lotuses! Yan Zhaoga raised his brows slightly, continuing forward without halting. Just having approached, the golden lotuses that had originally seemed calm mightily exploded, transforming into boundless golden flames that sought to devour Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga punched out from afar, the extreme Yang seal above his head no longer exerting its protective effect, as it instead clashed head-on with force against force, meeting those golden flames head-on. The golden flames exploded, unable to harm the extreme Yang seal as they were mostly broken through by it. Still, some remnant flames had yet to be extinguished as they still assaulted Yan Zhaoga. Now, Yan Zhaoga's evil sword Tao Tai turned to deal with it, the black sword light devouring all things as it devoured those golden flames that participated in it. He advanced, breaking through the numerous fire lotuses. Midway through, his heart suddenly jolted. Turning and gazing backwards, Yenjiaoga indeed saw golden sunlight flickering behind him. A three-legged golden crow entered his field of vision. Chapter 946. The three-footed golden crow appeared, sunlight flickering. His gaze involuntarily fell on the extreme yang seal above Yenjiaoga's head. Under the vast heavens with innumerable people, there would often be more than one lineage researching similar or even identical martial arts principles. Under such circumstances, there would often be no sense of unity. On the contrary, unless there was a clear difference in strength between the various powers, most of the time no one would be willing to submit to the other, believing that they were the orthodox, while others were evil. Therefore, their relationships were usually not harmonious. As one of the 9 luminaries and the most commonly seen and most dazzling sun in the sky, there would naturally be many who researched into it. In pre-Great Calamity times, Vast Yang Palace, Golden Crow Valley, and even the dim, radiant sect had all researched into this. In comparison, the dim, radiant sect simultaneously researched into the profundities of the sun and moon, primarily deriving the intricacies of their radiance. Rather than saying that they were analyzing the sun star, it was more like analyzing the true meaning of light. Golden Crow Valley's Golden Crow incinerating world scripture was more inclined towards the eternal blazing of the sun star, terrifying to the extreme as it incinerated the heavens and extinguished the earth. Besides analyzing the yang qi of the sun star, its martial legacy also contained the refined qi of fire. Comparatively speaking, Vast Yang Palace was the most orthodox, as it focused on analyzing the variations of the great sun. Afterwards, the extreme yang scripture that was derived from the vast yang scripture was even more profound and focused. In pre-Great Calamity times, Golden Crow Valley and Vast Yang Palace had been on bad terms, as neither side had been willing to submit to the other. Still, while the current 3-foot mountain had obtained the legacy of Golden Crow Valley, they rather yearned for the extreme yang scripture. This was because that major figure who had helped them complete the Golden Crow incinerating world scripture had once casually mentioned something. The vast yang scripture aside, the extreme yang scripture and extreme yang creation scripture of the exalted solar luminary are rare treasures to you. Seeing the extreme yang seal above Yenjiaoga's head now, the gazes of those of 3-foot mountain instantly flickered. Chief, according to the young master's guidance that year, there are 3 tribulations in the defensive restrictions of this cave manor. These golden lotuses of fire before us now are the 3rd tribulation. Someone sent a sound transmission to that leading old man. There will be no more tribulations after this. After passing, we will truly have entered the core of this Taoist temple. The leading old man was the current chief of 3-foot mountain. He had a goatee and had a faint golden complexion. He looked expressionlessly at the distant Yenjiaoga, not speaking. The person beside him continued, "This person is that broad Creed Mountain's Yenjiaoga. It is said that he is a heaven-defying genius, possessing extremely great strength. From the looks of it now, it is indeed so. What's even worse is that he has the extreme yang seal with him. Even though the sword in his hand is inferior to the extreme yang seal, it is still an extremely powerful high-grade sacred artifact. At this point, the elder said faintly, that sword is probably stronger than our sect's Golden Crow Sky incinerating blade." The 3-foot mountain martial practitioners present all frowned. The person who had spoken earlier nodded, continuing, "While we have brought the soul flags over this time, we have expended a great deal of energy in the wilderness see earlier. It is not that I want to boost the morale of others and diminish our own, but we might not be able to compete against that Yenjiaoga." When these words were spoken, the people of 3-foot mountain all felt uncomfortable. However, seeing Yenjiaoga proceed unimpeded all along, breaking through the restrictions of this place with a powerful treasure in hand as he rampaged unbridled and unbridled, the rationality told them that this youth before them had sufficiently exemplified a single phrase. "Terrifying. Then what do you suggest we do? Are we supposed to turn back, just like this?" Someone said unhappily, Still, this person's expression quickly changed. Wait, could it be that you want to? The 3-foot mountain martial practitioner who had spoken first said softly. It is rumored that this Yen Jiaoge is very close to ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Fu. Second young master is rather dissatisfied with this. To us, this is a chance to resolve second young master's worries. The treasures in this cave manor, the extreme yang seal, and possibly even the extreme yang scripture, killing 4 birds with 1 stone. The 3-foot mountain martial practitioners all fell silent for a moment. Someone said slowly, irreconcilable enmity, ah. They were not afraid of forming enmity with others. Also, they were not soft-hearted people. For example, that listening Thunder Peak's Xia family had been directly exterminated, just like that. It was the strength that Yen Jiaoge had displayed thus far that caused them to hesitate somewhat. Failing to defeat the tiger, they might instead be injured by the tiger. It is fine. The goateed old man who had not spoken for a long time earlier, the current chief of 3-foot mountain, said, "The backup methods that we prepared earlier can be put to use when the time comes." A long saber appeared in his hand, the brilliance of the sun visible on its blade as a 3-legged golden crow could vaguely be seen. A bright yellow command flag appeared in the other hand of the 3-foot mountain's sect master. A 3-foot mountain martial practitioner beside him received the flag, waving it as a clear crow's cry instantly resounded. That sound was not as dry and piercing as that of ordinary crows, as it instead seemed rather profound and pleasant to the ear. As the crow's cry resounded, it was like the great sun had just risen, brimming with vitality. Blazing flames of sunlight surged, actually seeming not inferior to the extreme yang seal in this short period of time. Yen Jiaoge detected this as soon as it appeared. Gazing over, he saw the silhouette of a golden crow appear as that 3-foot mountain martial practitioner waved his flag. Its 2 pupils that resembled the great sun stared fixedly at Yen Jiaoge, its gaze piercing to the point that one was unable to look directly at it. So it is a soul flag that has the remnant soul of a golden crow sealed within. Yen Jiaoge instantly understood. This golden crow must have been extremely powerful when it was alive. It is no wonder that it could protect them through the obstruction of the baleful black devil all the way into the wilderness sea. Still, as long as the remnant soul of the golden crow was wielded with this technique, its spirituality would be damaged irreversibly and hard to recover from, as it would be depleted unceasingly. After many times, as time passed, that final bit of spirituality would dissipate completely, its soul dispersing for good. This was a supreme treasure of 3-foot mountain that was exceptionally treasured by all of them, as they would not use it lightly. 3-foot mountain could be said to have invested heavily in this cave manor of their Taoist temple this time. As the soul flag unfurled, the remnant soul of the golden crow flew out, shooting fiercely towards Yen Jiaoge. Meanwhile, the chief of 3-foot mountain roared now, gripping that saber with both hands before flying up, chopping down towards Yen Jiaoge's head. The saber light merged with the remnant soul of the golden crow, golden flames blazing fiercely as they enveloped the surrounding area. The former chief of the Radiant Light sect Luo Ziyuan, who wielded the high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun Moon Wheels, was like a grain of rice in comparison to the bright sun in the sky before this golden crow. Even experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm would have to temporarily avoid this strike. Yen Jiaoge could even feel some of the might of the vast yang exalt Pei Hua from within. Attacking just like that, rather straightforward, Yen Jiaoge was trapped amidst the sea of flames of the golden lotus, also facing the golden crow in midair. While he was being attacked from both front and back, Yen Jiaoge showed no fear at all. The extreme yang seal descended, landing within Yen Jiaoge's palm. At the same time, the evil sword Tao Tai pointed diagonally, drawing a circle in midair. The sword light circulated, transforming into a circle that flickered with black light. White light vaguely surged amidst the black light. Chapter 947. Yen Jiaoge had many ways to deal with the golden crow remnant soul that could not be sustained for long, erupting at the last moment. For example, he could use the drag formula to slowly wear down those from 3-foot mountain. When Yen Jiaoge clashed with others, he would often be swift and decisive, deciding victory and defeat within a short period of time, either the enemy perishing or he perishing. A victory was a great victory, and it was equivalent to a crushing defeat. If he lost, he would lose the chance to turn the tables. But that didn't mean he wouldn't play it safe. While he was still at the seeing divinity stage, Yen Jiaoge, who cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture, cyclic heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, taiji yin-yang palm, and various other supreme martial arts, had abundant true essence and high qi returning speed that few beneath the human exalt martial saint realm would be able to match. With Yen Jiaoge's personality, he did not like such a conservative style of fighting, but if the situation required it, he wouldn't mind using it. At this moment, when dealing with this 3-foot mountain martial practitioner before him, it was actually most advantageous to use the art of delaying to slowly whittle away the other party's strength. 3-foot mountain's inheritance, the golden crow incinerating world scripture, was extremely outstanding, and the strength of 3-foot mountain's sect master was extraordinary as well. Even if he was inferior to Long Hanhua and Zhanyamo, he was close to Shun Lingzi from back then. However, without the golden crow's remnant soul, his strength would naturally decrease greatly. It was obvious that the golden crow's remnant soul would disappear if time dragged on, just escorting the 3-foot mountains group into the desolate sea already drained a lot of energy. However, Yen Jiaoge had other ideas. He was rather interested in the remnant soul of the golden crow. The evil sword Tao Tai drew a circle in the air, but its target wasn't the great sun golden crow in front of it. With Yen Jiaoge as its center, the black circle of light that flickered with white light expanded outwards. Originally, only those golden lotuses that were close to Yen Jiaoge had exploded into a sea of flames, the distant golden lotuses still remaining quiet. Yet, swept by Yen Jiaoge's sword light now, be it near or far, the golden lotuses of flames all exploded simultaneously. The violent golden flames transformed into a boundless world of flames at this moment, surrounding Yen Jiaoge and the great sun golden crow. Whether it was Yen Jiaoge, who was accompanied by the extreme yang seal, or that 3-legged golden crow who resembled the incarnation of the great sun, both of them felt unbearably blazing hot at this moment. Has he gone mad? Those of 3-foot mountain were dumbfounded. Does he want to perish together? Although it was normal for a person to make such a choice when faced with a desperate situation. But as long as there was a chance of survival, why would they choose such a crazy method? They had just exchanged blows. How could this young man choose to perish together with his opponent in the first move? For someone like him who had become famous at such a young age, shouldn't he rely on his cultivation to resist first, and only try to do so when he was completely out of options? Now, however, it was as though Yen Jiaoge had specifically been waiting for them to come over before dragging them down with him in mutual destruction. Trying to bluff? 3-foot mountain's master snorted coldly. You're still too inexperienced. He pushed aside the surprise and fear of the golden sea of fire in front of him. Brandishing his long saber with both hands, he instead exerted even more force, attacking towards Yen Jiaoge with even greater ferocity. Seeing this, Yen Jiaoge chuckled. The evil sword Tao Tai returned to its sword box, handing the extreme yang seal to Ah Hu. He stretched out both his hands, and an item appeared in each hand. It was an ancient metal seal, long and rectangular. It looked like a short sword without a blade or sword mark. The top of it was shaved flat and engraved with a seal. It was a dark green bamboo cane that was 7 feet long and divided into 7 segments. A faint purple radiance flowed on its surface, making it look ordinary. Yen Jiaoge tapped out with the ancient seal in the form of a short sword in his left hand. Having been engraved with that seal, the 3-footed golden crow before him emitted a low cry. Seeming tired as it retracted its wings, its radiance dimming as it actually returned to that sole flag. Those of 3-Foot Mountain were all taken aback, having lost the boost of the remnant soul of the Golden Crow. While the attacks of that chief of 3-Foot Mountain were still sharp and domineering, they were already no longer as powerful as before. At the same time, Yanjiaoge raised his dark green bamboo cane, swinging it in a circular motion as it struck down on his high-grade sacred artifact, the Golden Crow incinerating Heaven's saber. The Golden Crow incinerating Heaven's saber instantly shook, its radiance dimming along with it. "What is this?" The chief of 3-Foot Mountain was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied, struck by Yanjiaoge's bamboo cane. Yanjiaoge consecutively thrashed about as his opponent was hard-pressed to parry. That Golden Crow incinerating Heaven's saber seemed to have a life of its own as it shook unceasingly, emitting a sharp cry. The sunlight on the surface of the saber dissipated as fine cracks even appeared on its blade. The chief of 3-Foot Mountain was so enraged that his beard stood on end as he could only painfully keep his saber. Even as he kept his saber, he was also retreating swiftly. He had no choice but to retreat. He was unable to use the Golden Crow, remnant soul, and high-grade sacred artifact. Although he was powerful, he did not dare to block the continuous explosions of the golden lotuses. If he did not retreat, he did not know if anything would happen to Yanjiaoge, but he would definitely perish within the golden sea of flames. He had originally wanted to make use of the golden fire lotus to launch a pincer attack on Yanjiaoge. Who would have thought that Yanjiaoge would have first detonated all the surrounding fire lotuses of his own accord, even having a way to counter the supreme treasure of his 3-Foot Mountain afterwards. In this way, the situation was instantly reversed. Go. Under the old man's command, the other 3-Foot Mountain martial practitioners hurriedly retreated as well. The ferocious attack could no longer be maintained in a single move. As the 3-Foot Mountain martial practitioners retreated rapidly, they were not very worried, because the world in front of him was filled with terrifying golden flames. While Yanjiaoge had made use of this to force 3-Foot Mountain into retreat, he himself still had to face the attacks of the golden sea of fire. Regarding this, Yanjiaoge seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He smiled and put away the light Yin sword seal. At the same time, a new item appeared in his hand, a jet-black feather flashing with golden light. Seeing that item, the eyelids of those of 3-Foot Mountain twitched wildly. They could not be more familiar with this item. The divine crow golden plume, the plume of a 3-legged golden crow, and not an ordinary one, as it was one of the 3 plume feathers on the head of a golden crow, being the most precious and miraculous of all. This was a spoil of war that Yanjiaoge had obtained from destroying the sacred Sun Clan back in the 8 Extremities world that year, originating from the Radiant Light sect. All these years, he had not been able to find a suitable use for it. Thus, he had kept it for himself. He had originally wanted to use it as a raw material to merge it with other treasures when forging a certain treasure. Today, however, Yanjiaoge had found an even more suitable opportunity. He flicked his finger, the divine crow golden plume, transforming into a jet golden light that shot straight for those of 3-Foot Mountain. At the same time, Yanjiaoge inhaled deeply, slowly tapping out with the yin-yang finger. It was unprecedentedly slow, unprecedentedly heavy. This was also the most powerful yin-yang finger that Yanjiaoge had ever since cultivating in the yin-yang heavenly scripture. Beneath this finger, yin and yang circulated in reverse, stimulated by that divine crow golden plume and Yanjiaoge's finger. The remnant soul of the golden crow, which had been schemed against by the light yin sword seal earlier, instantly shook within the soul flag once more, awakening once more. Back and forth, the changes were indiscernible. Before those of 3-Foot Mountain could even rejoice, numerous embers arose from the golden sea of fire, transforming into a rain of fire that enveloped the heavens and covered the earth. Guided by Yanjiaoge's yin-yang finger and the divine crow golden plume, the The golden flames seemed to have found a target as they shot towards those of 3-Foot Mountain. Chapter 948. Golden fire lotuses exploded one after another, and streaks of golden flames danced in the air. The people of 3-Foot Mountain wanted to retreat, but it was still too late. Against these golden flames, the high-grade sacred artifact, the golden crow heaven incinerating blade, could finally be put to use once again. 3-Foot Mountain's sect master did not dare to hesitate, hurriedly brandishing his saber to block the ferocious, blazing flames before him. The golden crow's remnant soul in the soul flag felt threatened and woke up again. It flew out on its own to block the terrifying flames in front of it. The golden lotus of fire exploded. While most of its power had been directed towards those of 3-Foot Mountain, boundless blazing fire still surrounded Yen Jiaoge. Yen Jiaoge received the extreme yang seal from Ahu, sunlight illuminating it and blocking the encroaching flames. If you have me, your life will be mine. Only then will you be able to plant a golden lotus in the fire. He shook his head and praised. It's easier said than done. This mystic fire golden lotus is indeed ferocious and hard to control. The golden flames erupted fiercely, but they disappeared as quickly as they came. After withstanding the initial eruption, Yen Jiaoge raised the extreme yang seal high to protect himself as he retrieved the heaven-earth reversing axe and cleaved open a path before shooting towards those of 3-Foot Mountain. Since he wanted to keep the golden crow's remnant soul, he naturally wouldn't allow it to be consumed in the sea of fire. Whether it was the 3-Foot Mountain group or the remnant soul of the golden crow, all of them were heavily injured after being bombarded by the blazing golden flames. Having originally been wounded by Yen Jiaoge's dark green bamboo cane, that high-grade sacred artifact, the golden crow incinerating heaven saber, was now riddled with wounds. The cracks on the blade, which were originally as thin as spider silk, became clear at this moment. A high-grade, sacred artifact seemed like it could shatter at any moment. They finally managed to withstand the most intense eruption of the fire. However, not waiting for them to catch their breaths, Yen Jiaoge immediately followed up with an attack. Let's see who represents the glory of the great sun. Yen Jiaoge laughed as he grabbed the extreme yang seal, raising it high above his head before mightily slamming it down towards the chief of 3-Foot Mountain. With a single strike, the profundities of the cyclic heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, extreme yang scripture, and various other supreme arts merged into one. The scene before 3-Foot Mountain's sect master changed. It was as if the sun in the sky had descended from the heavens, causing the entire sky to collapse along with it. All of its weight was added to the setting sun, its might devastating the heavens and the earth. Helpless, he swung his long saber horizontally and raised his hands to block the attack. As the extreme yang seal mightily descended, the golden crow incinerating heaven's saber shook intensely. The center of the saber hilt had actually been smashed until it was bent and nearly broken. The perfectly straight long saber was forcefully smashed into an arc. Having succeeded in his attack, Yen Jiaoge did not continue his pursuit as he instead abruptly flashed backwards. The 3-Foot Mountain martial practitioners by the side attempted to wave their soul flags in aid of their chief. However, brutal red light vaguely flickered on Yen Jiaoge's body. As the red light flickered, Yen Jiaoge had already instantly arrived in the vicinity of the soul flag. 3-Foot Mountain's master was greatly alarmed. He wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. Yen Jiaoge substituted a sword with his finger, piercing it through the forehead of that 3-Foot Mountain martial practitioner. A seeing divinity martial saint had perished just like that. Meanwhile, the soul flag that he was holding fell into Yen Jiaoge's hands. After killing him and wresting the flag, Yen Jiaoge directly threw the soul flag into the Myriad Dragon Palace to suppress it before turning and raising the extreme yang seal, attacking the chief of 3-Foot Mountain once more. The dark green bamboo cane reappeared and struck down the golden crow sky incinerating blade. The next moment, Yen Zhaoge pressed down with his palm, grabbing the extreme yang seal and smashing it down towards his opponent's head. The old man's eyes widened as he shouted, "Surnamed Yen, don't be complacent. Young master won't let you off. This old man will be waiting for you down there." Before he had finished speaking, Yen Zhaoge had already smashed down with the extreme yang seal. "Killing you would not make me feel complacent at all." Yen Zhaoge curled his lips. "As for what the young master you speak of can do to me, there is no need for you to worry about that." The other party raised his hands to block, yet saw them actually melting amidst the dazzling sunlight. First his hands, then his arms, finally reaching the top of his head. The final memory of his life was of Yen Zhaoge's voice, "Right, I still have to thank you. Without you, I might have needed a little more time to break through all these miraculous fire golden lotuses before me. It is much easier now." Beneath the terrifying radiance of the sun, this old man seemed to be melting as he was incinerated and devoured by the brilliant sun, dying without a trace. Yen Zhaoge did not cease in his attacks as he slaughtered all those 3-foot mountain martial practitioners, slaying them all. Outside the Taoist temple, there were still a few 3-foot mountain martial practitioners lingering at the foot of the lofty mountain. They stared dazedly at a small, exquisite golden saber before them that had been broken into two. The saber that had originally flickered with radiance had already turned completely dim and lusterless, as if it was covered by a layer of dust. Panicked looks appeared on the faces of the 3-foot mountain martial practitioners. The current state of the golden saber signified that the chief of 3-foot mountain had already perished. While they still could not be certain of the safety of the two supreme treasures of their clan, the soul flag and the high-grade sacred artifact, the golden crow incinerating heaven saber, the situation was definitely not optimistic. The 3-foot mountain martial practitioners who had entered the Taoist temple might even be completely wiped out. The 3-foot mountain martial practitioners who had come in search of treasures this time were all peak experts of their clan. Now, however, their number one expert had perished as well. Not only was there no hope of obtaining their treasures, 3-foot mountain had also suffered a great blow to its vitality. They had failed in their adventure this time. Not only had they gained nothing, they had instead suffered grievous losses, as they might even have fallen from the clouds, being hard-pressed to maintain their previous status in the Green Peak High Plains. What do we do? They all looked at a middle-aged man. He was shockingly an immortal bridge martial saint expert as well. He was an early immortal bridge martial saint, the number 2 expert of 3-foot mountain who had come in search of treasures this time, having stayed behind to hold the fort. Staring fixedly at the broken golden saber in his hand, he was dazed for a moment before he quickly regained his wits. "We will act according to Chief's instructions before entering," this middle-aged man said in a heavy tone. Whether Chief and the others met with mishap due to other treasure-seekers or perished to the protective restrictions of this place, our clan's hopes of obtaining the treasures are already remote. Now, we can only muddle the waters in order to have a final hope. If we cannot succeed and the situation is chaotic, it will also be easier for us to receive our fellow disciples who have survived and evacuate from this place. Saying thus, he did not ascend the mountain, as he instead turned and left. The other 3-foot mountain martial practitioners were not surprised, as they all followed behind him. Not far away, dense fog arose as a massive lake was clearly concealed amidst the fog. These 3-foot mountain martial practitioners hovered above the surface of the lake. Gazing downwards, they saw that the lake water was currently roiling unceasingly. The surface of the lake did not reflect their appearances, as it instead displayed a strange, dazzling, chaotic scene. As it turned out, this lake water was actually a gap in space-time that connected this cave manor to another world. The opening of the cave manor this time had been detected by the abnormalities on the other side, as well as they hoped to be able to arrive at the cave manor of the Taoist temple through the dimensional passageway. Yet the other side did not possess a half-broken whisk like Yanjiaoga and the 3-foot mountain martial practitioners. Therefore, while those people had found the passageway, they lacked the key and the signboard, as they could only pace about outside. Having entered the cave manor from the vicinity of the lake water, the 3-foot mountain martial practitioners had immediately discovered this place. If it had been earlier, they would definitely not have been willing to let others have a share of the spoils. Now, however, seeing that they were already at a disadvantage, the 3-foot mountain martial practitioners naturally did not mind finding another competitor for Yanjiaoga, who currently held the upper hand. The leading immortal bridge elder of 3-foot mountain expressionlessly retrieved that half-broken whisk, tossing it into the lake. Then the 3-foot mountain martial practitioners retreated in unison, staying far away as they headed towards the mountain where the Taoist temple was located. The next moment, the lake water abruptly stirred, shooting into the skies. The clear cry of a phoenix resounded throughout the clouds. A fiery phoenix led the way as it flew out of the lake. Chapter 949. Having taken care of those of 3-foot mountain in the Taoist temple, Yanjiaoga appraised the soul flag as he held it. The damage is quite serious, but it's enough. He smiled and put away the soul flag. Without 3-foot mountain's special method to control and suppress it, the soul flag was somewhat restless. However, when placed next to the dim, radiant wheel in the Myriad Dragon Palace, it quickly quietened down. At this moment, the golden flames in the void gradually dissipated. At this point, the 3 tribulations guarding this place were temporarily broken. The original owner of this place had a profound cultivation base, and the protective restrictions he left behind were very powerful. Still, after 10,000 years, it was still unable to do anything to Yanjiaoga. Space and time fluctuated before his eyes, and the scenery changed. Gradually, it turned into an ordinary Taoist temple hall. In the main hall, 3 statues stood tall. From left to right, they had the appearance of an old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man, respectively. But if one looked closely, they would feel that each of the 3 statues seemed to be old, middle-aged, and young at the same time. It was difficult to use age to define them. Of the 3 statues, one was holding a treasured fan, one was holding a pearl, and one was holding a Rui scepter. Although it was a statue, it exuded a profound aura. Yanjiaoga and Ahu both had solemn expressions on their faces. The Grand Clear Lord of Tao and Virtue, the Jade Clear Lord of Primordial Beginning, and the Prime Clear Lord of Numinous Treasure. They were the statues of the 3 clear Taoism's patriarchs. This great hall was the front hall, where the founder of the 3 pure ones was enshrined. All of the Taoist lineages and sects in the world were basically the same. Of course, the Immortal Court was an exception. As for the back hall, it was different according to the inheritance of each clan. The Jade Clear Direct lineage worshipped the Lord of Primordial Beginning alone in the rear hall. The Grand Clear Direct lineage worshipped the Lord of Tao and Virtue alone in the rear hall. And the Prime Clear Direct lineage worshipped the Lord of Numinous Treasure alone. They were not direct descendants, because the Grand Clear Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue imparted the Tao to the world. They all worshipped the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. This was a show of respect and worship, tracing back to the source. Apart from the real hollowed Jade Palace, Tishita Palace, and roaming Jade Palace of the past, no one dared to claim that the 3 pure ones were the founders. Each clan and sect had their own founder and ancestors who worshipped incense in the ancestral hall, separate from the main hall. This place in the front hall should be where the protective restrictions of this place are maintained. Yanjiaoga surveyed his surroundings, coming to a corner of the great hall. There was an incense burner table with a piece of yellow cloth on it. A formation pattern was written with cinnabar. After carefully observing for a moment, Yanjiaoga's expression involuntarily turned a little strange. It can't be right. He lowered his head and looked at the half-broken horsetail whisk in his hand. "You bastard, are you walking me for fun?" Young master, what's the matter? Ah Hu came over with a puzzled expression. The corners of Yen Zhaoga's mouth twitched slightly, his expression not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Don't worry about that for now. Listen to me seriously. His finger traced along the formation diagram formed from cinnabar as he explained to Ah Hu, "Have you memorized all of the profundities within?" While Ah Hu was not as proficient in formations as Xiao AI, Yen Zhaoga's explanations were simple and easy to understand. With Ah Hu's foundation, he was also able to grasp them. "I'll remember it all, young master." Ah Hu thought for a moment, then nodded and replied. Yen Zhaoga said, "It's good that you remember it. Now, I'll be going in to look for something. You stand guard here. Even though I've managed to break through the defensive restrictions here, it won't take long for me to recover my strength." Yen Zhaoga explained, "While I killed those people of 3-Foot Mountain, I did not find the other half of the horsetail whisk on them. This means that they still had someone with the horsetail whisk waiting outside to provide support. If they know that the people in front have been killed by me, or if they wait for too long without any news, the people outside might come in." 3-Foot Mountain was a hegemon of the Green Peak High Plains, its overall strength comparable to the Grand Xian dynasty at its peak. While there would definitely not be many immortal bridge martial saints, there would not be few seeing divinity martial saints. The sect master had personally set out, bringing the Golden Crow Heaven Incinerating Blade and the Golden Crow Remnant Soul, the 2 treasures of the sect, to this Taoist temple. The cultivation of the disciples accompanying him was naturally not low. In a situation where they were outnumbered, Ah Hu and Pan Pan would not be able to deal with them. Still, with the defensive restrictions here, it would be a different story. Therefore, Yen Zhaoga directly said, "I will be going in to look for something. It might take some time. If someone else barges in before I emerge, activate the defensive restrictions here again. As long as it is not the exalts of 10 territories, they will be obstructed. Even if they can pass through, they will most likely be exhausted. If it really is an exalt after activating the restrictions, ignore this place and go in to look for me." Hearing his words, Ah Hu scratched the back of his head, chuckling happily, "I like this job." Leaving Ah Hu and Pan Pan in the front hall, Yen Zhaoga headed for the back hall. As he walked, Yen Zhaoga muttered to himself, "I must have seen wrongly." In the end, when he arrived at the back hall and glanced at the enshrined statue, Yen Zhaoga instantly sighed. That statue was young, majestic, and lofty, as it seemed to symbolize the existence of all things, all existences within this world. One of the 3 clear ones of Taoism, the founder of the prime clear lineage, the Lord of Numinous Treasure. He was also known as the Prime Clear Great Emperor, the Prime Clear High Saint of the Great Taoist Lord. His full name was One Turning into 3 Pure Ones, the Prime Clear Abode of Yu Yu's true ascension to the Prime Clear Realm, the Sun Numinous Treasure, Lord Numinous Treasure, Heavenly Lord Numinous Treasure, Wondrous Emperor. This Taoist temple was not some grand clear lineage at all. It was the prime clear lineage. When Yen Zhaoga had seen that yellow cloth and vermilion talisman in the front hall earlier, he had felt that something was wrong, as it seemed more and more like something of the prime clear lineage the more he looked at it. Now that they had arrived at the rear hall and seen the revered elder, they no longer had any doubts. Then what does this mean? Looking at that half-broken whisk, Yen Zhaoga did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Was this a gift or spoils of war that the owner of this place obtained from descendants of the grand clear lineage? Yen Zhaoga urgently needed the prime, clear, direct lineage as well. Yen Zhaoga still did not understand why the roving Jade Heavens had virtually gifted him the immortal trapping sword back then. Therefore, he had always been vigilant. However, when there are too many lice, there is no itch, and when there are too many debts, there is no need to worry. He already possessed the immortal ending sword and the immortal trapping sword. If he was worried about the earthly sovereign's ban, he would not mind learning another supreme martial art. It was just that there were really few direct lineages of the grand clear lineage. There were no other lineages in the entire world beyond worlds apart from ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain. I really don't know if I should say that I am lucky or unlucky. Yen Jiaoge could not help but laugh, shaking his head. Still, it is good that it is not of the jade, clear, direct lineage at least. TSK, isn't it too arrogant of me to be picky like this? If others who were unable to obtain such a rare, fortuitous encounter were to learn of it, they might come over and gang up on me, right? As he thought this, Yen Jiaoge bowed towards the statue of the Lord of Numinous Treasure. Please do not blame me, Heavenly Lord. This disciple is definitely not looking down on you. With the Lord of Primordial Beginning above, this disciple is not looking down on you at all. After laughing, Yen Jiaoge ceased in his thoughts, gazing at the statue of the founders of the three clear lineages. The Lord of Primordial Beginning symbolized going from nothingness to existence, while the Lord of Numinous Treasure symbolized going from existence to nothingness. Still, on the other hand, there had to be existence before one could go from existence to nothingness. Therefore, the Lord of Numinous Treasure actually represented the existence of all things, the existence of all things. Comparatively speaking, the Lord of Primordial Beginning represented nothingness, the beginning of everything, the end of everything. Therefore, it was also said that the Lord of Primordial Beginning represented peerless infinity, while the Lord of Numinous Treasure represented the birth of Taiji after peerless infinity, transforming into all things. Meanwhile, the Lord of Tao and Virtue's grand, clear, direct lineage martial art, the grand cosmos' 5 manifestations, grand simplicity, grand commencement, grand beginning, grand plainness, and grand ultimate, represented the 5 stages of the heavens and earth going from nothingness to existence, similarly elaborating on the grand Tao of earlier heaven before the heavens had been opened. The 3 clear lineages were originally one, their Taos interconnected as they were all unique and profound. Yen Jiaoge retracted his gaze, exhaling slowly. Now, I can only hope that your direct lineage martial art remains here. Chapter 950. If the statue of the Lord of Tao and Virtue was consecrated in the rear hall of the Taoist temple, then one would have to look at the offerings on the incense table in order to differentiate whether this place was of the grand, clear, direct lineage. That was because, apart from the grand, clear lineage, 90% of the Taoist lineages in the world worshipped the Lord of Tao and Virtue. However, the one worshipped in the rear hall was the Lord of Numinous Treasure. Without a doubt, this Taoist temple was of the prime, clear, direct lineage. Yen Jiaoge passed through the back hall, walking within the monastery. This place had indeed declined, and there was an aura of desolation and decay everywhere. As Yen Jiaoge circled the area, he saw more than just a single set of skeletons. He sighed, raising his head to survey his surroundings. It is indeed a sect of pre-great calamity times. The Taoist temple disciples who died here weren't killed by intruders. During the great calamity of the past, the great 1,000 worlds had shattered. The terrifying tide also affected many hidden alternate dimensions and grotto heavens. While the Taoist temple itself hadn't been completely destroyed, the people inside had been shaken to death. It seemed that the top experts here were not present at the time, and those with lower cultivation bases were buried here. After a long period of time, the protective restrictions in this place began to work again, but the dead could not be resurrected. Similar situations were not rare. After the great calamity, the people who had regained their vitality had excavated the remains of their predecessors and developed once more. In the process of excavation, the remains of predecessors could often be seen. In his early years in the 8 Extremities world, when he had still been a disciple of the younger generation, Yen Jiaoge had once entered an ancient site under the guidance of a senior of his sect and seen such a scene. May the dead rest in peace. As Yen Jiaoge walked, a massive ancestral hall appeared before his eyes. He walked inside and saw that there were many memorial tablets there. They should be the ancestral masters of this Taoist temple. At the very top, there was a memorial tablet that was worshipped by itself. It was named Prime Clear Rising Profound True Legacy, Tao Lord Origin Peace Founding Master's Tablet. Looking at this tablet, Yen Jiaoge raised his brows. Prime Clear Rising Profound True Legacy. That is to say, he is a third-generation disciple of the Prime Clear direct lineage, the Lord of Numinous Treasure's true disciple? But I've never heard of Taoist origin peace or Taoist origin peace amongst the Prime Clear third-generation disciples. Still, Lingbao Tianzuan has opened his doors to teach everyone regardless of background. Tens of thousands of immortals come to his court. It's hard to say if there's a Taoist Yuankong among his disciples. The legend of the three pure ones was already very old, almost like a myth. Many things were fancied by later generations. Even some things that everyone knew were still hard to distinguish between true and false. Yen Jiaoge had originally not paid much attention to this. Still, as he browsed through some of the records within the ancestral hall of the Taoist temple, his expression involuntarily turned even stranger. According to the records, the founder of this Taoist temple, Taoist origin peace, was the personal disciple of the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. The heavenly Lord of Plentiful Treasure was also known as Taoist Plentiful Treasure. He was the head of all the disciples under the Prime Clear Sex ancestor, Numinous Treasure, Heavenly Lord, the eldest disciple of the Jie sect in the investiture of the Gods era. In the entire history of Taoism, other than the Lord of Numinous Treasure, he was the only person of the Prime Clear lineage who was proficient in the complete immortal extermination formation. He had once laid down the formation on behalf of his master and stood against the immortals of the Jade Clear lineage. Now, among the three great sword cultivators in the history of the Tao sect, Taoist Duobao was the leader. He was even above perfected Yuding and Emperor Zhui. However, due to the long history, there was no news of this Taoist almighty figure. There were many legends about him. In Yen Jiaoge's memories, there was a poem in which the head disciple of the Jade Clear lineage, the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, had battled the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. One was the broad accomplishment, unaging immortal physique, while the other was the Buddha worshipped in the West. While it had not been explicitly stated afterwards, it seemed to imply that Taoist Duobao would be the future Tathagata Buddha of Mystical Mountain, the Buddha. There was another legend where Laozi left Hanga Pass and turned into a Buddha. This referred to Taoist Duobao entering the Western sect, descending into the central whirling world and developing Hinayana Buddhism. There were many similar legends in this world as well. Still, there was no way to verify their authenticity. Buddhism had naturally never acknowledged this in the past. While Yen Jiaoge had read extensively in the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace in pre-Great Calamity times and learned of many secrets, he had not been clear on the whereabouts of Taoist Duobao after the era of the investiture of the gods. It was just that looking at some of the records in the Taoist temple today, especially the notes left behind by Taoist origin peace, Yen Jiaoge had noticed a detail. While it had only been a few words, according to Taoist origin peace, he had only entered the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's lineage after the era of the investiture of the gods. If what Taoist origin peace knew and said was true, this revealed two pieces of information. The Lord of Plentiful Treasure had not perished after the investiture of the gods. At the very least, he had not perished within a short period of time. Apart from that, the matter of plentiful treasure turning into a Buddha might not be true in these heavens and earth. It was just that the current whereabouts of this great heavenly Lord of Taoism were truly unknown. There had been no news of the Lord of Plentiful Treasure appearing in that great calamity. The Prime Clear lineage had suffered a great blow to its vitality in the investiture of the gods. It was rumored that only the incongruence Divine Mother had been able to escape safely amongst the disciples of the Lord of Numinous Treasure. In the following years, the direct lineage of the Prime Clear lineage had basically all originated from the incongruence Divine Mother's lineage. be it before or after the great calamity. The roving Jade Heaven's lineage also originated from the incongruence Divine Mother's lineage. The immortal ending sword that Yen Zhaoge cultivated in the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had originated from those of the prime clear lineage who had joined the Heavenly Court after the investiture of the gods that year. The Lord of Plentiful Treasure. Yen Zhaoge put down the document, pondering as he gazed at the numerous tablets before him. After a while, he cupped his hands towards the ancestral temple and walked out, roaming about the other parts of the Taoist temple. The corpses of the dead and the places where disciples of the temple had resided and cultivated were the main targets of his search. Within a secluded room, Yen Zhaoge gained something. It was a jade talisman. Yen Zhaoge was not unfamiliar with this, as martial scriptures could be stored within. Feeling the brutal sword intent within this secluded room, Yen Zhaoge knew that this had been the place where a disciple of a certain Taoist temple had cultivated. This jade talisman most likely contained what he wanted. I don't hope for the immortal exterminating formation diagram. I just hope that it is not the immortal ending sword manual and the immortal trapping sword manual that I already possess. Yen Zhaoge muttered to himself as he infused his true essence within. He was not in a rush, as he instead sat in the meditative position, slowly analyzing it. This jade talisman had existed for too long, also having been affected by the great calamity. If he was not careful, it might directly be damaged. Even if it was not damaged, wanting to take out the things within would also be a very difficult thing. Why was it that when people excavated legacies after the great calamity, most of the martial arts they obtained were incomplete? A major reason for this was that many of the martial legacies that were recorded had been damaged or lost due to the passage of time. This was not a problem that could be avoided just by the carefulness of the excavators. Yen Zhaoge did not want an incomplete copy. Therefore, he had to slowly polish it and obtain the things recorded within. Only with the assistance of the remnant aura and concept of this place would there be greater hope. Therefore, he could not just directly take the jade talisman away. He had long since foreseen this. Therefore, he had directly instructed Ahu to stand guard at the front hall, obstructing others who might enter at any time. And as time passed, Ahu had originally been bored to death within the front hall, gazed at the yellow cloth talisman on the incense burner table as his heart suddenly jolted. Someone else is coming in again! Chapter 951. Guarding the front hall. Ahu had to keep an eye on the incense burner table at all times, as he could not focus on cultivating. Thus he felt very bored. Still, while he seemed like a carefree man, he was always able to differentiate between what was important and what was urgent. While he felt bored, Ahu still stared intently at the incense burner table. After who knew how long, changes suddenly appeared on the yellow cloth talisman on the incense burner table. The talisman inscribed in cinnabar seemed to have come to life as it distorted and trembled unceasingly. Having received Yen Zhaoge's guidance before, Ahu immediately understood that someone was attempting to enter the Taoist temple once more. While he did not know who it was, Ahu had no intention of meeting them. It would not be someone of Broad Creed Mountain anyway. Therefore, he chuckled, adjusting the talisman inscribed on the yellow cloth talisman according to Yen Zhaoge's guidance. As the talisman changed, streams of spiritual light flickered, intermingling in midair as numerous profundities were revealed. While there seemed to be no changes within the great hall, those who attempted to enter from outside would be in deep trouble. While there were not many people who had arrived at the Taoist temple after Yen Zhaoge and the martial practitioners of 3-Foot Mountain, all of them possessed extraordinary martial prowess. The cries of phoenixes resounded as a few fiery phoenixes traversed the courtyard, flying directly towards the main entrance of the great hall. After entering, the scene before them changed. They all halted, revealing their true forms. Of the two at their head, one was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s, while the other was a youth who appeared to be in his 20s. The youth was handsome, but his gaze revealed a hint of coldness and sharpness. It was none other than the son of the southern exalt Zhuangxin, the Phoenix Prince Zhuang Chaohui. At this moment his true essence was abundant, his aura orderly as specks of light seemed to flicker on his body, resembling the sea of stars in the horizon. Meanwhile, these specks of light actually seemed to circulate stably with their own unique rhythm. As the son of the southern exalt and a famed talent of the world beyond worlds, Zhuang Chaohui had not wasted his time these past years. 6 years ago, when he had come to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea in search of the Phoenix Bone, he had still been a seeing divinity, martial saint. Now he had successfully ascended the Immortal Bridge. When he had been a late seeing divinity martial saint that year, Zhuang Chaohui had already dared to forcibly contend with Immortal Bridge martial saints. Now that he had ascended the Immortal Bridge, his strength had stably risen to a whole new level. Let alone figures like Long Hanhua, Xinlingzi, and Zhang Yamo, Zhuang Chaohui would be able to battle most experts of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. Compared to 6 years ago, the current Zhuang Chaohui's appearance hadn't changed much, but his gaze was even colder and calmer. Zhuang Chaohui had suffered a setback in his search for the Phoenix Bone in the clear scenic region of the Royal Reed Sea. After that, the southern blazing Heaven Territory finally went to war with the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Although they had gained some advantage in the beginning, they were ultimately unable to achieve their objectives in the end, and had no choice but to retreat. Whether or not the Phoenix True Form Scroll could advance to the next level, whether or not all 5 virtues could be obtained, was extremely important for the southern exalt Zhuangxin. This might be a chance for him to advance a step further and push open the door to immortality. Even if he couldn't ascend to the immortal realm, his strength would still increase by leaps and bounds. For the entire Phoenix Ritual Mountains Wudong Slope faction, it would also receive a huge boost. It was not just the southern exalt Zhuangxin who had been thinking about it. Zhuang Chaohui had been thinking about it as well. However, if they wanted to defeat the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Golden Court Mountain, it would not be an easy matter. They needed to plan in many aspects. The more power and treasures he had, the better. A Wutong Slope disciple muttered to himself, "Grand, clear, direct lineage?" Speaking of which, Ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain are of the grand, clear, direct lineage as well. Zhuang Chaohui said slowly, "Therefore, this cave manor is even more valuable to us. It is extraordinary." Someone said hatefully from the side, "There will definitely come a day when that Golden Court Mountain will be destroyed." Golden Court Mountain aside, there are a few other powers of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory that are similarly detestable to the extreme, especially that Broad Creed Mountain. It is merely a minor second-rate sect from a lower world. Is it worthy of the name of Taoism's East Peak? That Wudong Slope, disciple exhaled. It is all thanks to the protection of Ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain that it has been able to survive till this day. Yet it flies about like a hateful fly, wrecking our sect's plans time and time again, even daring to kill our disciples. Not exterminating them will not be enough to quell the hatred in my heart. Hearing his words, Zhuang Chaohui's cold gaze turned even colder. It is not easy to destroy Golden Court Mountain. It would be a success if we could inflict heavy injuries on them and force them to hand over the Phoenix Bone. With Ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain unable to make a move, it would be easy to destroy that Broad Creed Mountain. He recalled his conversation with his father, the southern exalt Zhuangxin. Could it be that the immortal artifact, left behind by the dim, radiant emperor, has become his protective talisman? Zhuang Chaohui had been rather indignant back then. It is fine to slay that Yen Zhaoga and destroy that Broad Creed Mountain. Still, do not take that immortal artifact. Zhuangxin was very calm. Still, before that, Ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain are the main problems that we have to face. Zhuang Chaohui retracted his thoughts, looking at the Taoist temple before him with a solemn expression on his face. This half-broken whisk fell into our hands out of nowhere, helping us enter. I wonder who it was that did it, another Wudong Slope disciple muttered. The middle-aged man beside Zhuang Chaohui was a longtime elder of Wudong Slope and the junior apprentice brother of the southern exalt Zhuangshin, his cultivation base superior to Zhuang Chaohui's. He said mildly, "Just raise your vigilance. Still, do not panic." "Yes, senior apprentice uncle." Zhuang Chaohui and the others followed behind that middle-aged man, striding forward together. Who knew that terrifying yellow sand would suddenly surge amidst space at this moment? The death storm appeared once more, completely devouring those of Wudong Slope who had just entered the Great Hall. It was normal for them to encounter protective restrictions upon entering cave manners of others. It was just that the restrictions here were exceptionally powerful, even as that middle-aged man of the 8th level of the martial saint realm simultaneously manifested the thick earth of meritorious virtue and the fortuitous purple light of fortuitous virtue to protect his body. He still felt somewhat unable to endure it. Fortunately, his accompanying high-grade sacred artifact was a piece of armor that was focused on defense. Combined with the true intent of the Phoenix true form scripture, he was only barely able to resist it. Still, he was temporarily unable to advance at all. While Zhuang Chaohui's cultivation base was extraordinary, he was nearly blown off his feet now. In terms of pure destructive power, that terrifying yellow sand was virtually comparable to the attacks of 9th level martial saints. As soon as Zhuang Chaohui encountered it, he was nearly turned into a sieve. His high-grade sacred artifact, the Fire Phoenix Bow, was of no help here in terms of offensive power. He could only rely on himself now. The thick earth of meritorious virtue was pierced through. The fortuitous purple light of fortuitous virtue shattered as the white chi of nether virtue was forced out as well. Even so, Zhuang Chaohui was nearly beaten to death on the spot. In the end, numerous streams of light abruptly lit up on his body, forming a semicircular protective barrier as he was only able to preserve his life. This was one of Zhuang Chaohui's supreme treasures, his final defensive method as well as a life-saving treasure. Still, it was a consumable that would vanish after being used once. While Zhuang Chaohui had guessed that the protective restrictions here were powerful, he had not thought that he would meet his end just as he entered. The other Wudong Slope martial practitioners were in even worse straits. It was only thanks to the protection of Zhuang Chaohui and that middle-aged man that they had not perished on the spot. That middle-aged man frowned. "It is unexpectedly dangerous. You guys retreat. I will try entering alone." Before his words had landed, other sounds actually resounded amidst the ear-splitting, whistling sound of the wind and sand, the surging roar of a great river. Chapter 952. That surging, roaring river was precisely the second tribulation of the restrictions here, the water of the heavy river. This was the heaviest water vein beneath the heavens besides the heavenly river of the universe. After passing through the restrictions, Yan Zhaoge formally entered the great hall of the Taoist temple. Discovering the yellow cloth talisman on the incense burner table, he could not help but rejoice a little after carefully studying it. When he had entered, there had been no one presiding over the restrictions. Therefore, the 3 tribulations of the sandstorm, the heavy river, and the fire lotus had blocked his path in succession. As long as he broke through them one by one, he would eventually be able to pass through. Even so, it had not been easy. Still, if someone presided over the restrictions here, 2 or even 3 tribulations could be simultaneously unleashed. Having received Yan Zhaoge's guidance, who was currently presiding over the restrictions here as he guarded the front hall, sensing that someone had entered, who seemed rough on the outside but was actually meticulous on the inside, kept an eye on them as he first unleashed the first tribulation, the divine aged gold sand. If these restrictions were completely expended in one go, they would require some time before they could recover. If the enemy first sent some cannon fodder over, it would inevitably be a waste for him to unleash the full power of the restrictions. Still, seeing that the other party had been able to withstand the first tribulation now. Ahu knew that they were not cannon fodder. After all, the sandstorm formed of the divine aged gold sand of the first tribulation was virtually comparable to a late immortal bridge martial saint in terms of destructive power alone. How could someone who was able to withstand this tribulation be simple? Seeing this, Ahu instantly ceased being polite as he smilingly activated all the restrictions at once. Amidst the howling, the surging water of the heavy river was sandwiched within the sandstorm as it madly shot towards Zhuangchaohui and the others. Apart from that, numerous golden lotus flames bloomed amidst space as well, surrounding those of Wudong Slope. The pitiful people of Wudong Slope, who had just been preparing to retreat, were now unable to do so even if they wanted to, just having been knocked dizzy by the divine aged gold sand. The two tribulations of the water of the heavy river and the miraculous fire lotuses whistled over together, with the cultivation bases of Zhuangchaohui and the others, let alone the white chi of nether virtue, which the heavens had left them with a sliver of hope. Even if all 5 virtues were present, they might still not be able to ensure their safety. The fire lotuses exploded, transforming into a boundless golden sea of flames. Still, they did not clash with the water of the heavy river. Water and fire were merciless as they were distinct from one another. Yet they simultaneously lunged towards Zhuangchaohui and the others. There was also a terrifying sandstorm mixed in. The martial practitioners of Phoenix, Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, who had cultivated the true meaning of nether virtue, could only watch as their wisp of white chi gradually disappeared. This meant that, in the face of the danger before them, their chances of survival had been completely severed. It was a situation of absolute death. Even Zhuangchaohui and the other man who had already ascended the immortal bridge would find it hard to resist such a scene. After the frenzy, not even bones were left. The sandstorm gradually dispersed, but the water of the Qin River and the miraculous fire golden lotus were still lingering in the void. At this moment, someone else came in from the outside world. It was a huge golden crow. It was the 3-foot mountain martial practitioner who had been in charge of holding the line and had helped Zhuangchaohui and the others enter. As soon as they came in, they were attacked by the protective restriction. Fortunately, there had already been people who had died here earlier, expending the killing intent of the protective restrictions, causing the tribulation to be less intense. These 3-foot mountain martial practitioners who had entered later could just barely hold on. However, they were also complaining incessantly. This protective restriction has a total of 3 tribulations, but logically speaking, it should be one after the other. Why are there 2 tribulations happening at the same time? The people of Wudong Slope are probably going to be completely wiped out as well. As they pondered, they saw 2 clumps of fire suddenly appear amidst space. Those 2 clumps of flames were not blazing or ferocious, as they instead emanated a thriving life force. A 5-colored silhouette of light shook within each of the 2 clumps of flames, resembling the eggs of some fowl, whilst also resembling the spread of some bird's wings. These flames were illusory as they gradually condensed into form, their auras concealed such that the remnant river water and fire lotuses did not immediately target them. Seeing this, those of 3-foot mountain understood something. The Phoenix True Form Scriptures Nirvanic Rebirth. 2 immortal bridge martial saints of Wudong Slope perished here just now. The cry of phoenixes resounded from within the 2 clumps of flames. Finally, 2 5-colored phoenixes of fire were reborn from within the flames before flying out. Enveloped by the silhouettes of the phoenixes were precisely Zhuangchaohui and his senior, apprentice uncle. Their expressions were ugly to the extreme. Besides these 2 immortal bridge martial saints, the other disciples of Wudong Slope had all perished beneath the protective restrictions of this Taoist temple. Even the 2 of them had narrowly escaped death. If not for the miraculous nirvanic rebirth of the Phoenix True Form Scripture, they too would have perished beneath that frenzied tide earlier. While Zhuang Chaohui and the other had been reborn now, their treasures and high-grade sacred artifacts had all been reduced to dust. Golden Crow. Golden Crow incinerating world scripture. People of the southeastern Yangheaven territories, 3-foot mountain? Zhuang Chaohui and the other person ground their teeth, already understanding that it was 3-foot mountain who had given them half a horsetail whisk. Also, they clearly did not have good intentions. Still, they could not be bothered with 3-foot mountain right now. The protective restrictions were not the power of a true person at the end of the day, as they lacked intelligence and consciousness. The remaining water of the heavy river and the miraculous fire lotuses were currently calling out to those of 3-foot mountain. Having experienced nirvanic rebirth, Zhuang Chaohui and the other person were instead not targeted by the protective restrictions now. Still, the water of the heavy river and the golden fire lotuses blocked their path of retreat. Having already come this far, Zhuang Chaohui and the other person could only grit their teeth and charge forward now. As the scenery before them changed, they finally entered the front hall of the Taoist temple. Looking at the statues of the founders of the 3 clear lineages, they could only feel incomparably sorrowful. Surveying their surroundings, there was no one else in the front hall. There was only an incense table placed in a corner of the great hall. Zhuang Chaohui's gaze swept around, his face so dark that it seemed like it could drip water. Someone was here just now. Someone activated that protective restriction. Now that he has fallen into my hands, I will definitely teach him a lesson. The Wutong Slope elder beside him also had a cold expression. Chase! Seeing that they were able to bypass the protective restrictions, the other party had directly fled. This meant that his cultivation base was limited, and he could only rely on the protective restrictions to block his path. While they did not understand how this person had passed through the 3 heavenly tribulations earlier, the other party seemed to be lacking in confidence, at the very least. Since that was so, the 2 of Wudong Slope had to make use of their time. Now that things had come to this, there was no way out. They could only continue forward. Otherwise, so many of their fellow disciples would have died in vain. Zhuang Chaohui and the other person rushed to the rear hall in exasperation. As they subconsciously turned back to look at the statues, they were rendered dumbfounded. The Lord of Numinous Treasure. This is the prime clear direct lineage. Zhuang Chaohui felt like he had been struck by lightning. If this was the prime clear direct lineage, why would they have expended so much effort to barge in? Even if they obtained the supreme martial arts here, they would not be able to use them in front of others upon returning to the world beyond worlds. Indeed, comprehending by analogy, even just as a reference, would still be greatly beneficial. They might even be able to use it as a trump card, catching their enemies off guard. The problem, however, was that this was not something they urgently needed or needed at all. There was no need for them to sacrifice so many of their fellow disciples in order to obtain it. To Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, the so-called prime clear direct lineage was virtually useless, tasteless, and a pity to discard. Zhuang Chaohui and the other person exchanged looks, instantly feeling a great deal of their previously raised morale dissipate as they felt stifled and suffocated. Chapter 953. To Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. This Taoist temple was simply a massive trap. If not for the fact that 3-foot mountain was also from the world beyond worlds, and that they had no use for the direct lineage of the prime clear lineage, Zhuang Chaohui would really suspect that they had long since known that this was not the grand clear direct lineage. The reason they had given that half-broken horsetail whisk to him was purely to screw over Wudong Slope. Still, from the looks of it now, 3-foot mountain probably did not know the true background of this Taoist temple either. Looking at the statue of the Lord of Numinous Treasure before them, and thinking of how their 2 powers had been desperately trying to enter, Zhuang Chaohui and the other felt that this was ridiculous, as they wanted to laugh, yet could not. So many people had died, and so much effort had been expended. Yet this was the result. Zhuang Chaohui dared not think any further, as he was already feeling depressed to the point of wanting to vomit blood. Looking at his senior apprentice uncle, the two had similarly gloomy expressions on their faces. Let's continue forward. Since we've come all the way here, we can't possibly return empty-handed. Zhuang Chaohui inhaled deeply. Supreme martial arts of the prime clear lineage aside, if there are some treasures left behind, it would be able to comfort everyone's souls in heaven. The other party had previously relied on the restrictions to obstruct their path. Now that the restrictions had been rendered useless, they had immediately fled. This meant that their abilities were limited. Otherwise, we can turn back and take care of those of 3-Foot Mountain. That way, we can vent our frustrations. Zhuang Chaohui's expression was icy cold. Senior apprentice uncle, I am unwilling to retreat just like this without doing anything. Looking at the statue of the Lord of Numinous Treasure, that middle-aged man sighed towards the heavens. While 3-Foot Mountain is detestable, whether or not they can escape from the restrictions is another matter. Let's not bother with them for now. Let's continue forward. We have to ascertain who it was who plotted against us, even if we have to settle the score with them in the future. The two's nirvanic rebirth could only be used once, having already been used up. Now that they had lost their sacred artifact, they had to be even more careful. While the enemy seemed to only be plotting against them, they dared not be careless. Still, let alone Zhuang Chaohui, this middle-aged man would be unwilling to return just like this. The two left the great hall with gloomy expressions, heading further into the depths of the Taoist temple. On the other side, after sensing that someone was about to pass through the restrictions and enter the great hall, Ahu could not help but scratch his head. Which sect is this ferocious person from? Even 3 tribulations couldn't kill it? He shrunk his neck back, leaping onto Pan-Pan's back. 1 man and 1 beast passed through the main hall, charging towards the back. At this time, Ahu did not dare to linger. Instead, he followed Yen Zhaoge's instructions. If they could not hold on, then they would quickly retreat. An enemy who could pass through that protective restriction without dying was most likely not someone he and Pan-Pan could deal with. Perhaps the other party was also heavily injured and on the verge of death, but if that wasn't the case, he might be held back by the other party. It's just that I don't know the other party's identity, so it's not good to report it to young master, Ahu muttered inwardly as he sat on Pan-Pan's body, allowing Pan-Pan to run as he pleased. As Yen Zhaoge's steed, Pan-Pan could naturally sense each other's thoughts. While the interior of the Taoist temple was rather wondrous, Pan-Pan still quickly located Yen Zhaoge's whereabouts. When he arrived at the quiet room, Ahu stuck his head in and couldn't help but jump in fright. Within the room, Yen Zhaoge was currently seated in the meditative position, a jade talisman in one hand and a sword seal in the other. Numerous black lines extended from Yen Zhaoge's body, covering the walls, floor, and roof of the secluded room as they intersected with one another. Where the black lines passed, the secluded room seemed to form a world of its own as it was isolated from the Taoist temple outside. While Yen Zhaoge was seated there, in Ahu's senses the current Yen Zhaoge seemed to have shrunk into a single point. The numerous black lines within the secluded room were all formed from this single point, the lines extending from the point. Then, the lines intertwined to form flat surfaces. The different flat surfaces then came together to form the 3-dimensional world before them. Still, this was still not the most shocking part. The most terrifying part was that these black lines vaguely emanated the intent of death and extermination. Terrifying to the extreme, as just a single glance at them caused Ahu to feel a chill run down his spine. Yen Zhaoge now opened his eyes. Seeing Ahu and Pan-Pan, he could not help but smack his lips, smiling. The protective restrictions were unable to hold back the enemy. Recovering, Ahu hurriedly said, "Young master, someone has withstood the simultaneous release of the 3 tribulations." "That's really incredible." Yen Zhaoge was rather taken aback. "Tell me the details." After hearing that the other party seemed to have first vanished for an instant before reappearing, avoiding the remnant water of the heavy river and the miraculous fire lotuses. The corners of Yen Zhaoga's mouth twitched, that should not have been forcibly withstood. Instead, they must have borrowed some sort of concealment technique. It might even have been a death substitution rebirth technique that allowed them to avoid the tribulations. Ah Hu said, afterwards, there seemed to be a second wave of people who came in, being obstructed by the remnant water of the heavy river and the miraculous fire lotuses. Meanwhile, the first wave successfully broke through the protective restrictions. Seeing that I was unable to continue obstructing them, I came to look for you, young master. Amidst his words, those numerous black lines retracted onto Yen Zhaoga's body, vanishing. However, during this process, Ahu and Pan Pan actually felt as though their lives had been drawn away. The black lines completely vanished as Yen Zhaoga stood up from the ground, clutching that jade talisman. Yen Zhaoga cocked his head slightly, listening intently. Oh, they've already found their way here. This feeling is a little familiar. Walking out of the secluded room, he saw two figures appear from another passageway, a youth and a middle-aged man. They were precisely Zhuang Chaohui and Yen Zhaoga of Phoenix, Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. Zhuang Chaohui and Yen Zhaohui had been searching within the Taoist temple, vaguely discovering traces of people as they had followed them over. Amidst their vexation, they suddenly saw a white-clothed, blue-robed youth appear before them, currently smiling as he waved towards them. Long time no see. Meeting face to face, Zhuang Chaohui was slightly taken aback. It's you, Yen Zhaoga? Yen Zhaoga smiled. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Before his words had landed, he strode forward, instantly arriving before Zhuang Chaohui and Yen Zhaohui. After their initial shock, Zhuang Chaohui and Yen Zhaohui simultaneously made a move. Blazing fire transformed into a terrifying saber, chopping straight towards the incoming Yen Zhaoga. There was nothing much to be said between the two sides. Without a second word, they directly clashed with each other. While Zhuang Chaohui had already clashed with Yen Zhaoga in the clear scenic region of the Royal Reed Sea that year, Yen Zhaoga had left a deep impression on him. Still, Yen Zhaoga had still been at the merging avatar stage then, having been able to gain an advantage mainly because of the black hole at the bottom of the sea beneath the clear scenic region. Now, however, Zhuang Chaohui discovered a truth that he found hard to accept. Yen Zhaoga raised a palm, the majestic, tyrannical extreme yang seal resembling a blazing sun rising into the sky. Its violent aura virtually caused Zhuang Chaohui and Yen Zhaohui to feel suffocated. In an instant, they could only feel time seemingly flowing in reverse as they faced the numerous tribulations of the miraculous fire golden lotus from earlier once more. Even wielding the extreme yang seal, its power is still a little too great. Zhuang Chaohui's expression turned even uglier. The rumors in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory that he single-handedly slew an expert of the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm are true. Chapter 954. The combination of the thick earth of meritorious virtue and the blessed purple light of fortuitous virtue already possessed extremely shocking defensive power. The two Wudong Slope martial practitioners raised their cultivation bases to the maximum. Under normal circumstances, even an opponent of a higher cultivation base than them would be hard-pressed to break through their defenses. Helplessly, however, Yen Zhaoga had never been someone who could be judged by normal standards. First, not speaking of the might of the extreme yang seal, Yen Zhaoga's palm now contained the profundities of the cyclic heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, and extreme yang scripture. The mighty, majestic force was heavy, great, unyielding, tough, and yang. The sky toppled, yin-chi no longer existing as only yang remained, combining with the power to overturn the heavens and the earth, transforming into the momentum of the universe, collapsing. The terrifying force caused one to feel suffocated and despair. With the great tribulation of the heavens and the earth, all life forms would suffer. Who could be spared? Where could they hide? Even more shocking was the fact that the force of Yen Zhaoge's palm was perfectly compatible with the extreme yang seal. When the exalted solar luminary had forged the extreme yang seal in the past, it had combined the concepts of the cyclic heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, and extreme yang scripture in an imitation of the legendary cyclic heavenly seal. Now that Yen Zhaoge had deeply analyzed its essence, he stimulated the power of the extreme yang seal. While he had yet to step into the immortal bridge stage and should theoretically be unable to wield the full power of the extreme yang seal, now that the extreme yang seal was in his hands, it gradually seemed like it had been at its peak. How could Zhuang Chaohui and Yen Zhaoge withstand Yen Zhaoge's supreme blow of merging with the treasure? They had been swept aside with a single move. The thick earth of meritorious virtue that mended the heavens and extended the Tao, as well as the blessed purple light of fortuitous virtue that was untainted by killing intent, were rapidly whittled down, quickly vanishing. The white qi of nether virtue that concealed life force was only left with a single strand, indistinct and virtually non-existent, signifying that tiny bit of life force that was virtually negligible to the point of being negligible. It was like the great sun was right before their eyes. Zhuang Chaohui could even see the flames and sunspots of the sun. Suppressed beneath the great seal, the two of Wudong Slope felt like their insides were on fire. They felt rather unresigned. However, they hated the fact that their accompanying treasures and weapons had all been destroyed by the restrictions of the Taoist temple earlier. Otherwise, they would not have been completely powerless to retaliate. Still, thinking about it, they would still not be Yen Zhaoge even if their treasures and weapons were still present. They would still not have been Yen Zhaoge. Thinking of this, the two of them could not help but feel even more despair. As the son of the Southern Exalt, Zhuang Chaohui's background was robust, and he himself was a heaven-defying genius as few of his peers in the world beyond worlds could compare to him. His eyes had always been at the top of his head, and he had always been used to doing whatever he wanted. Otherwise, he would not have been so daring as to cross the border and search for the phoenix bone in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory back then. At that time, having suffered a loss at the hands of Yen Zhaoge and Golden Court Mountain, it could still be said that he was not in a favorable position. But today, Zhuang Chaohui's pride was completely shattered. Zhuang Chaohui had seen geniuses stronger than him before. While they had never clashed, it had long since been said in the world beyond worlds that the sole daughter of ingenious Flying Peak's Brocade Emperor, the grand red lotus Fu Ting, was much younger than him and an unparalleled genius who surpassed him. Although Zhuang Chaohui was dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. Whatever the case, however, she was the sole daughter of the Brocade Emperor, a favored daughter of heaven whose background and wealth were even greater than his. Yet the one who had defeated him today was Yen Zhaoge of a lower world. Also, even having yet to step into the mortal bridge stage, he had already been hard-pressed to stand against him. How could Zhuang Chaohui not feel despondent to the point of wanting to vomit blood? He had still been planning to flatten Yen Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain earlier. Who knew that he would actually be dying beneath Yen Zhaoge's palm in the blink of an eye? Moreover, it was definitely Yen Zhaoge's group who had activated the protective restrictions of the Taoist temple earlier, bearing a bunch of Wudong Slope disciples. Being suppressed beneath the extreme Yang seal at this moment, Zhuang Chaohui was enraged to the point of going berserk. Yen Zhaoge, you killed Li Jin. My Wudong Slope might still be able to tolerate you. That middle-aged man roared. You killed me, and Chaohui, senior apprentice brother Zhuang, will definitely not let the matter rest. Your Broad Creed Mountain and my Wudong Slope will not rest until one of us is dead. Zhuang Chaohui said furiously, what is the point of saying so much, senior apprentice uncle? If he has the ability, bury us all here. Yen Zhaoge chuckled. No need to threaten me, no need to goad me, no need to bluff. No matter what you say, I have never intended to let you off in the first place. While he was smiling, Yen Zhaoge's gaze was exceptionally icy cold. Even as the hearts of Zhuang Chaohui and the other man chilled, they also jolted slightly as they seemed to have comprehended something. They stared dazedly at Yan Zhaoge, rather shocked by their own guess. Could it be? Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. As my broad Creed mountain unceasingly rises in strength, we will naturally need greater space to expand. While the southeastern Yangheaven territory is large, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. It is just that Golden Court Mountain has always been on good terms with my broad Creed mountain, having taken great care of us all these years. This Yan has never forgotten this. Since that is so, we can only develop in another direction. Looking at Zhuang Chaohui and the other man, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Unless an extremely major accident occurs, our 2 lineages will still have to clash at the end of the day. Therefore, I don't mind killing all of you here. Whatever the amount, weakening the strength of your Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope is something that I would be happy to see happen. The only thing that needs to be considered is whether the time is right and whether our lineage is already prepared. Zhuang Chaohui and the other man looked shockedly at Yan Zhaoge. While their guesses had been verified, the feeling of shock and absurdity within their hearts had instead intensified. This youth who spoke so confidently before them was merely a late-seeing divinity martial saint. His sect originated from a lower world, as there were less than 10 martial saints in the entire sect. Yet his target was Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. What place was that? One of the world beyond world's 10 exalts, the power that the southern exalt reigned over the entire southern blazing heaven territory, as he was unrivaled in the south of the world beyond worlds. Having existed in the world beyond worlds for over 1,000 years, not counting Zhuangxin, who was a human exalt, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope had as many experts as there were clouds in the first place. Just the number of Immortal Bridge Martial Saint experts of Wudong Slope alone surpassed the number of martial saints that Broad Creed Mountain currently had. This youth before them actually wanted to clash head-on with Wudong Slope. Could he be mad? After his shock, Zhuang Chaohui laughed in exasperation. With just the likes of you? If not for the protection of ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain, your minor sect of a lower world would long since have been decimated by my Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope 100 times over. It is precisely because of this that I said that we have to consider whether the time is right and whether our sect is already prepared. Yan Zhaoge's smile did not diminish. Even now, while the time still cannot be said to be completely ripe, everything is still developing in a good direction, isn't it? Zhuang Chaohui opened his mouth to curse, yet his voice suddenly choked. He stared dazedly at Yan Zhaoge before him. 6 years ago, in the clear scenic region of the Royal Reed Sea, he had been a 6th-level martial saint, while Yan Zhaoge had been a 2nd-level martial saint. Meeting again today, 6 years later, he was a 7th-level martial saint. Yan Zhaoge, a 6th-level martial saint. Broad Creed Mountain, which had less than 10 martial saints, which had no Immortal Bridge martial saints. Yet, an expert of the 9th level of the martial saint realm had already perished at this Broad Creed Mountain. Chapter 955. The star-plucking practitioner Guan lied of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, the late Immortal Bridge stage. Shen Lingzi, King Xuanqing, a mid-Immortal Bridge martial saint. Daoist Shi Kongping, Hidongqing, Guzhang, early Immortal Bridge martial saints. This was the name list of the experts who had perished at Broad Creed Mountain back then. Also, they had all been slain by Broad Creed Mountain in the same great battle. In the eyes of some people, there might be some untruths in this matter. This was especially so when the news of an immortal weapon spread, which attracted the attention of the majority of people. But if one thought about it carefully, it was enough to make one shudder. This was especially so for Zhuang Chaohui and Zhang Wuji, who were currently being suppressed by Yan Zhaoge's extreme yang seal. At this moment, they felt that perhaps their attention should not be placed on the immortal weapon that only existed in the legends, or even had no shadow of it. Towards the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, Their gazes should also not be solely fixated on Golden Court Mountain. Once upon a time, an existence that no one paid any attention to had now become a direct threat. Looking first at the extreme Yang seal and then at Yan Zhaoge, Zhuang Chaohui's heart suddenly jolted. If this person ascends the Immortal Bridge, he would be able to wield this extreme Yang seal with all his might. The extreme Yang seal was completely different from other high-grade sacred artifacts. Could Yan Zhaoge ascend the Immortal Bridge? Even if they were enemies, Zhuang Chaohui had to admit that this was an undeniable fact. The only difference was, when would Yan Zhaoge be able to ascend the Immortal Bridge? Still, just thinking of how he had still been a mid-merging avatar martial saint 6 years ago, Zhuang Chaohui's heart twitched. For Yan Zhaoge, because time flowed faster in the vast ocean world than in the world beyond worlds. More than 6 years had actually passed. Even so, in terms of actual age, Yan Zhaoge's rate of improvement was still universally shocking. When they thought up to here, the two of them from Wudong Slope felt even more pessimistic. Moreover, 6 years ago, Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di, had broken through space and seen true divinity, ascending to the world beyond worlds from the 8 extremities world. Now that 6 years had passed, the last time Yan Di had appeared before the world, he had shockingly already been a late-seeing divinity martial saint. At this moment, Zhuang Chaohui truly discovered that he had underestimated Yan Zhaoge, underestimated Broad Creed Mountain too much in the past. Right now, he desperately hoped that he could remind his father and the elders of his sect. Even if they temporarily set aside the matter of Golden Court Mountain and the Phoenix Bone, they could first concentrate their strength and deal with the scourge that was Broad Creed Mountain. But what made him feel even more bitter was that not to mention whether they would be able to leave the Taoist temple alive. Even if they could, they might not have the chance to make up for their previous negligence. His father, the Southern Exalt Zhuangxin, had yet to return from the Southern Blazing Heaven territory 2 years ago. What was worse was that, according to past experience, Zhuangxin would not be able to return in the next few years. Of course, besides Zhuangxin, the southeastern Exalt Chaojie and the others were currently not at their respective clans either. Still, with the example of the late-seeing divinity martial saint, the star-plucking practitioner Guanlide, having perished at Broad Creed Mountain's feet, and the powerful strength that Yan Zhaoge was currently displaying, the star-plucking practitioner Guanlide was a late-seeing divinity martial saint. If not for the human Exalt Zhuangxin, even if Phoenix Ritual Mountain attacked with all their might, would they be able to destroy Broad Creed Mountain? Having already begun to view Broad Creed Mountain squarely, Zhuang Chaohui and the other men also felt rather uncertain at this moment. Moreover, the southeastern Yang Heaven territory had its own local experts who would not sit idly by. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel even more depressed. The extreme Yang seal pressured down unceasingly from above, their bones creaking. As the brilliant sun blazed down, the golden flames seemed like they wanted to devour their bodies. The shadow of death loomed over these 2 experts of Wudong Slope at this moment. Zhuang Chaohui, how about we make a deal? Yan Zhaoge suddenly said smilingly, if I am not wrong, as the son of the Southern Exalt, the Southern Exalt should have left some arrangements on you to prevent you from encountering a sure-death crisis like today. The Phoenix true form scripture that you cultivate and might not be able to protect your life, but your father might be able to. Am I right? Zhuang Chaohui's pupils dilated abruptly. There was indeed a mechanism left behind by his father, the Southern Exalt Zhuangxin, on him. After his nirvanic rebirth had been expended, if he encountered another death tribulation, he would be able to make use of the mechanism left behind by Zhuangxin and obtain a second chance at escaping death. Also, he would be reborn directly at the headquarters of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. That way, even if there were future dangers, he would be able to escape. Such a technique required a great deal of resources, as well as a great price, with great side effects afterwards. Still, when life and death truly came, one's life would naturally be the most important. This matter was extremely secretive, as even the middle-aged man beside him was not aware of it. Hearing his words now, his expression changed slightly as he swiveled his head to look at Zhuang Chaohui. Yan Zhaoge held the extreme yang seal in one hand while holding the jade talisman that he had obtained in this Taoist temple in the other. A wisp of black qi vaguely surfaced within the jade talisman, seemingly not yet present. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Let me tell you in advance, if there really is such a technique, it might not be of use against me. My deal with you is that you answer a question of mine. If you have such a technique, I will let you off. Still, if you do not, regrettably, you will still have to die. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, therefore there is no need to feel that I have to force you to answer this question. To tell the truth, I would still be more willing to slay you. As he spoke, Yan Zhaoge continued exerting force. The extreme yang seal shook, its entire body seemingly expanding as it transformed into an actual sun. The fleshly bodies of Zhuang Chaohui and that middle-aged man were incinerated and disintegrated together. They transformed into two phoenixes, struggling desperately to resist. Yet it was futile. The two simultaneously emitted enraged roars and tragic cries, going from high to low before finally disappearing. Gazing over carefully, Yan Zhaoge indeed saw that the fiery phoenix that the middle-aged man had transformed into had been completely extinguished, not even his corpse remaining as his soul had dispersed. Yet, after the fiery phoenix that Zhuang Chaohui had transformed into had been extinguished, a clump of flame actually reappearing within the air. That flame even vaguely broke through space as it sought to flee far away. The space where the flame was seen to have completely separated from the world of the Taoist temple at this moment, forming a world of its own as the extreme yang seal was unable to interfere with it at this moment. Can't leave, Yan Zhaoge chuckled, extending his palm as the phenomenon of chaos vaguely appeared on his palm. Where the chaos passed, that clump of flame was actually forcibly sucked in. Conscious fluctuations vaguely emanated from within. Zhuang Chaohui's face gradually surfaced within as he looked at Yan Zhaoge in shock. Yan Zhaoge said, slowly, very good. It looks like there is room for a deal between us now. It just depends on whether you are willing. Back in the clear scenic region of the Royal Reed Sea, before you left, you brought away a girl called Mengwan. I heard that there is a senior of your sect called Lu Xianting. If my guess is not wrong, they should be mother and daughter? Yan Zhaoge looked at Zhuang Chaohui. My question is, who is Mengwan's father? Chapter 956. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's question, Zhuang Chaohui was clearly taken aback for a moment. As he regained his wits, his expression involuntarily turned rather strange. After looking dazedly at Yan Zhaoge for a moment, Zhuang Chaohui looked like he was angry whilst also not, seemingly smiling whilst also not. I remember now. That Mengwan originated from the same lower world as you. Her lineage in the lower world was destroyed by your Broad Creed Mountain, right? Who is her father? Who is her father? Ha! Who is her father? Zhuang Chaohui suddenly laughed loudly. You wouldn't want to know. But you will know very soon. His smile was filled with mockery. Very soon. Zhuang Chaohui stared at Yan Zhaoge. I really want to see what your expression will be like after knowing this. Still, it would not be fun for me to tell you now. Oh. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge was not angered. Since that is so, you can leave with regrets. Saying thus, he grabbed that clump of flame, clenching his fist and shattering it. Zhuang Chaohui's face gradually dissipated amidst the flames. Still, there was still a joyful expression on his face as he roared loudly, Yan Zhaoge, I will be waiting for you down below. That day is not far away, very soon. Very soon. While you did not tell me anything from your words, I can basically tell that Mengwan was safe and sound after being taken away by you. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards. This is actually already enough. Zhuang Chaohui roared, surnamed Yan, I want to see how you die. That is not something you should worry about. Yan Zhaoge chuckled. exerting force with his fingers as he completely extinguished that clump of flame. The flourishing life force was extinguished at this moment as Zhuang Chaohui's life force was severed just like that. Yan Zhaoge retrieved that jade talisman and looked at it. It is indeed troublesome to kill a martial practitioner with powerful life force who cultivates in a special martial art like this. Still, there was no reaction from the jade talisman this time. Zhuang Chaohui's nirvanic rebirth had already been used up, and the backup method left behind by his father Zhuang Xin had been dispelled as well. However powerful Zhuang Chaohui's life force was, he would definitely be meeting the King Yama this time. Zhuang Chaohui having been slain here, Yan Zhaoge's enmity with Broad Creed Mountain and the southern Exalt Zhuang Xin had reached a new height. Yan Zhaoge, on the other hand, was very calm as he kept the extreme Yang seal and the jade talisman, swiveling his head to look at Ah Hu and Pan Pan, smiling. After searching this Taoist temple one last time, we can leave. While Yan Zhaoge had only clashed for a short period of time with Zhuang Chaohui and the other man having already taken care of them, the force exerted by him was not weak at all. The effects of the battle affected the entire Taoist temple, causing it to be on the verge of collapse. After all, this place had been abandoned for many years and was not as sturdy and powerful as it used to be. There were still many treasures and pills stored in the temple. However, after experiencing the great calamity back then and enduring the corrosion of time, most of the stock had already decayed. But even so, there were still many precious treasures among the remaining items. In the eyes of most people, some of these items were mediocre and had limited value. However, in Yan Zhaoge's eyes, he lacked something that could turn something rotten into something miraculous, turning trash into a treasure. After tidying up everything here that caught his eye, Yan Zhaoge brought Ah Hu and Pan Pan along as he returned to the great hall. After bowing once more towards the statues of the founders of the three purities, Yan Zhaoge came before the incense burner table, looking at the runes inscribed with cinnabar on a yellow cloth. Oh, they're leaving. Because those of Wudong Slope had first suffered the simultaneous attacks of the three tribulations set up by the Taoist temple, the second batch of people of 3 Foot Mountain had it much easier. While the simultaneous attacks of the three tribulations were terrifying, it also formlessly lowered their continuity. Still, seeing that Zhuang Chaohui and Pan Pan had instead passed through the protective restrictions after undergoing nirvanic rebirth, the hearts of those of 3 Foot Mountain began pounding. While the others of Wudong Slope had been completely wiped out, the 2 immortal bridge martial saints who had survived possessed extraordinary strength. 2 batches of people had already arrived before them, both of them extremely powerful as well. The first batch of 3 Foot Mountain martial practitioners, their chief included, had most likely perished. The second batch of 3 Foot Mountain martial practitioners had still chosen to give up in the end after some hesitation, attempting to leave this cave manor which had cost them so much. Now that the protective restrictions had weakened, they had successfully escaped. Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head as he led Ah Hu and Pan Pan out of the great hall. Feeling the spiritual qi flow here for a moment, Yan Zhaoge could not help but raise his brows slightly. Someone opened another door. It looks like Zhuang Chaohui and the others entered from that newly opened door. It was just that with this, the door through which he and the martial practitioners of 3 Foot Mountain had entered from the wilderness sea had been affected and closed, unable to be opened again. This meant that if Yan Zhaoge or those martial practitioners of 3 Foot Mountain wanted to return to the world beyond worlds, they would have to take the same path that Zhuang Chaohui and the others had entered from. It did not have to be asked for it to be known that the other side of the exit was most likely in the lands of the southern blazing heaven territory. Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he strode out of the Taoist temple. After determining the general direction, he headed towards the great lake from which those of Wudong Slope had entered. Just having arrived by the lake, he saw a few figures preparing to enter the lake as well. From their attire and martial attainments, they were precisely martial practitioners of 3 Foot Mountain. Seeing Yan Zhaoge appear, their expressions all changed slightly. They wondered what exactly was going on in the temple. Yan Zhaoge did not stand on ceremony as he strode directly before those martial practitioners of 3-foot mountain, raising his palm and striking out with a cyclic heavenly seal. That leading 3-foot mountain elder was just about to speak when a gust of wind assaulted his face, forcing him to shut his mouth. While he was an early immortal bridge martial saint, he was hard-pressed to withstand the peerless, massive force of Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal as he was sent flying in retreat with just a single strike. Yan Zhaoge's palm did not cease in pressuring downwards, as it resembled the collapse of the sky. Beneath this palm of Yan Zhaoge's, the entire heavens and earth distorted as they converged and collapsed towards the center of the lake. The martial practitioners of 3-foot mountain dared not resist as they hurriedly fled towards the dimensional passageway at the bottom of the lake. Yet, beneath Yan Zhaoge's palm, many people were still directly slain. Only 2 were heavily injured as they spurted out blood, barely managing to preserve their lives as they scrambled and fled into the entrance of the dimensional passageway. Yan Zhaoge appeared leisurely as he sat on Pan Pan's back. Pan Pan strode forward neither hurriedly nor slowly, closely following him into the dimensional passageway. Seeing this, those 2 3-foot mountain elders were both shocked and fearful. This is that Yan Zhaoge? Vicious indeed. Chief and the others have already perished at his hands? After passing through the dimensional passageway, they arrived at the other exit. There, however, were people blocking their path. They were from the southern blazing heaven territory's phoenix, Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. As Zhuang Chaohui and the others were heading towards the cave manor of the Taoist temple, there were still other fellow disciples guarding the entrance here. Seeing those 2 3-foot mountain elders appear, the expressions of the Wudong Slope martial practitioners who were guarding the entrance all changed. Who is it? Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave. The 2 3-foot mountain elders spoke simultaneously as they fled like madmen. Still, they were heavily injured and unable to move as they were blocked by the Wudong Slope martial practitioners. Their eyes turned bloodshot in panic. Make way if you don't want to die! The Wudong Slope martial practitioners were greatly enraged upon hearing their words. What big words! Blazing fire transformed into all-encompassing sabers that hacked towards the 2. The 2 3-foot mountain elders wanted to cry, yet had no tears to shed as that indistinct, terrifying aura behind them grew closer and closer. Chapter 9, 57. Sitting on Pan Pan's back, Yan Zhaoge exited the dimensional passageway. Seeing the outside environment, he could not help but feel amused. He saw a few Wudong Slope martial practitioners currently surrounding and fiercely attacking 2 3-foot mountain elders. While these Wudong Slope martial practitioners were all seeing divinity martial saints, they were proficient in martial arts, and the 2 3-foot mountain elders had previously been heavily injured by Yan Zhaoge. As a result, those of Wudong Slope held the upper hand. Still, after Yan Zhaoge had appeared, both sides had stopped fighting. The Wudong Slope martial practitioners who were guarding this place looked at Yan Zhaoge in astonishment, while they were as arrogant as Zhuang Chaohui had been earlier, only seeing ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain as they looked down on Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain in their hearts. Still, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope martial practitioners had long since been familiar with the appearance of Yan Zhaoge, who had slain their fellow disciples. They would not mistake him for someone else. Zhuang Chaohui and the others had not emerged from the cave manor of the Taoist temple. Instead, it was Yan Zhaoge who had emerged from within, causing these Wudong Slope martial practitioners to feel shocked and uncertain. After a brief moment of shock, they all attacked Yan Zhaoge together. The southern Exalt Zhuangshin had long since given strict orders. As long as Yan Zhaoge dared to set foot within the southern blazing heaven territory, he would definitely be slain without mercy. Any martial practitioner of the southern blazing heaven territory could act against him. let alone the other experts of the southern blazing heaven territory. Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope was of the southern Exalt Shuang, Shin's lineage. They would definitely strictly abide by their chief's orders as they attacked without hesitation. Sitting cross-legged on Pan Pan's back, Yan Zhaoge did not move at all as he simply extended his right hand. As he flipped his palm, the heavens and earth instantly overturned before the eyes of those Wudong Slope martial practitioners. Where the majestic, limitless palm force of the cyclic heavenly seal passed, it swept through the surrounding area. Endless mountains and a great number of spiritual clear trees grow here, covering the entire mountain range. This seems like the endless mountain range of the northern blazing heaven territory. Yan Zhaoge surveyed his surroundings as he attacked. He had always valued intelligence and news, having long since formed great enmity with the southern Exalt's lineage. He had always placed great importance on intelligence and information. He had long since formed great enmity with the southern Exalt's lineage. While he dared not be certain, he only felt that it seemed to be somewhere in the northern part of the southern blazing heaven. Observing the geographical features of the surrounding environment, while he could not be certain, he felt that it seemed to be somewhere in the northern part of the southern blazing heaven territory. While he had landed in the southern blazing heaven territory, Yan Zhaoge did not panic. He raised his hand and dealt with these Wudong Slope disciples first. He wasn't bloodthirsty, but taking someone's life was nothing to him. While these Wudong Slope martial practitioners vaguely feared Yan Zhaoge as well, they still unconsciously rushed over. By the time they realized that things were not as simple as they had imagined, it was already too late for regrets. It was instead those 2 3-foot mountain elders who were fully focused on fleeing. Making use of Yan Zhaoge taking care of those Wudong Slope martial practitioners, the 2 fled into the distance without even looking back. The 2 of them were alert and fled in 2 different directions, hoping to escape this calamity. Yan Zhaoge smiled, patting Pan Pan's head before soaring into the air, pursuing that immortal bridge martial saint elder of 3-foot mountain. Pan Pan carried Ahu on his back as he chased after another seeing divinity martial saint. The other party was already heavily injured. Regardless of whether he fought or ran, he would not be able to defeat Pan Pan. That 3-foot mountain elder of immortal bridge martial saint street felt a terrifying aura approaching from behind. Turning back to look, he was instantly greatly shocked. Yan Zhaoge, you are against my 3-foot mountain. You must know. Before he had finished speaking, he had already been interrupted by Yan Zhaoge. I am well aware of who stands behind you. Still, this will not affect me from making a move. Your sect's chief and many others are all waiting for you down below. You won't be lonely on your journey. Amidst his words, he had already struck out with a palm. The other party's eyes looked like they were about to implode as he said disbelievingly, You actually... Partway through his words, the top of his head had already been shattered by Yan Zhaoge's palm, his head exploding. Yan Zhaoge did not linger after having slain the other party as he calmly turned and headed off in another direction. Still, he had already caught up a moment later as he could see Ahu's back as he sat on Pan Pan's back. Already done? Yan Zhaoge soundlessly landed on Pan Pan's back. There's no smell of blood on him. He didn't fight? Ahu had a rather strange expression on his face as he answered. Young master, a small accident occurred. He pointed into the distance. Actually, he did not need to point. After discovering that Pan Pan had not slain the other party, Yan Zhaoge had already surveyed the surroundings and gazed in that direction. There, 2 people were shockingly currently clashing. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that one of them was that 3-foot mountain elder while the other was a youth. That youth appeared to be around 20 from the outside. He was garbed in red as he moved as swiftly as rushing thunder. While Yan Zhaoge could tell that he was more than 20 years old, he was still extremely young in terms of his cultivation base as it was sufficient to shock most people. Such a young martial practitioner of the first level of the martial saint realm was extremely rare even in the entire world beyond worlds. While he could originally be considered handsome, there was a tragic wound on his face which had destroyed his right eye. Yet, this youth paid no heed to the wound on his face, as he only focused on fiercely attacking the 3-foot mountain elder. Unleashing his full power, he already had no energy to care about his injuries, as the right side of his face was dripping with fresh blood. That 3-foot mountain elder had long since been a martial saint expert who had broken through space and seen true divinity. However, having been heavily injured by Yan Zhaoge earlier, he had been unable to unleash his full power. Fearing that Yan Zhaoge would catch up to him, he only wanted to flee as quickly as possible. Still, the more he feared battle, the more he would be at a disadvantage, as he was entangled by an opponent whose cultivation base was far lower than his. Still, after glancing at him, Yan Zhaoge could not help but feel interested. Oh, he has some skills. While his opponent was unable to unleash his full power due to various reasons, the strength of that red-clothed youth far surpassed that of martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, let alone opponents of the first level of the martial saint realm. Even most martial practitioners of the second level of the martial saint realm would probably be unable to defeat this red-clothed youth. While he was unarmed, he wielded his palm like a saber as the light of thunder that surged to the heavens surged with each saber. That light of thunder was crimson like blood as it was mournful and terrifying. Beneath the roaring thunderbolts, the body of the 3-foot mountain martial practitioner who emitted the golden radiance of the sun seemed to be enveloped by the color of blood. The light of thunder and the saber light merged as one, stirring the winds and clouds of the surrounding area with a momentum that shocked the heavens and shook the earth as numerous streaks of the golden radiance of the sun were shattered. The red-clothed youth had a savage expression on his face as he roared loudly like rumbling thunder, completely looking like he did not care for his life at all as he madly attacked his opponent with it. Speaking of which, I seem to have felt just now that that person of 3-foot mountain had a living person within his shadow-shrinking pouch. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Back then I thought that it was a fellow disciple of his with a lower cultivation base. From the looks of it now, it was actually a captive. Ahu nodded. That's right. Not long after Pan and I had chased him, that person's sleeve suddenly ripped apart, a streak of blood-red thunder shooting out from within, turning to attack him. It should be that his injuries were too severe as he was unable to continue capturing the captive within his shadow, shrinking pouch alive. He scratched his big head. In the end, before we could make a move, the two of them began fighting first. Chapter 958. Ahu looked at the crazed, red-clothed young man and grinned. Young master, look at the saber technique he's using. Doesn't it look like the descendant of that summer family that was exterminated in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territories' consecutive Drum Mountain Range? Yan Zhaoge continued. Ahu nodded. They had never had any dealings with the Xia clan of Listening Thunder Peak. However, the warriors of the consecutive Drum Mountain Range who had mentioned the extermination of the Xia clan had also provided some information about the Xia clan's origins. As Yan Zhaoge and who watched that red-clothed youth make his move, it somewhat resembled the rushing thunder saber of the direct lineage of the Listening Thunder Peak's Xia family. However, the legendary galloping thunder saber did not have such a strong power. The Listening Thunder Peak's Xia family originated from a lower world. While they had successfully established themselves in the world beyond worlds, let alone the peak legacies, they were not exceptional even in the consecutive Drum Mountain Range. Therefore, Ahu was a little uncertain as he looked hesitantly at Yan Zhaoge. The Listening Thunder Peak is the foundation of the Xia clan, other than the martial arts passed down in the clan. There is also one of the 5 elemental thunder of fortune, the absolute thunder of metal. Yan Zhaoge said, tempering your lungs with this thunder, your breath will be like thunder, sharp as metal. Merging it into your saber arts, its power will increase greatly. it should be said that all weapons can benefit from it. Yen Jiaoge bore the blazing flames and blazing thunder of the fire attribute of the 5 elements creation thunder. The two sides were interconnected, as it was very easy for him to sense the uniqueness of that red-clothed youth. However, this wasn't the reason why the red-clothed young man possessed such outstanding strength. Pay attention to his body. Yen Jiaoge's words hit the nail on the head. Ahu's cultivation was lower than the 2 people fighting in the field, so it was more difficult for him to see the details of their fight. However, having been reminded by Yen Jiaoge, looking carefully over, Ahu saw that the young man was dressed entirely in red, some patterns shockingly appearing on the skin of his palms, neck and other areas that were not covered by his clothes. Those patterns were like bolts of lightning, crimson like blood, a ghastly sight. Because he was wearing clothes, only a small part of the tattoo could be seen. But as the 2 sides fought to their heart's content, the red-clothed youth incessantly stimulated his own potential. One could clearly see that the pattern was continuously expanding. After a while, the blood-colored pattern that resembled a thunderbolt had already covered his hands and neck and was spreading towards his face. It looked as if there were numerous wounds on his body that were crisscrossing with each other. Wild, primitive, domineering, terrifying. As the blood-colored thunderbolt pattern expanded and spread, the red-clothed youth's fighting style became more and more violent and ruthless. He only attacked without any regard for his own safety. Its power grew stronger and stronger, and it continued to rise. There was a kind of madness and decisiveness that came from burning one's life at the end of the road. It made people feel as if he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, the last radiance of the setting sun. It seemed that, as long as he could stall for a little longer, he would be like a lamp that had run out of oil and die without the need for anyone else to do anything. However, its power continued to grow, as if there was no end to it. Distracted, the heavily injured 3-foot mountain elder was actually forced into a disadvantageous position by the red-clothed young man's suicidal momentum. The glorious sun hung high in the sky, but within the golden sun, blood-colored lightning flashed incessantly, slashing cracks on the golden sun. Young master, that is. Ahu clenched his teeth, gazing at the battle situation. Yen Jiaoge said casually, "It is recorded in ancient texts that there is a strange physique known as the thunderbolt blood. Those who bear the thunderbolt blood have chi and blood that are tough and vigorous to the extreme, resembling fire and thunder as they are extremely violent. If they cultivate in martial arts, they would be blessed by the heavens. Their rate of improvement in cultivation aside, they would be extremely powerful in actual combat, as their attacks would contain explosive power that far surpassed those of the same generation. Still, there was a drawback as well. If they were not careful in their cultivation, they would harm themselves instead. Since the great calamity, it has rarely been said that those who bear the thunderbolt blood have appeared in this world. He might be the first to have seen it with our own eyes." Yen Jiaoge pointed at that red-clothed youth. Usually these blood-colored thunder patterns would not appear. He looks just like a normal person. When fighting with others, his chi would return quickly, and his explosive power would be great. Still, it would not be as ferocious as it is now. His current appearance is due to him executing the blood thunderbolt ritual. Yen Jiaoge smacked his lips. I have only heard of it before. I would never have thought that I would be able to see it with my own eyes today. Blood thunderbolt ritual? Ahu repeated, looking at the patterns that have surfaced on his body. It reminds me of that Yi Jing who reconstructed his body of the flame devil that year. It is just that Yi Jing's is a pattern of flames, while his is a pattern of thunderbolts. Yen Jiaoge said nonchalantly as he watched that red-clothed youth make his move. They are fundamentally different. Yi Jing reconstructed his body of the flame devil with the sacred heavenly fire scripture, the patterns on his body being the agglomerated manifestation of the concept of the sacred heavenly fire scripture, always existing, not changing according to Yi Jing's will. The blood thunderbolt ritual is a secret art. Whether or not it is executed is up to the martial practitioner themselves. being able to stop as they please. Also, because Yi Jing's cultivation base was too low back then, his mind unstable, the body of the flame devil affected his soul as well as his temperament from the outside. This kid before us, this violent temper, is probably innate, having nothing to do with him bearing the thunderbolt blood. Yan Zhaoge said, "The blood thunderbolt ritual is a unique secret art that does not require the guidance of others. Every martial practitioner who bears the thunderbolt blood will slowly comprehend it on their own as they integrate their own martial arts, and only they will be able to execute it. This secret art drew out the explosive power of one's thunderbolt blood as much as possible, thereby allowing one's strength to soar greatly in all aspects within a short period of time. However, this was equivalent to pulling up a seedling to help it grow, surpassing its original limits, as its lifespan would be reduced as a result. Still, its power was also extremely impressive. That red-clothed youth was at the first level of the martial saint realm, being able to battle experts of the third level of the martial saint realm at this moment. A frenzied tiger went all out, only attacking and not defending at all, as even many experts of the third level of the martial saint realm would have to temporarily avoid him. Young master, from the looks of it, this person should be someone of that listening Thunder Peak Xiao family? Ah, who scratched his head. Perhaps it is because he is special that the people of 3 Foot Mountain spared his life, only capturing him alive. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. It would be impossible for him to enter the lineage of the one who decimated his family. He should have some other use for him. Ah, whose interest was piqued. Young master, logically speaking, with his outstanding talent already having cultivated to the martial saint realm, why have I never heard of him before? While he had only just stepped into the martial saint realm, the potential and strength displayed by this red-clothed youth was virtually already no inferior to that of the son of the Southern Exalt, the Phoenix Prince Shuang Chaohui. This was still when he cultivated in the martial arts of the listening Thunder Peaks Xia family, which could not be considered all that profound in the world beyond worlds. If he had the background and environment of growth of Fu Ting, Gao Qing, Long Hanhua, Zhang Yimou, and Zhuang Chaohui, what would have been the result? You would have to ask him then. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, stroking his lower chin. Ah, who was all too familiar with his young master. Seeing Yan Zhaoge smile, his heart involuntarily shuddered as he began to silently mourn for that red-clothed youth whose name he still did not know. Chapter 9:59. To that 3 Foot Mountain elder, this trouble that had suddenly sprung up was still not the worst of it all. What he was most worried and most afraid of was still Yan Zhaoge catching up to him. When he had fled earlier, he had been exceptionally nervous as he had focused all his attention on fleeing for his life. As a result, he had even forgotten that he had previously captured someone in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territories' consecutive Drum Mountain Range. Back then, he had accompanied their chief and the other 3 Foot Mountain experts in destroying the consecutive Drum Mountain Ranges, listening Thunder Peaks Xiao family, obtaining that half-broken whisk, and thus being able to enter the cave manor of the Taoist temple. The listening Thunder Peaks Xia family had been completely exterminated, with only this kid called Xia Guang before him having been captured alive due to his unique physique. Following orders to watch over him, he had originally not taken it to heart. Who knew that the situation would change drastically afterwards, as his 3 Foot Mountain was virtually wiped out in the cave manor of the Taoist temple. He too was heavily injured as he had fled. In the end, Xia Guang had actually managed to break free. If it had been any other time, however unique Xia Guang was, this 3 Foot Mountain elder would not have taken it to heart. After all, the gap between their cultivation bases was really too great. Still, at this critical juncture, he was really going to die. If not for that Yan Zhaoge injuring me first, would there have been any room for you to be so insolent? Seeing that he had already been pestered by Xia Guang for a long time, the ferocity of that 3 Foot Mountain elder was roused as well. He attacked toward Xia Guang with all his might, seeking to kill him as quickly as possible so that he would not be held back any longer. Without this mad, red-clothed youth pestering him, he would be able to focus on fleeing. Otherwise, he dared not imagine what would happen to him if Yan Zhaoge caught up to him. While he had been heavily injured and his strength had fallen greatly, Xiaoguang still immediately felt pressured as he attacked with all his might. Still, he did not take this to heart at all. There was only a single thought in his mind at this moment. Either the enemy dies or I perish. Let's see who dies. A frenzied roar resounded, resembling the explosion of thunder. Xiaoguang continued wielding the blood thunderbolt ritual, unceasingly igniting his thunderbolt blood at the cost of his longevity. Mournful, wild thunder patterns now enveloped his entire body, flickering with a dark, red, blood-red light as they resounded together with a deafening roar of thunder. His violent power was stimulated unceasingly, transforming into numerous blood-red lights that resembled thunderbolts, whilst also blades as they fearlessly attacked towards his opponent. That 3-foot mountain elder sent Xiaoguang's blood flying with a single palm. While Xiaoguang's saber was blocked by him, the old injury that Yan Zhaoge had inflicted upon him earlier immediately relapsed. The 3-foot mountain elder immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. No, I can't continue fighting with this crazy brat. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, exasperated. Seeing Xiaoguang grit his teeth and attack once more despite his injuries, this 3-foot mountain elder's gaze flickered as he simultaneously raised his palms, pushing them forward. Boundless golden sunlight illuminated the heavens and earth as 2 great sun-golden crows appeared simultaneously, flying towards Xiaoguang. Since you're courting death, this old man will send you down to reunite with your family. That 3-foot mountain elder roared fiercely, wanting to kill Xiaoguang with a full-force blow. Xiaoguang's eyes bulged, not fearing in the slightest as he met it head-on, meeting attack with attack. The forces of both sides collided violently, and the result was that the 3-foot mountain elder was actually not a match for him, and his entire body was blasted flying backwards. Yet, Xiaoguang's expression changed. He felt that the palm force of his opponent earlier had not been a direct clash of brute force, as he had instead been ingenious. Now that the 3-foot mountain elder was retreating, he had actually borrowed Xiaoguang's strength to speed up the distance. Xiaoguang wanted to pursue him, but his opponent's soft force kept him where he was. Even after dispersing it with great effort, he was still a step too slow. Damned old thief! Xiaoguang howled in fury as he hurriedly chased after him. Still, the other party was no slower than him in speed and strength. Now that he had lost the initiative, how could he possibly catch up? Seeing the distance between them growing greater and greater instead, the red-clothed youth was enraged to the extreme as his intact left eye turned completely red. Finally, the figure of that 3-foot mountain elder vanished. Xiaoguang refused to give up as he chased after him for a while longer. Yet he had already lost track of the other party as he was unable to determine his direction at all. The martial practitioners of 3-foot mountain cultivated in the Golden Crow incinerating world scripture. Wherever they passed, the aura would be incinerated cleanly as no traces of the chi of fire would be left behind at all. Xiaoguang roared madly as he hacked down with his saber onto the great earth down below, cleaving a deep valley into the mountain range. Unable to quell his fury, he hacked down with his saber again and again, a mountain range being cleaved into a ravine. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, granduncle, uncle, aunt, second brother, eldest sister, second sister, little sister. The fury on Xiaoguang's face gradually vanished as sorrow arose. I'm useless. I was unable to even slay a heavily injured enemy, unable to avenge you all. After his fury had passed, the pain from his wounds and the intense feeling of weakness surged up together. The blood-red patterns that resembled thunderbolts gradually faded from the surface of his body, shrinking together as they finally landed on his back, condensing into a tattoo in the shape of a blood-red lightning bolt. Xiaoguang landed on the ground, clutching his right eye which was dripping with blood as fury surfaced on his face once more. That was when he had been captured back then because he had been unwilling to submit. He had been blinded by those of 3-Foot Mountain. 3-Foot Mountain, 3-Foot Mountain, 3-Foot Mountain. Xia Guang gnashed his teeth. The monk can run, but the temple cannot. 3-Foot Mountain, the 127 people of my Xia family will definitely not die in vain. If I do not avenge this, Xia Guang is a son in vain. His body weak as he fell to a sitting position within the mountain valley, he suddenly noticed that his hair had actually already turned white. Xia Guang was not shocked. He knew better than anyone what kind of price he had to pay for the blood thunderbolt ritual. Without even needing to look at a mirror, he knew that his current appearance was probably already much older. While there had actually been a limited amount of time in executing the blood thunderbolt ritual earlier, it had already sharply shortened his lifespan. If he were to perform it once more, his lifespan would probably come to an end as well. Xia Guang clenched his fists tightly. The elder of 3-Foot Mountain, just now, was a seeing divinity martial saint expert. Meanwhile, 3-Foot Mountain had more than just a single immortal bridge martial saint expert. While 3-Foot Mountain had mobilized a great number of experts for the sake of the cave manor of the Taoist temple this time, they would definitely have left behind sufficient strength to guard the mountain. If he was unable to even slay a heavily injured, seeing divinity martial saint, how difficult would it be for him to exact vengeance? Xia Guang did not fear difficulty. However powerful his enemies were, they would not be able to scare him into retreat. Still, he was worried that he might not have enough time. Big brother and big sister. Xia Guang abruptly regained his wits. I wonder how big brother and big sister are now. While they are out adventuring, I wonder if they have received any news of what has happened to our family. I should try to contact them, lest they fall to the hands of 3-Foot Mountain as well. Xia Guang looked rather blankly at his surroundings. This is no longer the consecutive drum mountain range. Where is this? And how should I search for big brother and big sister? His thoughts were rather chaotic as he suddenly thought of the name that 3-Foot Mountain elder had mentioned earlier, Yanjiaga. I seem to have heard someone from my family mention this name before. It was said that while he was around the same age as me, he was already a seeing divinity martial saint, a heaven-defying genius. That old scoundrel just now was a late seeing divinity martial saint. Yet he was injured by that Yanjiaga, thus giving me a chance. Xia Guang could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. What kind of person is that? Amidst the clouds, Yanjiaga sat on Pan Pan's back, grabbing the neck of that 3-Foot Mountain elder who had just fled as he looked rather interestedly at Xia Guang on the ground. Chapter 960. Grabbing that 3-Foot Mountain elder. Yanjiaga smiled. This is the orphan of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's consecutive drum mountain ranges, listening Thunder Peak's Xia family? The man's face was ashen as he nodded numbly. Keeping him, just for that special thunderbolt blood of his? Yanjiaga asked. Logically speaking, such an outstanding talent shouldn't be unknown and unknown. The influence of the listening Thunder Peak Xia clan had not reached the stage where they could hide their geniuses. In order to shock the world with a single brilliant feat, what they should do was to build a solid foundation. Gain fame, form alliances, or seek a backer. The elder of 3-Foot Mountain said disinterestedly. This little thief was living in seclusion in a side courtyard at the time. He was even protected by a formation that was no different from imprisonment. If we had not flattened the Xia clan's mansion, we would not have discovered him. After discovering it, you captured it alive? Yanjiaga laughed. It's no wonder. The physique of the thunderbolt blood might not be highly valued by you all, and it would be even more impossible for you all to accept this person as your disciple. But to you, the great sun, glorious heaven thunder, is still very attractive, right? This 3-Foot Mountain elder looked rather surprisedly at Yanjiaga. Yanjiaga shrugged. Me what? The other party came back to his senses. His face turned ashen again, and he didn't say anything else. The great sun, glorious heaven thunder, was ranked 8th among the 9 heavenly thunder. Lightning was an existence of extreme yang in the world. As for the great sun, brilliant heaven thunder, it was the yang within the yang. In the process of yin and yang transformation, it was the concept of extreme yang between yin and yang. On the other hand, there was the desolate yin lightning that was ranked 7th among the 9 heavenly lightning. It contained the power of extreme yin within the lightning of extreme yang. It was said in pre-great calamity times that those who possessed the thunderbolt blood were beneficial in controlling the great sun, glorious heaven thunder. This was not a guess, but something that had been verified. 3-Foot Mountain's martial arts did not involve thunder arts, but they valued the extreme yang, heat, and hardness of the great sun, glorious heaven thunder. This was the reason why he had spared Xia Guang's life. Although the great sun, brilliant heaven thunder was nowhere to be seen, it was better to be prepared, right? This piece of news was extremely unpopular, and few people knew about it. 3-Foot Mountain's legacy didn't have it, but that bigwig expert who had helped them complete the Golden Crow world incinerating scripture had inadvertently mentioned it. Ever since then, it had been remembered by everyone in 3-Foot Mountain. That was why this 3-Foot Mountain elder was rather surprised earlier. It was not surprising that Yan Zhaoga knew of the existence of the great sun, glorious heaven thunder. However, there were very few people who knew the relationship between the great sun, glorious heaven thunder, and the thunderbolt blood. As a result, this 3-Foot Mountain elder could not help but guess. Could Yan Zhaoga really be related to that legendary exalted solar luminary? Yan Zhaoga paid no heed to his doubts. What he was more interested in was that 3-Foot Mountain was also so clear about this obscure knowledge. While they had obtained legacies from before the great calamity, the Golden Crow world incinerating scripture that their founder had obtained was incomplete. It should have been someone else who told him about such an obscure piece of information. Yan Zhaoga could not help but feel increasingly curious about that existence behind 3-Foot Mountain at this moment. As he pondered, his gaze remained on Xia Guang on the ground. "Young master, are we not going down now?" Hu asked curiously. Yan Zhaoga shook his head, looking rather interestedly at Xia Guang. "No rush. Let's first see what he intends to do next." Xia Guang first tore off his clothes, simply bandaging his wounds before sitting down to meditate and circulate his qi. "My injuries are very serious. While my external injuries are serious, my internal injuries are even more so." Xia Guang felt rather troubled after circulating his qi. The area with the most serious injuries was naturally his right eye, which was already completely disabled and blind. From now onward, he could only be a one-eyed man. Thinking of this, Xia Guang was infuriated once more as he wished that he could immediately storm 3-Foot Mountain and slay all his enemies. As compared to losing his sight in one eye, his internal injuries were even more serious, as they had all been left behind in his battle with that 3-Foot Mountain elder earlier. Wielding the blood thunderbolt ritual had already depleted his vitality in the first place. Also, he had fought with his life on the line, only attacking and not defending at all, as he had completely disregarded his own body. Thus, his injuries were naturally not light. As a result, he was currently injured all over, feeling weak and powerless all over just the slightest movement. "I should heal my injuries first. My vitality is currently depleted and my body is weak. If I do not heal my injuries soon, my foundation will probably be damaged for good. Let alone raising my strength, I might even fall back to the martial grandmaster realm." Xia Guang was not someone who was good at long-term planning. He could only plan his future path, simply. He would first try to heal his injuries before searching for his remaining kin, his brothers and sisters who had gone out when his family had been decimated. Then, he would think of a way to take revenge for them. Thinking of his deceased family members, Xia Guang could not help but feel sorrowful. He possessed the thunderbolt blood and was also extremely talented in the martial Tao. The family had originally placed high hopes on him, not even intending for him to inherit their martial arts, as they had instead tried to enter a major sect. At that time, the listening Thunder Peak Xia family had been attached to a major power of the consecutive Drum Mountain range, as they relied on it. Sadly, Xia Guang's temper was irritable and unyielding, as he had already caused a great disaster before even entering the sect, leaving the matter unresolved. Not just that, in order to avoid this disaster, the Xia family announced that he had died young. A peerless genius had already vanished from the eyes of the outside world before he could even display his brilliance. From then on, Xia Guang found it hard to leave the clan, as he remained at home, which was akin to being placed under house arrest. In the past, Xia Guang had been dissatisfied with this as well. Still, thinking about it now, he felt that this was also a form of protection from his family. His mother's earnest and well-meaning advice, and his father's exasperation towards him for failing to live up to his expectations, actually became the deepest memories in his heart at this moment. Thinking of this, he could not help but shed tears. What are you crying for? What use is there in crying? After crying for a while, Xia Guang suddenly slapped himself twice. Can crying avenge everyone? Wiping his face, he pulled himself together and barely managed to stand up from the ground. Where exactly am I now? Xia Guang looked around rather blankly. Finally, he randomly chose a direction and walked in that direction, looking for a place where there were signs of human habitation. When he learnt that he was in the southern blazing heaven territory, Xia Guang could not help but be rather stunned. He pondered for a moment, deciding that he should first consider the problem of his own injuries. Injuries like his were not something that ordinary doctors could treat. Only martial practitioners who were proficient in alchemy and medicine would be able to think of a way. While Xia Guang was well versed in his family and was also a martial saint himself, he knew very little about alchemy. There was an old saying that medicine and martial arts were inseparable. The higher the cultivation base of a martial practitioner, the more precise their grasp of the human body would be. Still, there was still a great difference between the two at the end of the day. First, not speaking of the fact that Xia Guang did not have a pill furnace on hand. Even if he did, he would still be able to try refining some ordinary pills. However, refining a pill to treat his current severe injuries was something that he would not be able to do. Perhaps it should be said that he was lucky. Not far away from him, in the endless mountain range of the southern blazing heaven territory, there just happened to be a martial sect known as Bright Origin Pavilion. While the Pavilion Lord's attainments in the martial arts could not be considered especially outstanding in this endless mountain range, he was rather skilled in alchemy. It was rumored that Bright Origin Pavilion possessed a healing spirit medicine, the Clear Radiance Pill, that was miraculously effective in treating qi and blood and internal injuries. After asking for directions, Xia Guang headed for Bright Origin Pavilion, attempting to ask for the medicine. Chapter 961. While he was injured, Xia Guang still grit his teeth and persisted as he found the location of Bright Origin Pavilion. He planned to ask for the medicine, but the result was disappointing. Go! Not to mention that the Clear Radiance Pill is incomparably rare and precious. Even our sect only has a small number of pills left, and it's not even enough for our own use. Even if we had a surplus, we would definitely not give it to you. Xia Guang lowered his head, saying, I know that it was presumptuous of me to come here like this. I don't have anything valuable on me, so I can't trade with you. However, I have practiced martial arts for many years and have transcended the mortal realm. If you have any requests, I can do it for you. The Bright Origin Pavilion martial artist in front of him shouted, I already said it's impossible to give it to you. You southeastern martial artist. Why are you still pestering me? Whether it was the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory or the southern blazing Heaven Territory, they were both vast in size and territory. Even within the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, the accents of those who lived in the Royal Reed Sea and those who lived in the consecutive Drum Mountain Range were vastly different. But on the whole, since they all belonged to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, there would always be similarities in their accents. Comparatively speaking, besides the border between the two territories, the difference in the accents of the martial practitioners of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory and the southern blazing Heaven Territory was even more obvious. Xiaoguang did not need to introduce himself or reveal his martial arts, as those of Bright Origin Pavilion knew that he hailed from the southeastern Yang Heaven territory just by opening his mouth. Currently, the relationship between the two realms was extremely bad. The source of the conflict was the rulers of the two regions, Phoenix, Ritual Mountains, Wudong Slope, and Golden Court Mountain. In the previous battle, not only the disciples of the two great supremes had participated, but many other martial artists from the southeastern and southern regions had also participated in the battle. In the Endless Mountain Range, there were peak experts who had once headed to the borders of the two territories to participate in the war against the martial practitioners of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. While Bright Origin Pavilion had not participated in the battle, it had lived and flourished in the southern Blazing Heaven territory in the end, in the region of the Endless Mountains. While they might not hold much ill will towards the martial practitioners of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, they still had to stand firm on their side. If the major figures of the southern Blazing Heaven territory found out that they had once rescued someone from the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, they might be displeased. At that time, a calamity would descend from the heavens, and it was very likely that they would be annihilated. Xiaoguang had previously been living in seclusion within his home, seldom interacting with the outside world. Whenever there was news from the outside world, his family would still inform him. However, most of the information was from the consecutive Drum Mountain Range. With the status of the listening Thunder Peak Xia clan, what happened in the consecutive Drum Mountain Range was of utmost concern to them. Although it would affect their lives in the open or in the dark, it was useless for them to worry about it. Xiaoguang knew very little about news outside the consecutive Drum Mountain Range. He had heard of the great battle between the southeastern Yang Heaven territory and the southern Blazing Heaven territory, but had not taken it to heart. Xiaoguang did not understand why the martial practitioners of Bright Origin Pavilion would avoid them as if they were snakes or scorpions. Instead, he felt more humiliated. If it was any other time, he would have just left with a flick of his sleeve. However, his injuries were severe, and the longer he dragged this on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Apart from Bright Origin Pavilion, there were no other forces in the vicinity that were famous for their pills. Thinking of how he would only be able to cultivate and seek vengeance after healing his injuries, Xiaoguang held himself back, lowering his head as he said, "This brother, please forgive me. As long as it is something that I can do, I will." That Bright Origin Pavilion martial artist shouted, "You one-eyed dragon, if you continue to be so long-winded, do you believe that I won't even blind your other eye?" Hearing his words, Xiaoguang's expression abruptly changed as he was greatly enraged. His right eye that had been blinded by the people of 3-Foot Mountain was now his reverse scale. Even if others kept staring at his right eye, he would still feel enraged. Now an old man appeared, walking to the side of that Bright Origin Pavilion martial practitioner as he reprimanded him softly. "Do not point fingers at others for being crippled." The Bright Origin Pavilion martial practitioner from earlier hurriedly said, "Yes, master, I have been rude." This old man was precisely the pavilion lord of Bright Origin Pavilion. Looking at Xiaoguang, he said, "My disciple has been rude and offended you. It is his fault. Please forgive him." Seeing the other party apologize, Xiaoguang snorted, suppressing the flames of fury in his heart. However, the pavilion lord then changed the topic. "Still, my disciple is right. Our sect's clear radiance pills do not leak out. Please return." While it was naturally false that they would not leak out, it was certain that they would not flow to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. "I only need a single pill." Xiaoguang attempted a final effort. The pavilion lord of Bright Origin Pavilion turned to look in another direction, not speaking. The Bright Origin Pavilion martial practitioner beside him roared, "Not even a single one. Hurry up and leave. Do not refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Otherwise, if you are sent flying down the mountain, it would not look good for anyone." This time, the old man did not reprimand his disciple. Other disciples of Bright Origin Pavilion walked out, all looking warily at Xiaoguang. Radiance flickered as numerous spirit patterns intermingled, forming a grand formation in the air above Bright Origin Pavilion. As the grand formation circulated, a sharp aura was aimed at Xiaoguang's head. Instantly, a chill arose on Xiaoguang's back as he sensed killing intent. If he did not retreat, the other party's grand formation would come mightily. Xiaoguang was instantly enraged as he could no longer suppress his temper. The blood-red lightning tattoo on his back rapidly expanded, enveloping his entire body. Stimulated by the blood thunderbolt ritual, the blood of his entire body surged violently as a powerful force erupted from his heavily injured body. Xiaoguang chopped out with a saber in his right hand, blood-red thunderbolts transforming into a terrifying saber that instantly extended over 100,000 feet, condensing into a massive saber that could cleave the heavens and split the earth as it chopped towards Bright Origin Pavilion. Halfway through his saber, Xiaoguang suddenly felt hesitant. Since my request for medicine has failed, I have to rely on my martial prowess to snatch it away. Isn't bullying the weak like this a joke? At this point, Xiaoguang's saber changed direction, not landing on the gate of Bright Origin Pavilion. The terrifying saber broke through Bright Origin Pavilion's guardian grand formation, landing on a mountain on the other side. Where the saber light passed, the mountain directly turned into a deep abyss. The terrifying light of thunder was still extending and leaping unceasingly within the air, resembling numerous thick crimson snakes of thunder that were savage and terrifying as they did not dissipate for a long time. Everyone in Bright Origin Pavilion was shocked as they looked at Xiaoguang, their expressions all turning solemn. They could tell that Xiaoguang had already stepped into the martial saint realm. Still, they were not worried. Firstly, Xiaoguang looked to be heavily injured at first glance. Secondly, the pavilion lord of Bright Origin Pavilion himself was at the first level of the martial saint realm, also possessing the geographical advantage of their grand formation. Even if they were to fight, they would also have sufficient confidence in dealing with Xiaoguang. Still, seeing this saber of Xiaoguang's, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. That old man's expression was especially solemn. This was because he knew that even with the help of their grand formation, he might not be able to receive that saber light of thunderbolts that seemed to cleave through the heavens. This white-haired, one-eyed, red-clothed man before him was able to defeat him even when heavily injured. If this person was not injured, how terrifying would he be? Still, the more this was so, the less he dared to give the clear radiance pill to Xiaoguang. If bigwigs of the southern blazing heaven territory of the endless mountain range came to settle scores with him in the future, they would be even more unable to bear the consequences. As those of Bright Origin Pavilion were caught between a rock and a hard place, they saw the malefic star who had been causing them such a headache actually turn and leave. Why was that saber not a show of strength just now? The Bright Origin Pavilion martial practitioners were all taken aback. Could it be that he only has the ability to unleash a single saber? Still, it doesn't look like it. His aura is still so powerful. Guang glanced back, spitting hatefully at the ground before turning and leaving once more, leaving behind those of Bright Origin Pavilion, who were both shocked and on guard as they dared not pursue him. Seeing this scene from the sky, Yanjiaoge could not help but smile. Oh, arrogant towards those above, but not those below. Interesting. Chapter 962. Sitting on Pan Pan's back, like Yanjiaoge, Ahu lowered his head to look at the departing Xiaoguang. He's leaving just like that? His opponent is obviously not his match, and now that he's gone, his injuries will only worsen. Ahu pulled back the corners of his lips. Doesn't he want revenge wholeheartedly? From the looks of it, in his heart, upholding his principles is more important than avenging his kin? Not necessarily. Yanjiaoge crossed his arms before his chest. He still has not completely lost all hope. While I have not heard of any other places in the vicinity that are proficient in pill concoction other than Bright Origin Pavilion, it is not that there is no hope at all. When one has not truly fallen into despair, many beliefs will not truly be shaken. This can be said to be due to his firm will and also his hope for a fluke. Yan Zhaoga's expression was as per usual. At the final juncture, it may seem very easy for people to break through their original bottom line. Still, bottom lines are things that are the toughest at the start. After breaking through once, they will often be broken again and again. Scratching his head, Ahu asked, "Young master, what do we do now? Continue observing?" "There is no need." Yan Zhaoga shook his head. "I am only observing him to understand him. After all, I did not know him before." In the secular world, when there were disasters and wars and the common people had no way of making a living, when people were in dire straits, they would even sell their children or exchange their children for food. Still, a situation where all hope was completely lost was already an unusual situation for ordinary people in the first place. It naturally happened, something that could not be helped. Still, intentionally forcing someone into dire straits where there was no way out and still asking him to uphold his humanity, morals, and beliefs, this sort of forceful interrogation was already a form of inhumanity in itself. While those who would rather die than submit under such circumstances were worthy of respect, intentionally creating such a situation was equivalent to purposely depriving the other party of his life. While Yan Zhaoga did not care about taking someone's life, he did not intend to kill Xiaoguang. Ahu gave a simple and honest smile. "I can't tell anything else, but I can tell one thing. Don't talk about that one eye of his. Otherwise, even a benefactor might become an enemy." The Xiaoguang before him had a fiery temper in the first place, easily exploding at the slightest provocation. If others mocked his one eye, he would immediately explode. It was the pavilion lord of Bright Origin Pavilion who had first apologized earlier. Otherwise, Xiaoguang's saber would probably not have been merciful. Even if he did not touch anyone else, nor did he want the clear radiance pill, Xiaoguang would still slaughter that martial practitioner of Bright Origin Pavilion who had mocked him for having only one eye before leaving. While he had left Bright Origin Pavilion now, Xiaoguang was still feeling exceptionally displeased as he resembled an irascible lion. He stood in the dense forest of the Mianshan Mountains, gazing at the vast world in the distance. The irritation in his heart finally eased. Calming himself, Xiaoguang could not help but smile bitterly. In the end, I still did not obtain the pill. What should I do now? He raised his hand to wipe away the blood that flowed out from the corner of his mouth once again. He felt depressed in his heart. I can't even handle my own affairs right now. How am I supposed to find Big Brother and Big Sister? How am I supposed to avenge everyone? It was a simple 3-step plan, but the first step had hit a wall. Feeling despondent, Xiaoguang unconsciously looked back in the direction of Bright Origin Pavilion before immediately shaking his head and continuing on his way. He planned to walk a little further and find someone to ask if there were any other elixirs nearby that could heal his injuries. After walking for a while, Xiaoguang suddenly heard a tragic cry resound from above. Raising his head, his eyes immediately widened. That 3-foot mountain elder who had just escaped from him had shockingly appeared in the air. What shocked Xiaoguang even more was that a sword light flashed past the head of that 3-foot mountain elder, instantly flying into the air. He hurriedly looked in the direction from which the sword light had originated. He saw a massive bear with black and white fur and 2 large black eye circles treading on the air as it hovered in the horizon. On the back of that beast, a white-clothed, blue-robed youth extended a hand, his index and middle fingers forming a sword as a sharp sword light flickered on his fingertips. Looking at the scene before him, Xiaoguang's first feeling was not one of satisfaction or venting his hatred, but one of loss. The foe whom he had just fought to the death with all his might, yet still managed to escape, had died so easily at the hands of another. He unconsciously moved forward, seeing that the corpse of that 3-foot mountain elder that had already been separated from his body was currently falling from the sky. If an ordinary person were to fall from such a high place, they would probably be badly mangled. However, even if that 3-foot mountain elder had been heavily injured, his fleshly body had still been extremely tough. Now that he was devoid of life, he fell to the ground but did not shatter as he just rolled about amidst the dust. The horrified expression of having died with everlasting regret could still be seen on that head. Xia Guang stared at that head for a while before he suddenly laughed uproariously, laughing so hard that he rocked back and forth. Still, after laughing, he turned to crying. Yan Zhaoga patted Pan Pan's head lightly as Pan Pan landed on the ground. Xia Guang was shocked as he gradually stopped crying, raising his head to look at Yan Zhaoga. You are. Yan Zhaoga answered calmly. I am surnamed Yan, Broad Creed Mountains, Yan Zhaoga. Broad Creed Mountains, Yan Zhaoga? Xia Guang was even more shocked as he was dazed for a moment before he suddenly bowed deeply towards Yan Zhaoga. I am surnamed Xia, also of the southeastern Yangheaven territory, a disciple of the consecutive Drum Mountain Range's listening Thunder Peaks Xia family. Those of 3-foot mountain killed my entire family. While I wanted to exact revenge, I lacked the strength to do so. I thank young Master Yan for avenging me. Yan Zhaoga appraised Xia Guang all over. Due to that battle earlier, his external appearance had already turned from that of a youth in his prime to that of white hair, as he looked like he was already about to enter old age. Unlike many martial practitioners who could change their external appearance as they wished, the changes in Xia Guang's external appearance reflected the changes in his longevity. The first time Yan Zhaoga had seen him, Xia Guang had been extremely young in terms of the longevity of a martial saint, as he had truly been like a youth. Now, in terms of his longevity, he was truly about to enter old age. I once passed by the consecutive Drum Mountain Range on my way to the cave manor of the Taoist temple. I have heard of your family's matters, Yan Zhaoga said candidly. It is just that I did not know that there was still an orphan of the Xia family remaining in this world at the time. Hearing his words, sorrow arose within Xia Guang's heart once more as he thought of his deceased family. I encountered quite a few 3-foot mountain martial practitioners in the cave manor of the Taoist temple. This person was just one of them. Yan Zhaoga's gaze swept across the ground, towards that 3-foot mountain elder whose head had been separated from his body. They must be the murderers who destroyed your Xia family? Xia Guang instantly ground his teeth. Definitely. Back then, that chief of 3-foot mountain personally led people in slaughtering my entire Xia family. They have already been slaughtered by me, Yan Zhaoga said mildly. Xia Guang was instantly taken aback upon hearing his words. Yan Zhaoga continued, Still, you need not thank me. I killed them because they competed with me for the treasures in the cave manor of the Taoist temple. Then, I still have to thank you. Xia Guang regained his wits, saying rather emotionally. His hands behind his back, Yan Zhaoga looked at Xia Guang. What do you intend to do now, then? The ones who destroyed your Xia family and entered the cave manor of the Taoist temple were not all of 3-foot mountain. They still have many disciples in the Green Peak High Plains. P.S. I recommend a new book called Heavenly Emperor. Those who are interested can take a look. Chapter 963. 3-foot mountains chief included. A great number of 3-foot mountains peak experts had been slain by Yan Zhaoga. The 2 ultimate treasures of the sect, the soul flag that contained the remnant soul of the Golden Crow, and the high-grade sacred artifact, the Golden Crow incinerating heaven saber, had both fallen into Yan Zhaoga's hands. 3-foot mountain's vitality had been greatly damaged, and its strength had fallen greatly. This was a foregone conclusion. However, as the saying goes, a centipede dies but doesn't fall down. 3-foot mountain still has many experts alive. This time the experts who entered the Taoist temple's abode were completely wiped out, and 3-foot mountain no longer had the power and influence it once had when it rampaged through the Green Peak Plateau. But even so, in the Green Peak Plateau, or the consecutive Drum Mountain Range, 3-foot mountain was still one of the few famous sections. To Xiaoguang, it was still a massive entity. The 3-foot mountain martial practitioners who had annihilated the Xia family were actually this batch of people who had entered the abode of the Taoist temple. While it was not Xiaoguang who had personally taken revenge, as that final 3-foot mountain elder's head fell to the ground before Xiaoguang. Those who had killed him back then could be said to be all but dead. However, the rage in his remaining I did not diminish in the slightest. Staring savagely at the golden crow incinerating Heaven's saber and soul flag that Yan Zhaoga had taken out, Xiaoguang said one word at a time. Their 3-foot mountain annihilated my entire lineage, not leaving a single survivor aside from me on listening Thunder Peak that day. When I have some accomplishments in my martial cultivation in the future, I will definitely exterminate their 3-foot mountain as well. Between my Xia clan and his 3-foot mountain, this matter will only come to an end when one side is exterminated. Yan Zhaoga did not comment on this. Oh, are you that determined? Xiaoguang nodded vigorously. However, looking at Yan Zhaoga, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Right now, he was like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, unable to protect himself. In front of others, he solemnly vowed that he would fight to the death with a famous sect. It seemed a bit ridiculous. In particular, the person in front of him was the benefactor who had helped him kill many of his enemies. I know that it is very difficult. Xiaoguang calmed greatly, but his tone was even more resolute. Still, I will definitely not give up. 127 members of my Xia family have died in the hands of 3-foot mountain. I want at least 127 members of 3-foot mountain to pay with their lives. Looking at Xiaoguang's resolute and brutal face from the side, Ahu thought, with his temperament, he definitely wouldn't be intending to pick on the weaker ones. Chapter 964. 200 years ago, little sword god. 100 years ago, young Master Tian. This was a common saying of the world beyond worlds. While it was not as deeply rooted in the hearts of the people as the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and the exalts of 10 territories, it was still widespread. The little sword god, in the first half of the sentence, naturally referred to Long Xueji, who had made a brief appearance in the past. Of course, he had always been known as Qian Xueji in the world beyond worlds. While he had not been active in the world beyond worlds for long, having only been a seeing divinity martial saint back then, Long Xueji had truly made a name for himself. With Long Xueji's unknown origins, it was very difficult for others to judge his cultivation speed. But at that time, he was not even 40 years old. Compared to his cultivation realm at that time, he was so young that it made people's hair stand on end. The reason why he was so famous, other than being a young heaven's favorite, was because of his unparalleled strength. He roamed the world alone with his sword, beating all martial practitioners of the same cultivation level and of the same age in the world beyond worlds into submission. It was rumored that other than his battle with the Northern Exalt, who had suppressed his cultivation back then, Long Xueji had always won within 3 swords of his when fighting against opponents of the same cultivation level. It could be said that Long Xueji had established a benchmark that was very hard to surpass for the genius martial practitioners of the world beyond worlds in recent years. Ever since he had mysteriously appeared and mysteriously vanished, a figure like him had not appeared in the world beyond worlds for a very long time, until 100 years ago. Around 100 years ago, another monstrous figure had finally appeared in the world beyond worlds. Young Master Tian, Qin Qianhua. He was shockingly talented, becoming yet another young heaven's favored son whose name shook the entire world beyond worlds at a young age. Unlike Long Xueji, the heavenly young master had always been active in the world beyond worlds, leaving behind many legends. Afterwards, he had even become the youngest human exalt in the history of the world beyond worlds. If one were to name the youngest legend of the world beyond worlds in the past 100 years, it would definitely be him. What made others raise their eyebrows was the fact that he who was the youngest had surpassed many seniors in such a short period of time, even surpassing the Earth Exalt, Wang Zhenqing. Although he had lost his momentum in front of Mars Halberd, Wang Zhenqing, who had already been a supreme being in the human world thousands of years ago, was not a weakling. Who was strong or weak depended on who they were compared to. Mars Halberd was also an immortal weapon that had followed the exalted fire luminary to conquer the universe thousands of years ago. The Brocade Emperor had been famed for 1,000 years, yet he had still been unable to stand against Mars Halberd unarmed. In the martial sage realm, Wang Zhenqing was an absolute expert. However, there would always be someone stronger than him. The upper exalt Qin Qianhua was an even stronger person, as he had ascended to a peak that most people would not be able to attain in their entire lives within a short period of time. The strongest of the 10, the number 1 supremacy. This was everyone's praise for him. At the same time, practically no one doubted that he would push open the door of immortality and ascend to the realm of true immortality. The only question was when he could give himself the title of God. In fact, in many people's eyes, not to mention the title of emperor, even the title of emperor would be his sooner or later. Still, this upper exalt's whereabouts were hard to pin down, as he was temperamental and unpredictable. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors found it difficult to read his mind. Xiaoguang did not know much about this major figure, as he was too distant from him. But at least he knew one thing. The peak expert whom he had been closest to in his previous life, the southeastern exalt, was also inferior to this upper exalt. I am not afraid. Xiaoguang pursed his lips, exhaling slowly after a while. I am just afraid that I will not be able to exact my vengeance. If I can do so, even if I have to die immediately afterwards, I will still be willing. He suddenly regained his wits, looking at Yan Zhaoge as if wanting to say something, yet hesitating. Yan Zhaoge knew what he was thinking. That's right. While the upper exalt has some ties with 3-Foot Mountain, 3-Foot Mountain is not his sect at the end of the day. It is 3-Foot Mountain that owes him a favor, not the other way around. Therefore, it is not certain that he will stand up for 3-Foot Mountain. More importantly, those of 3-Foot Mountain all died at my hands. More than half of their entire sect could be said to have been crippled by me. As he said this, Yan Zhaoge smiled. If the upper exalt really wants to settle scores with someone, he will first look for me. Xiaoguang said resolutely, I will definitely not leak the news. He had never considered whether Yan Zhaoge would kill him to silence him. The reason he was so resolute was that Yan Zhaoge had slain a great many experts of 3-Foot Mountain, being the benefactor of his Xiao family. His hands behind his back, Yan Zhaoge appraised Xiaoguang for a moment before smiling. What if someone says that they can help you take care of your remaining enemies as long as they sell me out? Xiaoguang was taken aback for a moment before he shook his head. I will not leak the news even then. As you said earlier, young Master Yan, more than half of 3-Foot Mountain was crippled by you. If I manage to get my revenge, it will also be mostly because of you. Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head. You and I can be considered to be fated. Seeing that your injuries are rather severe, I have some pills here that can help you recover. If your injuries are left untreated for too long, they will accumulate and become hard to heal, as they will harm your foundation and vitality. With that, a small porcelain bottle hovered before Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang dazedly received it and opened it. A medicinal fragrance instantly emanated from it, not being intense but rather distant. Just breathing in that fragrance alone made Xiaoguang feel much more comfortable. He was shocked. Even the clear radiance pill of Bright Origin Pavilion that he had been unable to obtain just now was probably not as effective as this. Thank you, Xiaoguang said slowly. The favor that he owed Yan Zhaoge was growing greater and greater to the point that he did not know how to repay it. Thinking about it, there seemed to be nothing that Yan Zhaoge could use him for. After all, Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base and strength were both much higher than his. While it was rather hard to accept, Xiaoguang vaguely felt that even his steed seemed to be more powerful than his. Yan Zhaoge asked nonchalantly, What do you intend to do now? Intend? Xiaoguang recalled the 3 steps of his earlier plan. I want to first think of a way to return to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Now that he had medicine to treat his injuries, the first step of his plan having succeeded, there was no need for him to worry about it. Next, he had to think of a way to find his remaining kin and seek revenge on 3-Foot Mountain. Still, how exactly should he do this? Where could he go to find his brothers and sisters? How could he raise his strength as quickly as possible, surpassing his enemies? Xiaoguang was rather at a loss regarding all of this. This was especially so when a major figure like the Upper Exalt might be standing behind 3-Foot Mountain. His chances of getting revenge were even slimmer. His enemies would not just stand there and wait for him to surpass them and take revenge. Even as he sought to improve, his enemies would improve as well. When would he be able to get his revenge then? Looking at Yan Zhaoga, Xiaoguang's heart suddenly jolted as he blurted out, "Young Master Yan, can I?" Halfway through his words, he got stuck again. He had been thinking about whether he could enter Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. Beneath the heavens, the power that Xiaoguang currently had the most favorable impression of was Broad Creed Mountain, where Yan Zhaoga hailed from. Still, thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was rather abrupt. Yan Zhaoga had killed so many people of 3-Foot Mountain. It seemed like they had a common enemy. Still, if news of this had not been leaked, Yan Zhaoga might not have been targeted by 3-Foot Mountain and the Upper Exalt. If he really managed to destroy 3-Foot Mountain in revenge in the future, the Upper Exalt might vent his anger on Broad Creed Mountain. If that happened, would Broad Creed Mountain still take him in? Chapter 965. Looking at Xiaoguang, Yan Zhaoga smiled. "Can I do what?" Xiaoguang stammered, unable to speak. Yan Zhaoga looked rather interestedly at Xiaoguang. "Do you want to take revenge on your own, not relying on others or external forces at all? Or do you not mind relying on other forces as long as you can take revenge?" Xiaoguang did not hesitate this time. "It would naturally be best if I could personally take revenge. Still, it is most important that I can do so." He paused for a moment, then said softly, "My clan encountered a great calamity. My entire clan was massacred by the 3-Foot Mountain's dog bandits on Thunder Listening Peak. But I wasn't the only one left." Oh, Yan Zhaoga was rather taken aback. This was something that he had not known. Xiaoguang explained, "I have an elder brother and an elder sister who were out on a long journey earlier. When this happened, they were not at Listening Thunder Peak." As he spoke, a worried expression appeared on his face. "They will definitely rush back as soon as they receive news from their families. But it's hard to say what will happen next. I don't wish for anything to happen to them. If I can destroy 3-Foot Mountain as soon as possible, even if I can't personally take revenge, it's fine." Xiaoguang's gaze swept across the golden crow, incinerating Heaven's saber, and the soul flag as he smiled bitterly. "I originally thought that with 3-Foot Mountain having been heavily injured by you, young Master Yan, with their strength greatly diminished, the other powers of the Green Peak High Plains might turn into a pack of wolves, tearing apart that sick tiger together. In that case, I would have a chance." Xiaoguang lived in seclusion all year round, not having much experience and a straightforward personality. However, when his family members were chatting with him, they would talk about the battles between the top forces of the consecutive Drum Mountain Range from time to time. In the past, Xiaoguang had not been interested in such things. So be it if he had heard them, just taking them as stories. But now he had to force himself to ponder these things. He didn't get any big results, but he could still understand some of the most basic problems. If one of the top powers in the consecutive Drum Mountain Range suffered heavy losses due to an accident, then the others would definitely swarm over and trample on it. The same principle applied to 3-Foot Mountain and the other peak powers of the Green Peak Plateau. Still, after having heard from Yan Zhaoga about the relationship between the Upper Exalt and 3-Foot Mountain, Xiaoguang knew that it would be very difficult. No one knew if the Upper Exalt would be enraged by 3-Foot Mountain. In this kind of situation, there would be a lot of suppression in the dark, but no one would be willing to openly kick them while they were down. With that, it would be very hard for Xiaoguang to fish in troubled waters. If he wanted to take revenge, he could only look for other ways to improve his own strength. If he could join a powerful sect, his chances would increase greatly. Still, who would be willing to offend 3-Foot Mountain and the Upper Exalt for the sake of a new disciple? Yan Zhaoge said, "If you want to find a backer, I can introduce you to people from Ingenious Flying Peak." Still, it is hard to say whether Ingenious Flying Peak will accept you. Ingenious Flying Peak. Xiaoguang was rather puzzled. Beside him, Ahu now said Central June Heaven Territory, Kunlun Mountains Ingenious Flying Peak, of the lineage of the Brocade Emperor of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Xiaoguang opened his mouth wide in shock. Yan Zhaoge continued nonchalantly, "Besides Ingenious Flying Peak, I can also introduce you to the Northeastern Sky, Heaven Territories, Green Sky, Mountains, Grave Thunder Palace, which is the lineage of the Northeastern Exalt. Still, I can only help you find a way. I cannot guarantee that they will accept you. Whether or not you can join them will still depend on yourself. I have heard of your Xia family's martial arts. They are of the thunder and lightning attribute. If you are talented, the possibility of Grave Thunder Palace accepting you would be greater." Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Xiaoguang felt dizzy for a time as he was dazzled. Never would he have thought that Yan Zhaoge's connections had already long since expanded beyond the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Also, that the people who came and went were all extraordinary. "You said just now that you want to return to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Is it to look for relatives?" "It's only human nature," Yan Zhaoge said. "If it is in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, it is hard to say for others. Still, my Broad Creed Mountain will be able to accommodate you as long as you can pass our entrance test." Xiaoguang was greatly shocked. Can I?" Yan Zhaoge tilted his head slightly. "Why not? As I said earlier, if the Upper Exalt wants to find trouble for 3-Foot Mountain, he will first find trouble for me. I definitely won't leak the news," Xiaoguang hurriedly said. Yan Zhaoge smiled, pointing at the golden crow incinerating Heaven Saber and that soul flag. "I believe you. Still, while these things are with me for a short period of time, the other party might be able to detect them as time passes. Of course, apart from my Broad Creed Mountain, I am also very familiar with the lineage of Golden Court Mountain's Southern Exalt in the nearby southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Still, like Ingenious Flying Peak and Grave Thunder Palace, I can only introduce you to them. Not definitely accepting you." Not waiting for Yan Zhaoge to finish, Xiaoguang directly said, "No, I am willing to enter Broad Creed Mountain. As long as Broad Creed Mountain is willing to accept me, I will accept whatever test it is." Interrupting someone was very impolite. Yet, as Xiaoguang spoke, he bowed all the way, his attitude earnest to the extreme as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. "Oh." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "While the southeastern Exalt is inferior to the Upper Exalt, as one of the 10 Exalts, his reputation is much better than that of my Broad Creed Mountain. Are you worried that Golden Court Mountain will not be willing to accept you?" Xiaoguang answered decisively, "No. Even if Golden Court Mountain is willing to accept me, I would still prefer to enter Broad Creed Mountain." Yan Zhaoge and Ahu exchanged glances. They now had a basic understanding of Xiaoguang as they could generally understand his thoughts. Whether or not they could withstand the pressure of the Upper Exalt aside, Broad Creed Mountain would definitely surpass 3-Foot Mountain. Their sect possessed extraordinary strength. Even if they did not continue to act against 3-Foot Mountain, Xiaoguang would still improve much faster here than if he were a solitary martial practitioner. His hopes of personally taking revenge would be greater. Broad Creed Mountain had his benefactor, Yan Zhaoge. Broad Creed Mountain likely had a common enemy with him. All of this caused Xiaoguang to feel a strong sense of belonging. For Xiaoguang, who had just experienced the pain of having his sect decimated and many of his loved ones dying before his very eyes, this sense of belonging was too attractive. If it was a comparatively calm and rational person, they might weigh the pros and cons more. Still, for Xiaoguang, it was his emotional bias that was the most important factor influencing his decision. He had hoped to enter Broad Creed Mountain in the first place, just that he had been worried that they would not accept him. Now, since Broad Creed Mountain did not mind accepting him, Xiaoguang was simply overjoyed. Looking at Xiaoguang, Yan Zhaoge suddenly smiled. If you can enter, it is still hard to say who your master will be. I will first teach you your first lesson here. Xiaoguang was instantly taken aback. Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distant horizon. Xiaoguang followed his gaze. A moment later, radiance suddenly flickered there, the phenomenon of martial experts soaring into the heavens and tunneling into the earth.